Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Now, I know you started writing in your 30s after Trayvon Martin was killed. Really, that's when you jumped into this. And to start writing, you had to foundationally already secretly be, writing somewhere. What was it about the Trayvon Martin killing and then the subsequent acquittal of the Cretan George Zimmerman that brought you to the pen?
It was really after, living my entire life kind of in liberal Seattle, this kind of white majority space that believed that it does everything right because they check a certain box in election time and everyone recycles. Realizing that in this space and time where I was grieving and scared and heartbroken and angry, that people around me weren't, and trying to figure out what that gap is and what stops white America, especially progressive white America, from understanding and from feeling the same outrage. And this was before the phrase Black Lives Matter had been popularized, and so there was this dissonance between what liberal white Seattle got credit for as far as being anti-racist and what it was actually willing to do. So I started writing really for my own self-preservation, because I had to figure out, I had to find a way to understand why people weren't getting it and try to get people to start engaging on these topics, because I wanted to feel safe where I lived, and I want my kids to feel safe, and I want my, other Black people in our community to feel safe. And so that's really what it was for me, was trying to find a way to communicate why this matters and what it feels like to be a Black woman living in spaces that likes to pretend like race isn't an issue, and when it most definitely is.
And in fact, the term Black Lives Matter was born out of the travesty of the taking a life of that 17-year-old and then the acquittal, because I think many of us were stunned. I remember, I was like, surely after Tamir Rice, surely after a 12-year-old, like Mike Brown, you can say, okay, Eric Garner, he had some run-ins before, but a 12-year-old playing with a toy gun in an open carry state is gunned down in 3 seconds. Surely America is going to be outraged by that. Surely. And it didn't happen. And then you start to realize, man, we really do live in two Americas where somebody could look at the exact same thing. I mean, but we saw it before that with Rodney King, right? So let me take it all the way back. Surely we watched the police beat the brakes off of Rodney King. Surely they're going to be found guilty. Surely people are going to be outraged by this. This man's face looked like, like a dog attacked him. And then they were acquitted and it was okay. It wasn't until OJ that I realized that we really lived in two Americas, because I remember running around the New York Daily News like I had won the sweepstakes or something, like I'd hit the lotto when they said not guilty. And not because I liked OJ, I thought he was trash, but that for the first time in my lived history that a Black man got off. And I saw white women huddled and crying. Sina Ijeoma holding each other, looking at me like I was crazy. And I thought everyone would have the same reaction that I did.
Like OJ was going to come after them?
I don't know. No, they were upset, boy. And I was like, what? I was in my 20s or something. I was like, this is weird. Why aren't they feeling what I'm feeling? So we live in two Americas. Your book, The Dangerous Legacy of White Male America. Why'd you start with white male America? Because 55% of white women are problematic. I'm just going to say it, put it out there.
Yeah, so absolutely. So the full title is Mediocre, The Dangerous Legacy of White Male America. And I think that it's important to recognize, because what we're looking at is that phenomenon of the people we choose to lead us. And so that's something that a lot of people are indicted in that phenomenon. It's about how we consistently say that, this is serious. I can swear on here, right? Yes. Okay. So like we
just had a whole episode. We had a whole episode about Kegels and farts before you got here. So there you go.
So, like the idea that we should be led by these incompetent, shitty, violent, oppressive white men is a concept. It's an idea that we're all complicit in, some more than others, right? Mm-hmm. So what I wanted to look at was the power structure, that identity that we all play a part in, and within it, recognize who's upholding this. And so white women, where white women have been extreme oppressors, have been violent in our history, especially around race, has been where they have tied their future to white male power, right? Where they have decided to call in white male power to defend them, to give them their own relative power. And so they play a part in it, but it's all upholding this system of white male supremacy, right? Mm-hmm. So it's where white women have decided, this is the closest I'm gonna get to power, is by leaning into white male violence. I'm gonna call the police, who are, the armed faction of white male supremacy in America. I'm going to do these things to give myself more power, to make, to center myself where I can. And so that's what I wanted to look at, was the structure itself. And hopefully readers will see where, oh shit, I played a part of this. I've been upholding this as well, and start to break away from those harmful patterns.
Who is the most mediocre in your book? Who is the king of the mediocres?
It's so hard. There's so many.
It's like, what's your favorite movie?
Right. Yeah. There's so many mediocre white men throughout the book that you're just sitting there like, oh, wow. Some of the ones where it's like.
And how far back did you go, by the way?
So we went back to Buffalo Bill is about where.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So we've covered some ground. A mediocre white man. George Preston Marshall probably is one of the most mediocre. So he was the founder of the Washington Skins, the racial slur name.
Oh, right.
And the way in which he clung to his refusal to desegregate his team, even when it was costing him wins, even when white sportscasters were mocking him because he was like allergic to winning, because he didn't want to admit that Black football players maybe could win some games. And if he, and then of course, when he was forced to bring in Black players, he had a stroke and died. And I like to think that's what did it.
I'm sorry.
That was.
I should laugh at that.
So, that to me stands out as one of the stories where it's like, oh man, you committed yourself to a crappy failing team because you loved racism so much, and it actually maybe killed you when you were forced to step away from it. And he even put in his will that none of the money in his will could be used towards desegregation. Imagine being that committed to something where you're like, even when I die,
Okay, so tell me about Buffalo Bill Cody. Why was he number one? Why did he come first?
Buffalo Bill was real? That was a real person?
No, I don't think so. Was he?
Yeah, he's a real guy. Yeah, he's a real guy. And Cody, Wyoming is named after him. He's considered one of the founders of the city, Cody, Wyoming.
Huh.
He was a real person. So I knew that was probably a chapter I knew from the beginning of the book was going to be in the book. When I stumbled upon the Buffalo Bill Museum, which is a whole city block museum dedicated to the legacy of this dude, and walked in and saw their Zulu warrior exhibit where they had Zulu warriors that would travel with this, which was the most popular show in the world in its time.
Wait, pause. Yeah. What is it like? Because I know they had human zoos in America and in France and in other places. But why would they have a Zulu warriors are not they're not, this is not the country where a Zulu warrior would be even captured.
Yeah,
What
so
was that
it's
about?
definitely, it's a fascinating, way. But yeah, it started out, Buffalo Bill was like one of those guys, William Cody was one of those guys who had like 10 careers, but really wanted to be an actor. But he would do, at the time, which was engage in white male violence of joining these militias to help force native populations off their land. And he became famous because he was known for slaughtering buffalo, which was a way to control native populations. It was a tool of genocide to get rid of their food source. And so he was named the Buffalo Bill by bragging about killing thousands of buffalo for sport. That's where the name came from. So this is a guy that the whole West, like the whole generations, of, especially in the 50s and 60s, of young white men, basically from his time through the 60s and 70s, wanted to be like. And so then he started a stage show, and his first prop was the actual scalp of a native individual that he had killed in battle that he would pull on stage. But from then the show grew, and he wanted it to be a history show, a living history. And he would have his Zulu warriors that would come in. Sometimes there would be like pardon deals made with captured native leaders saying, if you participate in the show and ride around on a horse in a full headdress, then you won't be on the reservation or you won't be in jail. And so it was this show that was the most popular show on earth, made him incredibly wealthy, contributed to a lot of violent stereotypes about Native people and other people of color, contributed directly to the mass genocide of the buffalo population in this country. And he has whole cities throughout the West named after him, whole city block museums named after him. And
let me assuage the feelings. It is a stereotype. Mediocre white males is a stereotype, Ryan. If you didn't personally design that building, don't be one of those mediocre white males, and don't get your feelings hurt if you're not mediocre. Don't fucking worry about it. Damn.
Helped shape an entire generation of white manhood. And he's thought of today, like you'll read articles that say he was a friend of the Indian, that he was a conservationist, that he was a feminist. And his legacy, what he actually was incredibly violent and mediocre. And, half of his legacy was built on lies, and stories he would make up about himself. But it's how we define white manhood throughout the West.
Isn't that American, though? We're talking about Ijeoma Oluo, and her book is called Mediocre: The Dangerous Legacy of White Male America. I've been talking about this from George Washington all the way through. This country's built on hypocrisy, lies, mythology, and this creation of whiteness, which was just simply to create a power structure where they always stay in power. It's genius at the same time. At the same time as it's mediocre to build a fake construct called whiteness and blackness to create race to stay, and it has worked. It has worked. So who's reading this book? Because if you're a mediocre ass white person right now, you're not trying to change the narrative. Ijeoma, that you don't want to admit to this. You're not going to buy into this. So who's this book for?
I've had to build a writing career with no desire whatsoever to have white men read my book. Like, that's something I have to throw out the window right away, right? Where I start aiming and going, what can I do to get white men to read this? I've lost the plot. Absolutely. I know some will, but that'll be a bonus, right? Because I do hear from some white men who feel trapped, who feel very much like, hey, this deal isn't working out for me the way it was supposed to. I don't feel, like I'm going to be as powerful or successful as was promised to me. What do I need to do? But for me, that's not my goal. My goal is that there's a whole hell of a lot of people who know something's wrong. And there aren't actually enough white men in this country to uphold white male supremacy on their own. If we all stopped participating in it and said, this is unacceptable, we want something better, we could actually make some real systemic change that can help everyone. And that's what I want people to recognize. So I want people to read this history and say, oh, okay, this is a pattern. And this is a pattern that I've been subjected to, that I have the right to demand change. But it's also a pattern I've participated in where I needed to change in my communities and in myself. And that's what I want people to see. So, you know, for people of color, I want this to counteract the gaslighting that tells us that this isn't really happening, that it's not a pattern, that it's all individual actions. If something bad happens to you, it's because you did a bad thing. And instead, no, this is a system we've built. But I also want maybe white women who understand something's wrong to say, oh, this is actually a system I play a part in as well. I don't get to just say, yeah, white men suck, like I'm not connected to white men. I don't get to act like, you know, we're separate. And liberal areas like where I live in Seattle don't get to say, well, we vote Democrats and we're not a part of the problem. I want people to understand that this is a pattern of history that's not defined to one particular area, not defined to one particular political ideology. And we have to be really conscious and make a real effort to break away from it. But that means we have to know what it looks like.
866-801-8255. As you're talking, I'm grateful because I think we've been woefully miseducated on purpose. So that's part of the other flip to this, is that our school system codifies the mediocrity. We learned all about these mediocre people and we put them on pedestals. We have monuments to them. We have statues. We have holidays. And so we grow up believing in Santa Claus, you know, in the form of our leaders. The hardest thing, I was just having this conversation today, is to, everything that you believe is wrong is to admit that. That's one of the hardest things. It's like, now what do I do with all of this? I've learned this and I know it for the last 40 years, 50 years. What do I do with this? How do I rethink the things that I've been taught?
Mm-hmm. And I think that is something where I think right now white America is caught in a lot of fear, right? To realize that you've sold out your community, your friends, you've sold out human beings and your own ideals for this reward that was never coming to you, for this belief that, you know, in an ideal that never existed. That's got to be incredibly painful. And I think, you know, the older we get and the more we've built our lives around it, the more harmful that can be. And I'd say that's harmful in every community, but I'd say right now, the white community, the pain, the pushback we're seeing right now, you know, and seeing what the Trump administration is saying, that we're not allowed to talk about systemic racism, it's to avoid that, right? That knowledge that, oh, the system was unfair, and not just unfair to populations of color, but like that white men have been screwing themselves over by signing on to this system as well. And that is something, you know, I call white supremacy a pyramid scheme because that's how it acts, right? It gets people to sign in saying that their payday's coming. It's never going to come. And boy, are you going to be embarrassed when you figure that out. You know, that's going to really have you questioning a lot about yourself that you may not want to question. But we got to get used to that. We have to do that work because it's going to hit us one way or the other. And how sad would it be to never realize it? That you've been caught, to live your whole life just think, oh, you know, one day this whole white manhood thing is going to really, you know, I'm going to be a king one day. And you're not going to be a king. What you're going to do is just participate in brutality and violence and then die. And so I would rather we figure this out and separate from it, even if it's painful, than live our whole lives in ignorance and hurting each other because we don't want to admit it.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm really happy that you brought up the pyramid scheme, because that was actually going to be my question, is like, what is, and shameless plug, I run a podcast called Fraudsters, and we're actually going to do one on David Duke, who is a fraudster, right? And he's actually defrauding white people of thinking that there is some sort of supremacy there and just taking their money. In the history, or in the kind of mediocre white men that you wrote about, what was the mechanism that they used to elevate themselves? Was there a common thread that you found that connected a lot of them?
Yes, absolutely. So a lot of what I found was there was this creation of the myth of the other who was subjugating or harming white men and stopping them from achieving what they were meant to have, right? So we saw this from the, you know, we saw this in the Dust Bowl, right? This mythology, we saw this post-Civil War, this mythology of the Southern white man who had been harmed, right? The story of the Okie who had been shat upon, you know, and then we see this throughout history. We see this in tech, and the white dudes who have this mythology that they created tech because they were the outcasts, and, you know, this is their free space that they've created, right? We see this throughout the country, and that myth is your excuse for why white manhood isn't paying off, right? And you not only are exempt from looking at what you've done wrong, exempt from looking at how corrupt the system actually is, you also have a vent and outlet for your anger, which ends up being women and people of color. and you get to blame them instead. Because the only other alternatives when we tell white men that you were born deserving greatness, when we tell them all you have to do is be white and man, that's what we say, right? That's the whole ideal behind Make America Great Again, is we'll go back to where you don't have to do anything and you're going to be middle class and have a wife and have 2 kids. Never existed for a lot of people, by the way. Never existed for a lot of white men. But when that doesn't pan out, and all you were supposed to do was be born deserving, then that means it didn't pan out because either someone took it from you or something is wrong with you. And I think it's no coincidence that we see the violence of white male mediocrity either be turned on populations of color and women or on themselves in incredibly high suicide rates in white men. And what is promised by these, populists who come in spewing this hate is a way for it to not be you. To say it's not this system, it's not what you've bought into, it's this person. And we can solve it and get back to where, get you back on track towards fulfilling your potential of being the next great white male leader. And that was never going to happen at all. And it's just someone coming to really steal the political capital from your anger and dissatisfaction for their own benefit, and they're really being scammed.
I cannot wait to read this book.
It sounds.
Gotta have you on the show. Oh my God.
The history alone. History alone. As you're talking, Ijeoma, I'm also, I've been saying on this show, I want to not focus on racism and race. I would love to not talk about that. There's so many other things that we need to focus on. And I think in many ways, not that it's a distraction, because if there's a knee on your neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, it's murder. If you're being pulled over for a taillight and you end up dead, it's murder. If you're incarcerated without charges for 3 years and then let out at 16, you're now 19, you kill yourself, it's murder. The deleterious effects of racism are palpable. We know what that is. But I'm just trying to figure out how we can build around it. Like you said, if we all agreed, because anti-blackness lives in Black people, we're built, it's 400 years of being indoctrinated about your own hate, your own lack of work is powerful. How do we get to a place where we can, put up the stiff arm against this and build around it, build the kind of world we want to live in, and not even have to consider the mediocrity when so many of our livelihoods are held in the hands of these people who are mediocre as F.
Absolutely. And I think that that's something where it's important. I think that we have so much work to do in understanding the issue of white supremacy and white male supremacy in this country and fighting it, but it has to be fought in different ways in different populations. And the idea that the Black population in particular is the population that's supposed to defeat white supremacy is an idea that needs to die, right? We need to understand it so that we know where we are and we can do the work in our communities and our healing and to fight where it has, gotten its hooks in us. But whiteness has to do its own work as well, and has to really do the powerful work of figuring out what it wants whiteness to be and whether it wants to continue on this suicidal path that it's on. And so the question I always want to ask myself is, what would Blackness in America be if white male supremacy disappeared? And that's a question I don't think we're ready to answer right now, right? And that's a question we need to ask. What would we be if we weren't constantly in reaction, if we weren't constantly adjusting to these constraints? Because we can't set goals based on the constraints we're in. We have to be able to imagine something free from that and something greater. But that also means we have to see what it looks like. And so part of what my writing is for this particular book is that part. This is what it looks like. But the rest, the imagination, I'm looking at, writers like Nora Jemisin, right? Like people who are saying, what are the alternate futures we could have? And I want us all to get and save time and prioritize that practice. What would it look like to be free from this? Not just what would it look like to not have this boot on our neck, but what would it look like to build ourselves up in our own image? What would it look like? What would our systems look like if we could build them from scratch and no one had ever told us it had to be this way? Those are the questions I think we need to start asking and prioritizing, because no one's going to ask that for us. And if we defeat white supremacy and we're crushed under it, or we have nowhere to go from there, did we actually defeat white supremacy? That's the thing that I think we need to look at.
Wow. well, it looks like Wakanda, which is why I think so many of us definitely embrace that. And every time somebody calls up and says, I'm a white man, I said, what does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to be white? I can't get a good answer.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you identify as white and you can't answer that, what's white culture? If you can't answer that outside of the framework of racism,
Mm-hmm.
well, it's Confederate flags and it's if it's that, what is it? Then how do you identify with something that you can't even define?
And how are you going to change it? If you don't have a goal, you don't know what it is, how are you going to make it better?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I was going to start way later, but I started listening to a video, and it got me woken up to get up. It seems I've hurt some feelings this morning. Mediocre white men rule America, starting with the mediocre white men and their women who voted Trump into office. Get the fuck over it. Dude, I don't even know what's going on with Trump right now, but this is not a good week for him. And Ghetto, I do care, and Bobby Perkins too. I do care about people. However, I am old enough and wise enough to know I can help the people I can help. I'm not going to worry so much about the theoretical Keishas and Ray Rays. I leave that for you. And by the way, Ghetto point of view, of course, you are helping your community. You are that kind of person. You're a quality person. So this video wasn't about you. You're not white and mediocre. Of course you help people. And quite frankly, from what I know of you, the interactions we've had on YouTube, dude, you're a quality guy. So thank you for your service. And I if I can ever help, please, dude, we can do a show about your work. I will help where I can. So salute to his Ghetto point of view, making a fucking difference. It's not a surprise that you make differences. Good for you. Ryan, stop. I would say a hit dog hollers. I don't think you're mediocre. Was the video about you, Ryan? I doubt it. Get over it. Yeah, if you must be so harsh, there is no liberal agenda. You care about Mexicans and South Americans? Damn, Ghetto. Okay. I currently don't know any Mexicans, but I care about them like I care for Pookie and Ray Ray, by the way, and Keisha. Ryan, don't get me down that road. There are other videos I will be showing in a few minutes. I don't think mediocre built America. You and I will disagree on that, Bobby. The day to day, but no. I don't think George Washington was mediocre. He was cruel. He was a slave owner, but he wasn't mediocre. You don't get to be George Washington and be mediocre. It doesn't work that way. And speaking of history, my second favorite male historian.
Let's get to the weeds a little bit this morning. Would you say the men on Epstein's list are flawed? That they're complicated? That they're men of their time? Should we revere them for their ideas, their greatness, their leadership, their examples, because look what they're building. America. They're making America great again. Great men. What I was thinking about is that we already have something of an Epstein list from revolutionary America, from the kind of stuff that I work on. It's not sealed, it's not hidden. It's been out in the open for centuries, but many Americans still embrace it. Hey, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm a scholar of the American Revolution and author of the forthcoming A Resistance History of the United States. Thomas Jefferson wasn't an outlier. James Madison wasn't an outlier. George Washington wasn't an outlier. Patrick Henry wasn't an outlier. John Marshall wasn't an outlier. By 1775, nearly half of all enslaved people in Virginia were of mixed ancestry. How many people that you know of who are descended from enslaved people in the 18th century have European DNA? Maybe as much as 10% of the entire American population at the time was mixed. And many of them had the names of the men who claimed to own them and father them. Not just Jack or Isaac, but names like Burl and Wormley and Carter and Randolph and Beverly. Those aren't just family names. They were claims. They were first names taken from white enslavers, modeling after actual naming practices from 16th century origin. It was a cultural stamp of blood ownership, more to the point. It was a marker of origin, a marker of exploitation. And it was no secret. It wasn't sealed. An English minister recorded in his journal in 1774, a guy named Thomas Grockin, that every white enslaver's son that he ran into was exploiting, in his words, the wenches. It was so rampant that he described it as a public health epidemic for Virginia. And so people talked when they heard what Thomas Jefferson was doing with Sally Hemings. She was 14 when he started. He was 44. And he was in love with his own power. At 16, Sally had to negotiate with him about the fate of the children he would impose on her for the rest of her life. 16. And she had the extraordinary presence of mind to forge a bargain with him. That's not a romance. That's not complexity. That's what it looks like when power consumes a life and just calls it civilized, calls it enlightened. The only people who didn't blink, the other men in Jefferson's world, the other men in his club, the other men on the list. But we shrug now. We excuse. We say things like, well, they were just men of their time. We can't hold them to today's standards. They built the greatest country the world has ever known. They were geniuses. Don't throw all that away just because of some complicated personal behavior. Really? That's your standard? And extend that thinking. Take it to the next step. There's an implicit statement in every excuse for the patriot exploiters. It was okay. It was worth it. Women and men like Sally Hemings were casualties, sacrifices on some altar of liberty. That was the cost, we're told, that Jefferson and Madison and Washington had to impose to build America. So accept the lost lives, accept the destroyed lives, accept the lost girls, the lost boys by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, because America was worth it. Talk about that. Let me know what you think about that. They're just casualties, I suppose. Maybe you don't want the Epstein list released, because what if those men are just geniuses too? What if they're just troubled? What if they're complicated? What if they shape culture and say powerful things and lead impressive lives? What if what they achieve today outweighs the cost? Are they making America great again? Or would you protect them too? Wrap them in the same words, the same ideas, the same concepts, the same excuse? Are they worth the price their victims paid? Yeah, abusers, but maybe just complicated. Maybe just men of their time, of our time. Don't judge them by your standards. But here's one suggestion. Maybe the words of men like Jefferson don't mean what you think they mean. Maybe they were never meant to apply to all of us. Maybe we've spent 250 years pretending they did, because the alternative is what? Admitting they weren't who we made them out to be? And that America isn't what we think they made it? So maybe we can do better? Maybe the true measure of our time is how little we want their world to continue to govern ours. So let's not talk about imposing modern values on the past when those values are standards for all time. Abuse, exploitation, violation. 14 years old. Remove the historical frame and what's the difference? Or do you believe there has ever been a world where that was acceptable? Or in some part of yours it is? Or is it only acceptable when your heroes do it? Quote on your mug, the line on your t-shirt, the next social media post you use to own the other side? Or maybe just admit the truth. like the apologists for Jefferson and the others, down through the centuries to today, what they did is a price you're still willing to accept for your definition of greatness. Now go back to scrolling the news feed with that in your mind.
Well, we've got a lively bunch today. Bobby, you are absolutely right that mediocrity keeps the country running. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with mediocrity. The problem with mediocrity starts when it's confused with being exceptional or great. Mediocrity is fine, but it's mediocre white men telling us they are great, that they are geniuses. So nothing wrong with mediocrity or being mediocre. There's something wrong with confusing mediocrity with greatness, confusing effort with results. And let's see, his ghetto point of view. Ghetto point of view, talk about being ahistorical, accepting loss of hundreds of thousands of children that are missing now brought into this country during Biden administration. You're full of shit, ghetto. And you do you, which is you be full of shit, and we have to accept. The white supremacy culture is doing a terrible job at white supremacy. Oh, Ryan. Oh, Ryan. You know what? Cowards hide behind the kind of statistics. Look at this motherfucker. You are doing statistics on a 9-person Supreme Court to defend a non-argument. Dude, there are only 9 of them, and you're doing statistics to justify a non-argument. Ryan, do better. Dude, don't be mediocre, Ryan. Stanley, if a white man, sat on his panel and openly stated nonsense, we'd ask YouTube to cancel them now. Wait, hold it. Are you saying that I'm a token on YouTube? What the fuck does that mean? Dude, you know what? This has got to be a show title. Stanley, if a white man sat on his panel and openly stated nonsense, we'd ask YouTube to cancel them now. That's going to be a show title, motherfucker. Oh, that is now that statement is not mediocre. I'm not going to say it's great. It's something, but it's not mediocre. What's up, Mela? How you doing? So let's get on to the next video. Thank you for making me laugh, Ryan. First laugh of the day. So this is David Blight. He wrote the last biography of Frederick Douglass. And I happen to like David Blight. I think he's
Good evening
a
and
funny
welcome
man.
everyone.
And he won a Pulitzer Prize for his biography of Frederick Douglass. And he helped me learn there was or is a black surgeon, retired black surgeon in Savannah, who had the biggest collection of Frederick Douglass like memorabilia. Like he collected Frederick Douglass stuff. And David Blight, who teaches history at Yale, convinced him after years to donate that stuff to a Yale museum. And I don't know the details of which museum, but it really was cool that an exceptional black man, retired surgeon, living in downtown Savannah, got to donate the largest collection of actual Frederick Douglass museum pieces to a Yale museum. It was totally cool, totally appropriate that an excellent Black man collected the memorabilia of an exceptional Black man.
Okay, good evening and welcome everyone. My name is Loretta Lyons. I'm the programming librarian at Guilford Free Library. We're so happy to present tonight's talk, How the Aftermath of the Civil War Helps Us Understand Trumpism, with Yale professor David W. Blight. This talk is actually part of a series which is co-sponsored by the local initiative Witness to History, Slavery in Guilford. And now I'm going to turn it over to the initiative's co-founder, Doug Nygren. Doug?
Thank you. I would like to begin by thanking the Guilford Free Library and Loretta Lyons in particular for allowing our group, Witness to History, Slavery in Guilford, to co-sponsor tonight's talk by Professor David Blight. I would also like to thank Bernard Pitterman of our team, or simply Bernie as we like to address him. He arranged and scheduled tonight's speech as well as 3 others. Please go to our website, Slavery in Guilford. Once again, Slavery in Guilford, one word, slaveryinguilford.org for details on these lectures. The library will also list them on their website. My name is Douglas Nygren. I am the chair of Witness to History. I am not a historian. I am a retired child therapist who treated abused children for nearly 30 years. In my work, I observed that trauma not treated tends to repeat in subsequent generations. I saw this many, many times. I think this is also true of nations. When I saw the Confederate flag waving inside the Capitol on January 6th, it made me think that we as a nation have not come to terms with the Civil War, our history of slavery, and racism. I've come to believe that this is as true of the North as it is the South. While in the South, the Confederate flag expresses that denial, in the North, the denial manifests itself through silence about the past and the absence of visual reminders, documenting that slavery once flourished here. Tonight, we hear Yale Sterling Professor of History David Blight, who is also director of Yale's Gilder Lehrman Center for the Study of Slavery, Resistance and Abolition. He has written numerous books and articles. His book, Race and Reunion, The Civil War in American History, in American Memory, won many awards, while his Frederick Douglass Prophet of Freedom received the Pulitzer Prize for History in 2019. The subject of his talk this evening is how the aftermath of the Civil War helps us understand Trumpism. It is my pleasure to present David Blight.
Well, thank you very much, Doug. Thank you to Loretta and the Guilford Free Public Library and my friend Bernie Pitterman, who I know set this up. I'm going to put a couple of pictures up in just a couple of minutes. Let me just say at the outset that I will discuss tonight with you and welcome your questions about how the memory of the American Civil War era and of Reconstruction can help us, or warn us, if you like, about what has been happening in our country over the past, let's say, at least 4 to 5 years of the Trump era, but even a longer period back, I would suggest at least 20 years, back to the year 2000, then up through what happened with the Tea Party movement. There's a lot about Trumpism that was born in the Tea Party movement. But I'd also say this, I've done many interviews, been on many webinars, discussions of all kinds over this past year, because here we are confined to either our homes or our offices doing these things on Zoom. And I've been asked, I don't know how many times, lots of times, this kind of question we're facing here tonight. The only other election or inauguration transition of power to really compare, now that we've seen the aftermath of this election, the only one really to compare to in our history is probably 1860. That's unfortunate, because that's the one election in our history where the side that lost truly refused to accept the result. At least 11 states refused to accept the result. And when Abraham Lincoln was elected as the Republican candidate, a party based almost exclusively in the North, those 11 slave states of the Deep South chose to secede from the Union. Well, 7 did it first, and then 4 after the firing on Fort Sumter. We've never had another election that resulted in secession. We've never had another election that resulted in the refusal to accept its result. Now, we've had disputed elections, of course, in 1824, in 1876, and of course in 2000, an election most of us remember. That certainly was disputed. It was disputed only in one state and settled, one might say ironically, and one could still argue unconstitutionally, by the Supreme Court, rather than in the House of Representatives, which is what the Constitution actually says. At any rate, but we've never had one where the candidate who truly lost the election developed a narrative, a story over and over and over and over. In fact, he had rehearsed it for months and months and months before the election, and then rehearsed it again and again and again after the election, that it was rigged, that it was fraudulent, that there were millions of votes altered or stolen, and that he was the true winner. We had no idea that it was going to result, or at least I don't think most people did. Maybe some people in the intelligence services did, but we had very little idea that we knew there'd be a rally in Washington, but we did not know they were so organized and prepared to assault the U.S. Capitol and try to physically stop the count of the electoral ballots. This has never happened before. So it's a genuine marker in our history. Now, I will suggest several ways here that how the memory of the Civil War and Reconstruction took shape in America over the first 50 years and even the first 100 years and right on down to today, more than 150 years later, can help us understand what we've been living through and what may be yet to come in terms of whether Trumpism, this following, this extraordinary following, that this argument of a stolen election and this candidate that, or this president who developed a kind of a cult following, broad cult following, that simply believes the stories and the conspiracies that he tells them. Now, he's not solely responsible, of course, for all these conspiracies. No one person could be. But we've got a lot to learn here about how, after the American Civil War, a society struggled desperately after a vast bloodletting, a huge scale of slaughter like Americans have never experienced before that or any time since. How this country put itself back together, or did it put itself back together, and how did it try to find a balance? And this is our challenge now too, a balance between justice on the one hand, which had many definitions, and healing on the other hand, which also had many definitions. We are living in a circumstance right now where we are trying to understand if there is any kind of path to unity in this country, and it often seems daily now that there's not much of a good path, but if there's a path to unity, how do we do it? And how do we find unity and healing, if you like, and still have justice? How do we find that balance? Well, let me go back. First of all, I want to show you two images of two Civil War monuments that are very different. And yes, thank you, Loretta. If you could put up that first one from Charleston. I'll be brief with these images, but I just want to show you a contrast between that's great right there. That'd be fine, because I want them to see the base of the monument in particular. This is a monument in Charleston, South Carolina. If you're familiar with Charleston, it's in Battery Park, right down on the harbor. It looks out directly at Fort Sumter, which is well over a mile out in the mouth of the harbor. It is called the Monument to the Confederate Defenders of Charleston. It was erected late in the Confederate monument building process. I believe it was the 1930s. But the most important thing on this, and you can see it's a it's a completely classical sculpture. I guess an angel of some sort, a guardian behind the Roman soldier, I suppose, a naked soldier with shield and sword, reaching for, ancient classical meanings and roots. But it's the inscription around the bottom that I want to point to. When Charleston decided to put up this monument to the defenders of Charleston, way late in the game of Confederate monument building, here's the inscription they put on the bottom. You can only see part of it, but I'll read it. It reads, "Count them happy who for their faith and courage endured a great fight." Once more. Count them happy who for their faith and courage endured a great fight. Now, it doesn't tell you anything else about Fort Sumter, where the Civil War started. It didn't tell you anything more about how many people from Charleston died in this war. It gives you no details whatsoever. It's just a stunning monument. Whatever your tastes are in monuments, it draws you because of the statuary. But then when you walk around it and you read that, what are you being told? Well, not much, but you're being told that the Civil War was just a great fight. It was a great fight. And those who died, count them happy for their courage and devotion. They endured a great fight. All I want to suggest here is that inscription on that monument represents so vividly, even though it's such a vague statement, it represents vividly what happened to so much of Civil War memory as reconciliation and reunion began to set into the culture. That didn't happen overnight, but over time, by the late 19th century, early 20th century, through a lot of blue-gray reunions, through a lot of culture of reconciliation, and reconciliation now between white Southerners and white Northerners. It simply became that kind of nostalgic, colossal experience in the past, and everybody fought for the right. Those who survived, count them happy. In other words, a war where the causes on both sides didn't even matter anymore. What's the Civil War about in that monument? You have no clue. All right, go to the next image if you would, Loretta. A second monument. This one is in Boston, Massachusetts. Many of you, of course, are New Englanders and have perhaps been to this monument. There it is. This is the Great Shaw Memorial. It's at the corner of Boston Common, directly across the street from the Massachusetts State Capitol. It is to some people, depending on who you talk to, the greatest work of art, at least in Civil War statuary, if for that matter, one of the greatest public works of monumental art ever done by an American.
Oh, and by the way,
Augustus St. Gaudens, America's greatest.
And Trump wants to start a statue or a garden of heroes or whatever the fuck he calls it. It is always these weird fuckers like Donald Trump who want statues. Dude put Andrew Jackson in the Oval Office.
19th century public sculptor, a man who was actually raised in New York City, French Huguenot background. He was a prodigy as a child. I don't want to go into it too deeply, but this kid was an artist from his childhood. He got into good art schools. He ended up studying in Europe, in both Paris and Rome, where he studied at great length the great bas-relief techniques of the 19th century. He came back to the United States. He made a living for a while just making cameos. But then he started doing commissioned sculptures of all kinds, especially about the Civil War in the late 19th century. The famous Abraham Lincoln that stands in Lincoln Park in Chicago, that standing Lincoln with his head slightly bowed. I actually have the bust of it here because that's what you get if you win the Lincoln Prize, the book prize. Many, many others. In New York City, if you're familiar with New York, the Admiral Farragut Monument down in Union Square was one of St. Gaudens's earliest monuments, and that baby is a masterpiece because it actually shows Farragut on his ship, sort of tilted. But this was St. Gaudens's masterpiece. It wasn't unveiled until 1897 in Boston. He worked for some 18 years on this piece. He did it up at his studio in New Hampshire, which is right across the border from Vermont, not too far from Hanover, New Hampshire. And it's now a national park site up there. His beautiful kind of farmstead studio is where he created this. A couple little details. You'll note the black soldiers behind the man on the horseback. The man on the horseback is Colonel Robert Shaw, who was the commander of the famous 54th Massachusetts Black Regiment, the first black regiment in the Civil War to be recruited in the North. It wasn't the first black regiment, but this regiment was recruited from all over the northern states, and even some of them came from the Caribbean. It was a truly national regiment. They were assembled in Boston by the state of Massachusetts in the spring of 1863, and they were sent to South Carolina with an extraordinary march down Beacon Street. This monument stands and will stand forever right there on Beacon Street, right where they turned off Tremont Street onto Beacon and marched out to the wharf onto the ships that took them to South Carolina and their appointment with their fate at the Battle of Battery Wagner on the beaches around Charleston in July of '63. But what St. Gaudens was trying to capture in this monument was the march of the 54th Mass on the day they were sent off to war before a huge crowd of thousands of people in Boston. Shaw on the horseback is exactly the way it occurred at the time. A colonel would ride on his horse. It isn't just because he's the white officer, but behind him are the soldiers. There are 22 individual faces in this monument of black men and very young boys. If you look at the front of that line, you see the drummer boy. That kid couldn't be more than 14 at most. Now, what St. Gaudens actually did is he went into the train stations of New York City and Boston and just started trying to meet black men. I'm not kidding. He recruited them of all ages, because he knew in the 54th there were men of all ages. The oldest member of the regiment that actually went to South Carolina was in his late 50s, and some of them were young teenagers. He recruited them to come up to New Hampshire to his studio, and they did. And he made models of their heads, and many of those models are still there, although you can see some of those models now at the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. And in this creation, 22 different faces of those men appear, and they are thoroughly individualized and humanized. This is commemorating an actual event, the March of the 54th down Beacon Street in late May 1863. But here's the key. When we think about Civil War monuments, I just showed you the one in Charleston, where it has that inscription that gives you absolutely no sense of what the war was somehow about. This monument is all about the causes of this war. These men are Black soldiers, many of them former slaves, although many of the members of the 54th were born free in northern states. They are marching forward down the street, across the Boston Common, out to the wharf and off to war. But when you know the history of what happened, you know that about one half of them are really marching to their deaths. And they were the test regiment. They were to be the regiment that would test, could Black men actually become soldiers? Could Black men learn and be trained and learn musketry and all the rest? And would they?
I want to make a point here, and I hope that SKC watches this video or the show at some point. When I say Black people fought for their own freedom, and SKC and all these motherfuckers want to worship whiteness to an extent that, ooh, Black people couldn't have been free without, motherfucker, we earned our freedom. And when I say we, I mean like the historical we, the royal we. I didn't fight in the Civil War. However, there is pride in knowing that there were Black men who got up off their ass and fucking bled to free other Black people from slavery. Y'all motherfuckers like SKC, and I know I'm being excessively mean here, but I think all of y'all motherfuckers are dumb. I think Ryan, you're dumb. Motherfucking SKC is dumb. John Galt is perfectly stupid. You can't think conceptually, and y'all are motherfucking boring. Black people got their own freedom because they wanted to motherfucking be free, and the dumb fucks who want to, and look, Dirty Dude, you are my brother. Ryan, you are my brother. I'm talking about white people. I'm not talking about individuals. The concept of white people, the conceptual white people. So don't call me a motherfucking racist. Ryan, you and Dirty Dude, y'all would fight. Y'all are good people. I'm talking about the conceptual whiteness. And therefore, when I say white people, I don't mean the people in this motherfucking chat. Black people in America wanted to be free, and it took centuries. Therefore, we were free, though. And that Black people, Black men specifically, fought for their freedom. It disturbs me that his ghetto points of view are so limited to what happens in the ghetto and don't really get American history. Fuck the motherfuckers who don't understand concepts. I get bored. John Galt, boring. His ghetto point of view, boring. SKC, boring. Deacon Dave, boring. And good morning, Deacon Dave. I see you. Stop being boring fucks. Start reading books. Start thinking conceptually. Not everything's about your own personal experience. When I say mediocre white men, am I talking about you, Ryan? Probably not. But if you feel offended for all the white men, feel free to do it. But I'm not. I don't think she knows you, Ryan. She's probably not talking about you, Ryan. Dude, get a fucking life.
Fight. Well, the 54th definitely fought, and they were sent into a situation where they had no chance, an almost suicidal slaughter.
Dirty. You know what? I've got beat up in the last day
around the harbor of Charleston. But what you really see here are the movement of the bodies. This is a great artistic achievement. And the depth of that monument from, say, out at the point of Shaw's sword and his boot to the rear of the wall of the monument is barely 2.5 feet, maybe 3. I don't even think it's 3 feet. But what St. Gaudens achieved in this monument artistically is just magnificent. But the most important point here is, what is the Civil War about? Well, by the summer of 1863, it was a war to destroy slavery. And it was now also being fought, not just by white soldiers, but by black soldiers, who, in the sensibilities of most Americans, had to die to be recognized as men. This monument tells a story, a deep story. This story of Civil War memory is not the one that caught on most deeply in most of American culture in the 50 years and more after the American Civil War. It did in Boston, it did on this monument, and it still does. Okay, Loretta, you can remove the pictures now, and I'll just carry on a bit here. Thank you. So I want to just discuss briefly what I did with that book called Race and Reunion, which is frighteningly now almost 20 years ago. I did kind of what historians do. I did a vast amount of research for years, all over the South, all over the North. But then I boiled things down to 3 kinds of Civil War memory. And there may actually be a 4th. There have been other books written since. I've had a few critics who suggested I might have left one out. That's fine, and I'll mention that. But the first form of Civil War memory that took hold in this culture, I called a reconciliationist memory. This took root in the process of dealing with the dead on a scale Americans had never imagined. Approximately 750,000 Americans died in the Civil War. Most of them in graves that were never marked, unknown. The second kind of memory I called the emancipationist memory. That Shaw Memorial, that's emancipationist memory. That's the kind of memory that was embodied in the way the war came to ultimately destroy slavery, had to destroy slavery in order to defeat the Confederacy, to conquer the South. And in the launch of Black freedom, out of which came the 3 great Civil War amendments, the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery, the 14th Amendment bringing about equality before law and birthright citizenship. That Section 1 of the 14th Amendment is possibly the single most important language in our Constitution now. And emancipationist memory was also embodied by the radical wing of the Republican Party in the immediate wake of the Civil War. They brought about a political revolution. It became a new interracial, or it became an experiment, at least, in interracial democracy on the ground in the South and on the ground to some degree in the North. It's not going to hold. It's going to get defeated by the white South, by violence, by terror, by the Ku Klux Klan, by a Great Depression that hit the country in 1873. But it was a revolution that gave us a new constitution and, frankly, a new republic. The third kind of memory in that book, and this is a term you hear a very great deal now, is what I called white supremacist memory. This was the memory rooted in the idea that the 2 races, white and black at least, could never really be equal. The assumption so many people held in the 19th century, that this could never work. That emancipation had been a result of the war, but that it had come too fast, and it had come by violence and force, and that blacks were unprepared, so went the argument, and even incapable of living as free citizens. That's what white supremacy really says, it really is, really means. It's a set of assumptions about the capacities of one race held by people of another race, or people even generally. Now, what happened to American memory of this war is that reconciliationist memory kind of linked arms with white supremacist memory. They became kind of the same thing in some settings by the 1880s, 90s, turn of the 20th century, that they delivered the country a, by and large, racially segregated meaning and memory of the Civil War by 1900, and certainly by 1913, at its 50th anniversary. There is a fourth kind of memory that a few of my colleagues and fellow scholars have suggested over time, and I'll at least name it. And that is, some people say there was also this large, and for a while at least powerful, kind of Union victory memory. That is, Northerners, every chance they got, saying, we won, we saved the Union, we gave it new life, and yes, we freed the slaves. Now, we freed the slaves, though, was not always the same thing as a commitment to African-American civil or political rights, or to any kind of racial equality, or even to working against the problem of violence and eventually lynching in the southern states. But there certainly was a culture of Union victory practiced by veterans organizations and by many other people. But again, as I hinted earlier, the problem this country faced, and here's where we can begin to think ahead as we try to live out of this era of Trumpism, however one defines that. And I can provide some definitions if you wish. As we live out of this era of Trumpism, as we live beyond this second impeachment trial, as we live with the growing legacy of 6 January and what happened with the assault on the US Capitol, as we will begin to see prosecutions of hopefully at least the 150 or so people who've been arrested, and one would hope even 200, 300, 400, 500 more. How will we find a balance from our own recent traumas between healing and justice? What will justice mean in the wake of the Trump presidency? Justice for whom? Justice how? Justice how enacted? In law, in policy, and in courtrooms. What will healing mean? Does it just mean neighbors learning to talk to each other again? Maybe. I doubt that that's enough in my own view. Is healing going to mean a president like Joe Biden who is almost congenital?
Let me tell, I hate to pick on Ryan here. The answer, nope, I vote on policy. Oh my Lord. Is that how you absolve yourself? Dude, you vote for people who have policies. The notion that you vote on policy, oh my God, is that how you absolve yourself, Ryan? Ugh. It's, dude, I could do a whole show on just this statement. You vote on policy, not the person? Oh my Lord. Oh my God. Is that how white mediocrity justifies mediocrity? Oh, Ryan. Dude, you have met. Dude. You know what? I'm just going to let that go.
A man who wants to build unity, who has lived his life in a bipartisan world of the United States Senate. And even when he was vice president, part of his job was to go to Capitol Hill and find some Republicans who would talk. Now, they didn't find many, did they? The Affordable Care Act was passed, don't forget, through that reconciliation process because not a single Republican would support it. What will healing and justice be? There were so many different warring definitions in the wake of the American Civil War of what healing or justice was supposed to mean. It is why they never fully developed in balance. And that is the tragedy of the memory of the Civil War. How many warring definitions do we have right now of what justice and healing will be or would be in balance? Will we find that balance in some policies to come out of Congress? Will we find some balance between healing and justice in the in the COVID relief package, when and if it finally ever gets passed? Will we find some balance between healing justice and action taken about the climate crisis? Will we find healing and justice and action taken to try to rebuild America's infrastructure? And what about our oldest, deepest, most vexing problem of all? Race. What kind of policies will bring us together, to use that overused phrase, but there really isn't a better one, around the question of racial equality, genuine equality, genuine dignity, dignity in action, dignity in practice, dignity in law. There's a reason these things are not easy. It's because you're trying to reconcile tremendous conflict. I can still remember, this goes back 10, 11 years or something. I sit on the board of trustees of the New York Historical Society, although it baffles me now why they haven't thrown me off, because I've missed so many meetings in recent years. They like to keep a few historians on, I guess, because I do things for them. But anyway, I was at a board meeting of the New York Historical Society somewhere around, I don't know, 2009 or 10 or somewhere in there. It was right after Obama's election. It was the Tea Party was sinking its teeth in. You remember all those incredible protests against Obama? Vicious imageries, and a lot of terrible stuff was going down. And the board of the New York Historical Society was then, and it's a little different now, but was then about roughly 30, 35 pretty rich New Yorkers who love history, and some remarkable philanthropists. And then about maybe 3, 4, 5 historians who were there to just to be historians, I guess. And I don't even know what the issue was now, but we had this rather vexing discussion. It was about a new exhibition they were going to do. And that, I think, was about the time they were doing the second exhibition on slavery in New York, and up through the Civil War. And it was a little contentious. And one member of that board, who I don't even remember which one now, but I do remember what he said. He said, you know, I love history, but why can't we just write history and teach history about people of goodwill? Why can't we just find the goodwill in the past that will help us cultivate goodwill now in the present? And you know, it was a lovely sentiment in a way, but I remember thinking at that time, I didn't say anything. I mean, it wasn't my place to denounce this man's theory of history, but I thought, goodwill? Goodwill? Historians don't study goodwill. We have to study the conflicts. We have to.
Well, the point that the great David Blight is making, historians study events, good, bad, indifferent. This thing about can we only talk about the good stuff is bullshit. History is history, good, bad, the ugly, and the ugly tends to be fairly interesting. Ryan, you know what? I need to ask you if you are okay. Who is a great person of color? What the fuck? Why are you even asking? Why does a great person have to be racialized at all? Answer that. We're talking white mediocrity for a reason. And I usually do news stories, but I'm breaking the format just to make a point. White mediocre males are a problem when they start thinking they are excellent and actually run the country. Motherfucker, mediocre white males don't run this country. Notice that, Ryan? And Peter Thiel doesn't give a fuck about you, Ryan, or Be brave. Y'all are his doormat. Stop thinking because you share a phenotype that you are as great as him. White people are crashing this country. Okay, when Be Brave talks about, the motherfucker shooting up, those drive-by shootings, motherfucker, it is a white man's country. I keep hearing the white trash like Be Brave saying white culture's great. Well, motherfucker, white culture isn't saving this country. And see, this is the other odd thing. The reason white culture can't save the country. Like 60% of the population can't defend itself against 14 or 13% of the population is ludicrous. Be Brave's notion is that white people can't save America because of the global corporate machine. Pure motherfucking crazy ass stupidity. So the global corporate machine doesn't allow the white majority to save America. You know what the 70% is? The 70% is dumb fucks who believe Be Brave has a point. 70% of his chat doesn't go there for entertainment. They go there for Be Brave's. Be Brave is a professor, not a professor, a professor. 70% of Be Brave's audience on a daily basis actually thinks Be Brave is onto something. And Ryan, you were up on his panel half the time, contributing to the nonsense. Dude, don't talk to me about white mediocrity. I won't get personal. Be Brave is a motherfucking menace. And the menace, what disturbs me, and I've said this several times, is that most of his audience are anti-black blacks. It is the John Galts who think Be Brave is not mediocre or absolute white trash that are the threat to the quote black community. It is the motherfucking moronic blacks who worship white mediocrity that are the huge problem to the black community. Now, mediocre white men, they don't run the country. They are the shopkeepers. John Galt is John Galt is funny. He is funny. Especially when he gets drunk and high as a kite. Of course he's funny. Who wouldn't be?
Study the blood. We have to study the struggle. And if there'd been goodwill to find, we might not have had that bloodletting in the 1860s. And what followed in the aftermath, a lot more bloodletting across the South. An estimated around 3,000 to 3,500 people killed by the Ku Klux Klan alone. And goodwill? Come on. It's not what history's about. So, here we are. I want to say a few more things about this problem of Civil War memory, and then help perhaps transition for us into our own present and our own struggles with these issues. Now, first of all, there's a difference between history and memory. It's very important to try to keep this in mind. History tends to be what historians do, the histories we write, and then the teaching of history. The teaching of history we like to think, or we hope, is based upon a process by which the best historical writing over time gets into textbooks, gets into teaching materials, gets into the jigsaws and the diagrams and the timelines and all of the materials of teaching young people. We hope. And great strides have been made in this in the past half century. I know that from working for 25 years and more with secondary teachers and summer institutes, from being a co-author on a college level American history textbook. Things are very different now in some ways from when I started as a high school teacher in 1971. History tends to be the process by which we go from libraries and archives to historians to teachers, and then a narrative, a story, a sense of history into the minds of youth and into the minds of adults. Memory, however, is in some ways, many ways, a very different thing. Collective memory, historical memory. Think about how we talk about history. Well, history gets revised, right, by historians. Some people hate that word revision, although that's exactly what history is. You don't want your doctor not to be a revisionist, do you? You don't want him to remain an alchemist from the Middle Ages. You want him to learn. Well, historians learn too, and we sometimes change our interpretations. Well, what do we do with memory? We don't usually revise memory much. Memory comes down to us from family. It comes down to us from institutions like church and schooling. It comes to us from popular culture. It comes to us from the movies. It comes to us through images. It comes to us from our grandparents. It comes to us in political rhetoric. We have just lived through 4 to 5 years of an incredibly powerful and mostly insidious use of memory by a particular kind of populist demagogue named Donald J. Trump. Make America great again? Well, where in the past was he looking to find that greatness? What does MAGA really mean? What story had the Trumpists been telling themselves? What story, think of it this way, what stories were roiling around in the heads of those thousands of rioters that assaulted the US Capitol? What historical memories were in their heads? What story were they acting on? Was that history from history books? Oh, some of them would tell you it was. They were going to have, remember the shouts of this was their 1776. They were rebelling against, I guess, centralized power, like the American patriots were against Great Britain. And I guess hanging Mike Pence
I forgot that.
I don't know. For some of them, maybe that was going to be.
I forgot that part. Yeah, this was their motherfucking 1776. Dude, that was the attack of the white mediocre males. And they still failed. and you know what, Ryan? I wouldn't be so enthusiastic about telling us you voted for Trump because of his policy. His policy is Trump don't lose, go riot. Oh, Renato. Dude.
They're tarring and feathering of a British official moment or something. But memory tends to be more powerful than history. That's unfortunate. I'm a historian. You know, I believe in evidence. I believe in facts. I believe in trying to find the stuff and then write my story based on that. And if I can't say I believe this is the truth, I shouldn't write it. Yeah, we all have a point of view. Of course we do. And many of us write history that we want to persuade people with. Your favorite historians are those who persuade you. They're also those who probably write the best. But memory comes to us as told through the generations Memory tends to be what people want to possess. People want to give it over to their children, their grandchildren. It is sometimes sacred. History, on the other hand, is essentially secular. It can be done by anyone. It can be written by anyone. It can belong to everyone. Memory, though, is often closed off. You're part of a memory community. You're part of a memory group. Irish Americans, Italian Americans, African Americans, Mormon Americans, make your list, go on and on and on. Here's our story. And here's our link to the larger story. But don't you mess up our story with all of your pickpocketing of evidence out of all your libraries full of eggheads. But you know, this thing called memory, we can't live with it and we can't live without it. That's the power of it. That's the trouble of it, but it is with us forever. One of my favorite pieces, and there are a million pieces of writing on memory. In fact, there would be no writing without memory. There'd be no great fiction without memory. What are novelists writing? But something that comes out of their memory, even when they deny it. One of my favorite pieces, though, of all time was written in the 4th century. It's by St. Augustine in the Confessions. He has about a 40-page section in that great book on the nature of memory. He actually just reflects on and on and on and on about what is this thing humans have, this most powerful thing he thinks that humans have. He said, memory, these are his words, is a vast court. It was the treasury in our mind. Beautiful phrase. Also, it can be dangerous. He said it was a great chamber. And he said, no one, this is St. Augustine's words, no one has sounded the bottom thereof. In other words, memory is potentially limitless. Even though we all know we forget a lot, don't we? Every day we forget things. We know that from neuroscience research. And then Augustine said, quote, great is the power of memory, a fearful thing. Oh my God, he said, a deep and boundless manifoldness. And this thing is the mind, and this am I myself. It was Augustine's way of saying, I think, that we are our memories. They speak to us, they define us. We sometimes resist them. They sometimes, our memories may feel like they control us. We try to control them back. They can be elusive, and they can sometimes just come around and smack us between the eyes when we least expect it. Memory is both individual, of course, and collective. And for Americans, like other peoples, we live in a society that has always had a variety of narratives it believes it's living in. Master narratives. And one of the oldest and most enduring master narratives of America is the story, irresistible often, that America was born into this universe for a purpose, that it was chosen. Now, you can believe that on a sacred or a secular level, but it came out of this Enlightenment world, this remarkable republic, where there were so few of them. It had to fight this revolution. It had this difficult, violent birth. Its Articles of Confederation didn't work, so it wrote this Constitution, this amazing Constitution. Yes, it had flaws, but my God, what an amazing Constitution. James Madison, what a genius. And then it has to live about 80 some years under this Constitution, this vast, expanding people across this seemingly limitless continent. But oh boy, it had a problem. This huge and growing dilemma with slavery and race. And it had this big collision and it fought this civil war, but the nation survived. We got better for it. We unified from it. Yeah, it was bloody, but it was a happy fight. We came out of it all right. We grew out of it all right. Yeah, and then we had other problems along the way. We had depressions and we had world wars. Oh my God, but we win our world wars. And we did indeed fought on the side of the angels in the Second World War. And without the United States, there wouldn't have been a victory over fascism. Let's just say it. Yeah, my father was a 4.5-year veteran of World War II. I think I get that. But we haven't always.
Well, apparently if anyone wants the rest of the video, you know, it is kind of history from a pulpit, and we can move on. But David Blight is actually a great white man. Won a Pulitzer, writing. He's written some stuff that is actually, I think he's a better writer than preacher, for sure. But let's move on, because I sense that the white mediocre men in the chat are getting bored with listening to a great white man.
If it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
Phony stuff with that whole world, eh? Yes. It's so unfortunate when there are consequences for your actions. Really hate to see it. It's Thursday, July 24th. I'm Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, another place where Vice President J.D. Vance can never go on vacation. The Vice President went to Nantucket for a break and instead found a whole bunch of angry protesters. Buddy, if you thought you could go to a whaling museum in peace right now, you were clearly incorrect. You were on a winning presidential ticket. You did not win the right to be liked. On today's show, a federal judge rules that Kilmar Abrego Garcia can be released from a Tennessee jail. And the Environmental Protection Agency wants to argue that greenhouse gases are completely fine. But let's start with former President Barack Obama. Remember Obama? Two-term president, left office in 2017. Ring a bell? Well, according to President Donald Trump, who is definitely not trying to distract from the ballooning Epstein debacle engulfing his administration, Obama is at the center of a massive conspiracy centered on Russian involvement in the 2016 presidential election. If you're thinking, that was 9 years ago, I thought this whole thing was settled, why are we talking about this again? Look, I get it. But here's the TLDR on the latest version of Trump's Russia hoax. He's alleging President Obama and members of his administration lied about Russian efforts to swing the 2016 election for Trump, and they made up intelligence to back up their claims. Now, Russia's meddling in the 2016 election is well established, as was its preferred outcome, that Trump beat Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton. It was all laid out in a 2020 bipartisan report from the Senate Intelligence Committee, which at the time included now Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He signed off on the report. But now, according to Trump, Obama has committed, quote, treason, and obviously everyone involved has to go to jail. Here's Trump speaking to reporters in the Oval Office on Tuesday.
What they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people.
Great. But what makes this all really scary is that Trump's wild claims are being fueled by his own Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. She's been releasing documents targeting the Obama administration, alleging they contradict the intelligence community's well-established conclusion that Russia was trying to help Trump. She also says she's referred the documents to the FBI for investigation. Gabbard spoke Wednesday during the White House press briefing.
President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
Point of order. I remember Trump's inauguration in 2017, which Obama attended. I do not think that's how coups traditionally work. It's fair to say that right now Trump could really use a distraction because things are not going great for his administration. On Wednesday, the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times reported that the Justice Department alerted Trump back in May that his name appears in the Epstein files. We'll talk more about that in the headlines. But for more on the return of Russia conspiracy theories and what Trump's willingness to go after his opposition, including a former president, says about this presidency, I spoke to David Frum. He's a staff writer at The Atlantic and host of The David Frum Show. David, welcome to What a Day.
Thank you.
You know what? David Frum, by the way, I think he has a podcast now. This motherfucker is smart as shit. Not a mediocre white man. Maybe, Ryan, you should subscribe to his podcast to hear a great white man. Or actually, ask Be Brave to subscribe. That way he will know white greatness and maybe can talk about it.
I want to start with the latest conspiracy theory Trump is trying to peddle. It goes something like this. Former President Barack Obama and others in his administration committed, quote, treason by forcing the intelligence community to alter its conclusions that Russia tried to influence the 2016 election to help Trump in order to undermine his first term in office. Now, to be clear, there is no evidence to support this claim. The claim doesn't actually make any sense, and it contradicts multiple previous assessments, including a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report that Marco Rubio signed off on. Rubio is now, obviously, Trump's Secretary of State. But how seriously do we need to take this?
Well, one of the remarkable things about Trump scandals is the way they take place in public. So you don't have to look at assessments. You don't have to know much about the intelligence community. You just have to have a memory, or even if you don't have a memory, you just look it up. So here's what happened in 2016. The Russians hacked Hillary Clinton's communications, or they got lucky. People in the Hillary Clinton campaign or around the campaign, some people made mistakes, they got phished. Anyway, the Russians got their hands on a trove of documents. They released these documents to WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks posted them in October. The documents really hurt the Hillary Clinton campaign and knocked it off balance. And in a very close election where Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but not the Electoral College, all of this made a difference. Now, there are a lot of question marks. Why did the Russians do this? There are a lot of question marks as exactly what was the connection between Trump and the Russians. Much of, again, it's memory. You saw it happen in plain sight. You saw Donald Trump's son take a meeting when he was offered dirt by the Russians. You saw Donald Trump himself in a press conference say, Russia, if you're listening, and ask for the release of documents. So that's what we know. That's what we've always known. It's not a complicated story. Russia helped the Trump campaign. Trump welcomed the help, and the help probably made some difference to the outcome. That's the story. Those are the things we know. And Trump is using the one scandal that we know about from 2016 to sort of protect himself from the other scandal that we're just remembering in plain sight in 2025.
But how seriously do you think we need to take Trump's threats? Because clearly, yes, the timing of this is bananas suspect. Trump is definitely trying to distract from mounting pressure he and his administration are under over the Epstein files, which is, again, their own fault. But in a way, does that make this moment more dangerous? Because Trump feels real pressure. He feels there are real stakes. He feels backed in a corner. And we've seen what happens when he's backed into a corner. You get January 6th. How worried should we actually be?
I think when Trump says things, they're indicators of direction. When he says, I'm going to invade Greenland and conquer Danish territory and annex it to the United States, he's probably not actually going to do that. But it tells you what he's thinking about and what he's planning and the direction in which his mind is going. So when he threatens to use the power of the state against political opponents, you should take that seriously. One of the things about this that is especially bonkers is Trump went to court to get the Supreme Court to say, you know what, former president, almost no aspect of criminal law applies to you. You have this vast domain of big, if fuzzy immunity. Unless you're Obama, then you have no immunity. Then the president can throw you in jail.
Right. And I think that goes to Trump's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, said she'd be making a criminal referral to the Justice Department. And we don't have a ton of specifics about that. And she was even asked in a press conference about that Supreme Court ruling. And that was something she was like, oh, Pam Bondi will explain. But What are the risks of having the top U.S. intelligence official trying to rewrite history to serve the president's narrative to get him out of a jam he got himself in? What does it signify about how far this administration is willing to go to protect Donald Trump and serve its own ends?
Look, the list of things that are wrong with Tulsi Gabbard as director of national intelligence doesn't end with what you just said. You have a list of people with very extreme views who have often showed their enthusiasm for foreign dictators. Tulsi Gabbard was a huge enthusiast of the Assad regime in Syria, now mercifully gone. You have other people who have been very hostile to Ukraine, other people have other kinds of enthusiasms. And they have all these crucial points in the national bureaucracy. And so whether they do this thing they say or not, the whole government of the United States is spinning in these crazy directions at a time when the United States has fewer friends than it used to do, at a time when we're facing these global pressures, and at a time when in the United States itself, police power is being used in all kinds of astonishing new ways. I mean, I personally don't fear that I will have a masked man in a tactical outfit playing dress up seize me and put a rifle up my nose, but it's happening to dozens, hundreds of people. And if this continues, one of the things I think about a lot is how do you conduct the 2026 elections in situations where ICE, which is going to be on its way by then to being bigger than the United States Marine Corps, is doing these random raids, harassing people and intimidating people. There are a lot of people who are American citizens entitled to vote who have spouses who may not be American citizens entitled to vote. Do they go into the line? Are they afraid for their relatives? And can you create enough chaos that Trump can selectively seize this part of America, that part of America, and say we're having a state of emergency here during the 2026 elections?
It's interesting also because members of Trump's MAGA base have been demanding for years to see former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and Obama imprisoned. Like, I remember Lock Her Up. I was alive in 2016. Those people have long bought into Trump's narrative that the investigations around Russian meddling were all a hoax and everyone they don't like should go to jail. So the base is primed for this. What is actually stopping the administration from acting on these threats?
Yeah. Well, in the past, you would have said the integrity of the federal Justice Department. You would have said the character of the Attorney General. You would have said the threat of resignations throughout the Attorney General's office and the Department of Justice, but those things are less real. The Trump base also has, for a long time, been fed a story that the Jeffrey Epstein scandals conceal a vast morass of elite wrongdoing, and that only Trump can bring them truth. And the question, I think the question of all the things you're asking is to what extent can he pivot his base, or at least the parts of the base that he most needs, into agreeing with him, yeah, suddenly, we've spent all these years being promised a huge revelation about a global conspiracy behind Jeffrey Epstein, and now we're told, forget about it.
So you've started a podcast in the last few months where you're talking to a wide range of guests in politics and business, and for your most recent episode, you talked with former FBI official Peter Strzok. He was fired from the Bureau during Trump's first term after disparaging texts he made about Trump were made public. And you talked about how Trump is destroying U.S. counterintelligence apparatus. So how does what we're seeing right now with Epstein, with these conspiracies about Obama, fit into that conversation?
Well, 2 points. The first is, if you follow the news, a lot of these names become very familiar, but they become familiar as names and causes. And I've had the privilege and the pleasure of getting to know Peter Strzok, not intimately, but well, and having a chance to see this is someone who went into public service for exactly the reasons you would wish, who turned down more lucrative opportunities. He loves the country. He wants to protect it. He's not that political. But the thing that I had in mind when we talked about this is the Trump administration struck Iran with a series of bomb attacks. By the way, that's a decision I think was probably right. I supported that action. But when you do something like that, you're opening a door to a very complicated chain of events. And one of the obvious things the Iranians might do that they have done in the past is strike back in a terrorist way against targets inside the United States and US-linked targets all over the world. They have a long history of doing this. You need every counterterrorism resource in the FBI and other agencies to be deployed to protect Americans against Iranian retaliation that may be to come. And instead, they are turning off the counterintelligence systems. They're turning off counterterrorism. They're letting people go. They're forcing people into early retirement. And they're moving resources from all of those things that are probably, in most people's opinion, the first line job of the United States government domestic security operation, and putting them all into putting guns up the noses of gardeners and roofers.
What kind of advice did Strzok have, if any, for current career government officials, especially in his former department, who are now being pressed to toe the line for the administration or be fired?
Well, we didn't talk about that advice. I've talked about that kind of advice with other people and many times over the years, 2016. And I think the advice that I would give is always, you have to be very clear in your own mind about where your red lines are and your own ability to execute your red lines. And I wrote something at the very beginning of the first Trump administration where I said, just imagine the Oval Office. It is an awe-inspiring place. It's designed to be awe-inspiring. And there's the president of the United States, and he's asking you to do something wrong. If you're going to take the job, you need to know that you will be able to say no. And you need to be sure that you may walk into that room intending to say no, but when you're there, your mouth may say something different. So you need to know yourself. And you need to keep one more thing in mind. If Trump thought you would say no, you wouldn't be in the room in the first place.
David, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Let's be real. Following the news cycle during this flood the zone era can feel like chasing a garbage can and trying to get more garbage out of the garbage can into your brain. But people like you tuning out is what the Trump media machine is counting on. On What a Day, we take this large garbage can of a timeline and compress it into something irreverent, engaging, and fast. Subscribe to our channel. It means you won't miss an episode, and it helps more people find our show. What a Day is brought to you by Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol. Let's face it, after a night of drinks, I do not bounce back the next day like I used to. I have to make a choice. I can either have a great night or a great next day. That is, until I found pre-alcohol. Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic Drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for rough days after drinking. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night, drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. Every time I have pre-alcohol before I have drinks, I notice a difference the next day. Even after a night out, I can confidently plan on working out without worry. Summer is here, which means more opportunities to celebrate the warm weather. But before you have that backyard barbecue brew, glass of Pinot watching the sunset at the beach, or a cocktail by the campfire, don't forget your Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol. Drink one before drinking and wake up feeling great and ready to take on the next day and all that summer has to offer. Go to zbiotics.com/WAD to learn more and get 15% off your first order when you use code WAD at checkout. Z-Biotics is backed with a 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money. No questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/WAD and use the code WAD at checkout for 15% off.
Headline. They just signed the largest trade deal in history. I think maybe the largest deal in history with Japan.
I don't think it's the largest trade deal in history, but President Trump announced that Japan and the U.S. reached a tariff deal. Trump elaborated on the terms of the deal in a Truth Social post late Tuesday evening, saying all imports from Japan would be subject to a 15% tariff, notably lower than the 25% he had threatened to enact on August 1st. In exchange, Japan will open its market to American cars and agricultural products like rice. Trump also claimed Japan agreed to invest $550 billion in the U.S. Japan's top tariff negotiator, Ryosei Akazawa, told reporters that the money would largely take the form of loans to Japanese businesses investing in the U.S. Akazawa also confirmed that this deal does not include new terms for Japanese aluminum or steel, which is still subject to a 50% tariff, but that discussions there would continue. After facing massive backlash from his party for failing to release the so-called Epstein files, the Trump administration asked federal judges in Florida and New York City to release grand jury testimony related to Epstein. On Wednesday, the judge in Florida denied that request. The Wall Street Journal was first to report on Wednesday that President Trump's name appeared multiple times in documents related to Epstein, and that Attorney General Pam Bondi told Trump so in May. Which is interesting, since just last week, President Trump claimed that Bondi never told him that his name appeared in Epstein-related documentation reviewed by the Department of Justice.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden,
Sure. According to the officials who spoke with the Journal, Bondi also told Trump during the May briefing that the DOJ wouldn't release any further documents related to Epstein because they contained child pornography and personal information about Epstein's victims. The officials say that Trump agreed to defer to the DOJ's decision despite claiming repeatedly over the course of his presidential campaign that he would declassify the Epstein files, like this time on Fox and Friends in 2024.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
Phony stuff with that whole world, eh? Yes. It's so unfortunate when there are consequences for your actions. Really hate to see it. A federal judge has ruled that Kilmar Abrega Garcia should be freed from custody at the Tennessee jail where he's currently being held, awaiting trial for smuggling charges. At the same time on Wednesday, another judge in Maryland officially blocked ICE from taking him into custody again if he's released before said trial, meaning he could potentially be reunited with his family soon. Here's a little refresher on the situation in case you've been distracted by the many, many other insanely horrific things happening in America over the last few months. In March, Garcia, who had protected legal status in the U.S., was arrested by ICE in Baltimore and sent to a notorious detention center in El Salvador. The Trump administration was like, oopsie, that was a mistake, but we can't really do anything about it. Sorry, not sorry. And then, after multiple court battles, Garcia was allowed to come back to the U.S. and is now facing charges for a years-long conspiracy to smuggle immigrants across the border for MS-13, the Salvadoran gang, which he and his lawyers vehemently deny. The federal judge in Maryland had a few additional demands for the Trump administration. Give at least 3 days' notice if ICE plans to detain him again, and restore the federal supervision he was under before being wrongfully deported in the first place. Meanwhile, Trump's team is really pushing hard for Garcia to lose that trial. Here's Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem sharing her extremely subtle and unbiased take on the issue.
He's standing trial now, and I hope he faces consequences for his crimes, and that will be something that we will be able to deliver for the people that have been victimized by him and his actions over the years. And then when that is done and that process is over, he should never be allowed to be free in the United States of America.
Remember, the trial has not even happened yet, and in the United States of America, you are innocent until proven guilty. U.S. officials also say they could potentially skirt the rules by simply deporting Garcia to a totally different country like Mexico or South Sudan. Cool. The Environmental Protection Agency is working on a plan to reverse a 2009 legal decision that greenhouse gases endanger public health by driving global warming. That legal decision, known as the endangerment finding, has served as the basis for the EPA's ability to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from cars, power plants, factories, and more. In March, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin announced that the agency would reevaluate the endangerment finding, saying that the EPA would, quote, follow the science, the law, and common sense wherever it leads. It's hard to imagine common sense leading to the conclusion that actually greenhouse gases are truly no biggie and regulating them is for chumps who hate freedom. But Lee, I can't wait to see what you have in store for the future of our planet. Two anonymous sources with knowledge of the plan told the New York Times the proposal argues that it's not really the greenhouse gases that hurt us. What we're actually suffering from is the, quote, reduced consumer choice that climate regulations create. On Wednesday afternoon, Zeldin confirmed in an interview with Newsmax that he'd sent the proposal to reverse the endangerment finding to the Office of Management and Budget. And that's the news. That's all for today. If you like the show, make sure you subscribe, leave a review, contemplate how Donald Trump's polling has pretty much cratered, and tell your friends to listen. And if you're into reading, and not just about how Trump's polling on pretty much every issue, including immigration, is very bad, like me, What A Day is also a nightly newsletter. Check it out and subscribe at crooked.com/subscribe. I'm Jane Kostin, and I'm sure one more weird press conference yelling about how no one cares about Jeffrey Epstein will help.
All right, well, that's the end of that. Please make sure, let's do some housekeeping. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. If you are in the John Galt chat, please do me a favor. Hop over to at Stanley Cross 6000, hit the like button. Please subscribe to the show. If you are new anywhere, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel and the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you also subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips, where a lot of John's street interviews and other tidbits of entertainment get clipped and posted. Don't miss out on those clips. Also, make sure you support the channel host, which happens to be me. And I also have to thank everyone who has supported the show, especially in the last week. Y'all have been kind, and it is appreciated. I actually have a new subscription, which I really need to be looking at today. The Washington Examiner, even though it tends to lean right, I actually like that newspaper. They're not going to pay me to hype them, though I really should start asking for sponsors. You know what? I haven't thought to do that. I will have to get with my executive producer, Portia J, who needs your support. And you gotta support her because she puts up with Stanley Cross. It is a chore, folks. So I do have to actually talk to her. You know what? Other channels get hosts, especially if you subscribe to, some of these journals. That might be an avenue we need to pursue. And let us move on. This is White Male Mediocrity Protest Day. I got plenty of videos talking about it. And you know what? I hadn't planned on protesting against white mediocrity, but here we are. It was top of mind, and we need to talk about it. And I don't care if you don't like it. It is a thing.
Lit us up the last time you were here, and the idea.
I don't mean to hurt anyone's feelings, but if your feelings are hurt, let's talk about it. Hit the link. I think Portia posted
it. It was just so empowering to have someone give us permission to be able to name these things. A lot of times we are experiencing something, we know something is off, but you giving us permission to name it, to call it what it is, and to be able to then formulate a response around it was just extraordinarily helpful. For those who might have missed that initial conversation, can you talk with us about what you mean when you say know your place aggression?
Oh, absolutely. So I define know your place aggression as the flexible, dynamic array of forces that answer the achievements of marginalized groups such that their success brings aggression as often as praise. So I won't try to claim that we only get aggression, but we're going to get that aggression at least as often as the praise. And the crucial way to think about this is that the success of a straight white man doesn't inspire aggression. It just inspires respect, acceptance into the professional fold, those kinds of expected outcomes. But anyone who's in a marginalized group, their success is going to inspire a backlash, whether it is physical or discursive, right? Last time we talked about discursive violence being best exemplified by a stereotype, right? That it's a symbolic kind of violence that I'm walking in that store and the stereotype has more power than I do to determine how I am treated. That is symbolic, but it is also violent. It makes my behavior a non-issue and I get treated as if I am some figure that someone has in their head. I call that discursive violence. It's a way for us to understand how the symbolic and language itself can exert violent pressure.
And, when we hear that, and every time you say it, I get a little chill. But when we hear that, one of the things that instantly pops into mind is I walk into a store, a white person sees me, and they are instantly suspicious. And yet we have other scenarios and situations where I walk into a store and I'm seen and I'm determined to be suspicious. And yet my suspicions or the person who's viewing me as suspicious is not white. Perhaps they look just like me. Perhaps they're a bank teller. And I am a Black man who is a very wealthy Black man, a very successful Black man. And perhaps this bank teller sees me attempting to take out a lot of money that we typically don't necessarily associate with Black skin, for better or worse. And perhaps that bank teller, who is not white, she looks like me, she is perhaps from my community, but she too might engage in some of these behaviors that are that discursive violence. Talk with us about what it means when know your place aggression is based on white supremacist ideals, but they are being filtered through the Black gaze.
Oh, wow. You just gonna go there. We just gonna go there.
Ryan Coogler gave us a perfect example of this. For those of you who were like, where did that example come from? Ryan Coogler experiences this. He goes to take $12,000 out of the bank. He has his withdrawal slip. He puts in his debit card. He types in the PIN number, gives over the ID, and then he finds himself in handcuffs because the perception was he was there to rob a bank. But that was with a black bank teller. Professor Mitchell, talk with us about this.
Thank you for this example. What you're making me first do is go back to the beautiful way that you allowed me to begin when I visited you the last time, which is you said you're talking in terms of Black literary theory. Tell us about what that is. So the thing that I'll underscore here is that what's crucial about my research and how I approach things is that I'm invested in discourses and practices. I am invested in making sure we have the tools we need to be able to interpret discourses and practices, words and deeds, what is most commonly said and done. So understanding that is exactly how we can understand what happened in that scenario, right? That we are all susceptible to the discourses and practices that have shaped our cultural spaces, whether that cultural space is a workplace, whether that cultural space is a nation. We do not get to be made out of Teflon just because we have melanin. So what is most commonly said and done will have an effect. Why? Because we are human, Laree. We don't get to just have the racism and sexism and homophobia and ableism and all of those things bounce off of us because of our melanin. We are human, so we are also susceptible to believing the lies because we are bombarded with them. This is why it's important to understand the power of discourses and practices, of words and deeds, of what is most commonly said and done. Everything in our nation has informed us that what she did would make sense. You have to work actively to unlearn that. And you know, this is the other thing I have to say to you. This is why it is so powerful. We talked last time too about the ritual. This is why it's so powerful that you end your show every time with those three things. And number two is where I'm going right now, right? You say that I need y'all to have that Harriet Tubman, Marcus Garvey, Nat Turner love so that you can learn to love Black people more than you have been taught to hate us. That is crucial. We gotta learn it. It's not gonna be automatic. And so when you understand the power of discourses and practices, what is most commonly said and done, then you understand why it is that you are naming the fact that we have to learn how to love because we have been taught to hate each other and ourselves. That, to my mind, is the power of discourses and practices, what is most commonly said and done.
That right there, you gave me chills and you used my own words against me because I got chilled off of hearing you say it. So that I got to be honest with you. I have always believed that one of the most powerful weapons we have is the cultivation of Black love. And I don't just mean Black love and, ooh, the king found his queen and the queen found her king and they gonna sit on there. No. I mean, that's good. Don't get me wrong. It's good when one has that type of Black love. But that's not the type of love I'm talking about. I'm talking about the type of Black love that would say, I, a young Harriet Tubman, want to run away. And maybe I want to bring my beloved husband with me, or maybe I want to run away with my brothers, but neither of them, those group of people, neither my husband, nor my brother's first husband, nor my brothers are willing to take the journey. Or maybe the brothers come with me and we take the journey, but they're so fearful that we end up going back because they couldn't quite see freedom as committedly as, or they were not as committed to the same vision of freedom that I had. Now, a lot of us would have been like, trifling brothers. I don't try to get them off this plantation. I don't have a plan. I knew where to follow the North Star. I knew what the river was telling me. I knew where to go. They didn't want to listen. I got to go next time. And I ain't coming back for them no more because they get on my nerves and they drag me back into slavery. There's this idea that a Harriet Tubman kind of love recognizes that if your brothers drug you back into slavery because of their own fear and their own inability to see freedom, that's not their fault. we do not blame someone who does not have a leg for not being able to walk on two legs. We provide for them the support that they need so that they will be able to walk and manipulate the ground nimbly enough that they can carry themselves from one place to another. The Harriet Tubman love, one of the reasons I find that to be so compelling is because she was somebody who knew how flawed we had been made. It wasn't our fault, but our circumstances had created a series of flaws within our thinking, within our movement with each other. And her love for her people was enough to cover for that. You know, in the Christian tradition, we say, what is that phrase? His grace is sufficient for me, or the love of Jesus covers a multitude of sins. That's the type of love that I think we need to tap into when it comes to Black love as a weapon. And I do mean weapon, and weaponizing that love element so that we will have enough grace and enough mercy to say, yes, we are a flawed people by conditions that we did not create, but my love and my commitment to who we are as a people is going to be such that I will create a way for my brothers to come out of slavery, even though the first time I tried it, they drugged me back in. I will create a way for my family members to come out of slavery, because even though the first time we tried it, it wasn't successful, my love for them recognizes it's not their fault. But a lot of times we are so wounded by our own that we get stuck in that space, Dr. Mitchell. How do we manage to be aware of that and create pathways of opportunity that can help us navigate that space so it doesn't become a stumbling block?
It's so beautiful. And thank you for how you've laid that out. You know, I think that part of what you've laid out, part of what it makes me think about is we talked about the power of practices last time. And part of what I emphasized is how powerful it has been for me to look around myself and see how not impressive white people are, even though they are celebrated as being excellent. And what I will admit to you is that part of what that has done is it allows me to see the fullness of Black people and other people of color, because it has taken away that anxiety that we are taught to have about, well, if I, kind of support this person of color a little too eagerly, they may end up showing me up. If they end up down the road not quite coming up to the standard. What I want you to understand is that because I see how lackluster white people are, that fear is completely gone from me, because I notice how exceptional the people of color are all the time. The chances that that person of color in that space is mediocre are really, really low. And so I've gotten rid completely of that fear, because I know how much more they had to come up to a standard to be in the position in the first place. We all know that those objective standards come out the most when the person who is being evaluated is not a straight white man. As long as they're white, everything is all about a perfect fit, and they just get along with it. Like, they just get all these 4th, 5th, and 6th chances. So what I want to admit to you is that it is the practice of seeing white mediocrity and white villainy that has allowed me to recalibrate so that I could actually appreciate how exceptional my Black and non-Black people of color colleagues are wherever they are, in whatever arena they're in. So to my mind, that's part of how I got to that place, that unlearning the hatred that you're talking about. That's part of how I did it, because I saw, wait a second, they are exceptional. And here's the other thing. If they happen to have survived and been mediocre, I say, oh, wow, finally a little equality, that a person of color could be not exceptional and could still have a chance. Well, shoot, that's what's happening with the white people all the time. So, wow, a little equality. Good to see.
You know what? in a completely different context, that's how I feel about Black movies that kind of suck. Like, we all got to have a Wakanda movie. Like, everybody Black doesn't have to be an Oscar winner. Sometimes we can have mediocre movies that just make you snicker a little bit, and it's okay. Everything, it's all right to just have average in Blackness. We don't always have to be superb, excellent, overwhelming. So I know that was not what you were exactly talking about, but that is one of the reasons I have a little grace for corny Black movies. But
well, that is the end of that one. But here is Ijeoma Oluo again.
Turning
turning to another pandemic, which is still raging, of course, racism.
It's only going to get worse, folks.
And the social media buzz
This show is dedicated to all the white mediocrity that we can muster for the day and or talk about.
Book, So You Want to Talk About Race, shot up the bestseller
And
list
all their tomorrow's show will be named for the worshipers of white mediocrity. And y'all know who you are.
This power regardless of merit. And here she is talking to our Hari Srinivasan about it.
Christian, thanks. Ejima Oluo, thanks for joining us. What are examples of the
Here's your girlfriend, Bobby.
On maybe perhaps a day-to-day basis? Because you also talk about this sort of intersection and interconnectedness of both race and gender. And you go back in several chapters throughout history talking about not just the women's movement, but also the civil rights movement. And yet here we are at this place where white male is still the dominant lens through how our policies are created and how we interact on a daily basis.
Yes, and it's every day. If you are, let's say a Black woman or a woman of color in any kind of workspace, you absolutely are familiar with this phenomenon of the mediocre white male. And when Sarah Hagi tweeted about having the confidence of a mediocre white man, the reason why it took off was because anyone who's been in any kind of public environment or voted someone into office and been through elections recognizes what it looks like to have someone who seems to have that management material that has nothing to do with their actual qualifications, their leadership skills, their knowledge. It has to do with the way they look in a suit and tie, or how demanding they can seem in a meeting, or how they can talk over women and people of color, right? And we see this time and time again, white men who fail upward, while people of color and women are trying so desperately to just prove their worth and working twice as hard to still be passed over time and time again. So on like an everyday level, we see this all of the time, and we see this impacting our lives, but it also becomes incredibly dangerous when we try to protect it, because the only way you can protect the image that you deserve to be in power because you're white and male and nothing else, it means you really can't allow an image of someone who isn't white and male being more talented than you, being more successful than you. And so it's not only we elevate certain people regardless of their skill or talent, but we suppress others in order to keep that elevation.
So it's not explicit then, it's just that you have to stay better than someone else.
Exactly, and it's this measurement, right? It's the idea, and there have been studies that have shown this, that there's a really great book called White Identity Politics by Ashley Jardina that also shows that many white Americans, and especially white men, don't even think of themselves as white most of the time until there's a change in the status quo for women and people of color. And then suddenly they're like, what does it mean? What does it mean to me? What does this mean? Because when you have a comparative identity that's defined not by what you bring into the world, but instead how much better you are than others, then a change in how others doing is the primary threat to your identity.
There's a passage in your book about the corporate world. It says, a funny thing happens when a woman or a person of color is promoted to the head of the company. White male managers stop collaborating with their coworkers, especially their women coworkers and coworkers of color. Why do white men decrease their level of performance when a woman or person of color becomes CEO? Because suddenly they feel less connected to the company. And you can actually abstract from that, not just in the corporate level, but really in the civic and government level as well.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was reading this study, it felt very familiar on a personal level. We've definitely seen this. But then when you look politically and you see surveys that show them, when Barack Obama was president, white people saying, I don't think he represents me. But he was absolutely representing more than anything the interests of white America. And he was, by all measurements, a pretty centrist president. But because he looked different, suddenly you're disengaging. And I think we see this in companies.
This is actually a rather interesting point. Obama was never going to win. Okay. The fucked up blacks on the left and the right, at the extremes, think he did nothing and was just an embarrassment, I guess. And the fucked up whites, which are probably about 85%, think Obama was a black president. Look at this. Look at this motherfucking moron that Ryan voted for, bringing Obama into something that is nothing. This young lady, and her book wasn't that well written, by the way, but the point was better than the book. Let's be honest. Look at the tizzy it's causing. Dude, calling out white men, and look, there are great white men, there are great black men, there are great men, but calling out the mediocre, dude, Ryan, you're not a great man. You are Ryan. I'm not a great man. Very few of us are great men. The problem is glorifying mediocrity. Okay, that's really the whole point. Don't think motherfucking Donald Trump is a great president. He can barely talk. He can barely form a full sentence. Yet, and populism is actually great for taking mediocrity and pretending that it's great. MAGA is full of Be Brave and Thanks and John Galt's. Hey, you know what? They're the majority. They are a majority, but they're not great men. Be who you are, accept who you are, and stop pretending greatness when it's actually just meh. And I don't give a fuck if I piss some people off. There's some people in this fucking chat who need to be pissed off and stop talking bullshit. And I am not claiming that. I'm just calling it out. I might be one of y'all in the chat.
All of the time. We see this in film when suddenly there's more people of color in film, suddenly becomes a black film or an Asian film and not a film that white people feel like they can relate to.
Oh, motherfucker. Oh, dude. Oh, this is a great question. This is an awesome question, Deacon Dave. I can call a majority view fucked up. There are a myriad of examples. Nazi Germany, the fucking United States of America, the majority voted people who held slaves to be president. Dude, this country was literally formed to not accept majority views. Motherfucker, read a history book, Dave. The fuck? The majority is usually wrong. How can I call a majority view fucked up? Motherfucker. Dave, it's a great question, but dude, do your fucking homework.
Sort of prominence or power in our government, suddenly there are people in the white populace who feel
I'm perfectly okay, Bobby. Calling out mediocrity for what it is the purpose of this show. Majority views are
supporters who felt
intrinsically
like
fucked up.
and they were saying it means there's no dudes allowed anywhere, simply because we were trying to address issues that didn't always center them. So just the slightest shift can cause some white men to completely disengage. Not only disengage,
Juan,
but really
you know what, dude?
hinder
You don't want to go. Do you really want to talk politics with me? Obama won because John McCain introduced us to Sarah Palin. Okay, so you are saying that John McCain, a hero, naval hero, by the way. Okay, John McCain fucked up. Is that why Obama won? Okay, I'll take it. So a fuck up lost John McCain an election. Isn't that what fuck ups do? If you fuck up, you lose an election or you lose a job. dude, Juan, thank you, attorney obvious. If you fuck up a case, the judgment goes against you. Thank you, Juan. Thanks for the reality check. And look at this response. This response is this response is Juan haha facts. Like, you spoke some truth, Renato. Of course you appreciate facts. Thank you, Juan, for stating the obvious. Facts are usually obvious. Damn, dudes. Y'all act like
Systems that before
wisdom
they
is
felt like you
afloat
were a part of.
How do
in
we
this
change
chat.
that in the corporate environment where we can say, you know what, the pattern of practice here has been looking at running this company through one particular lens?
Yeah, I think part of it first starts with being really honest and figuring out where you stand. I speak to corporations and schools and government entities all over the country. And when I ask them, how are you doing as far as race and gender? What I get are some
Juan,
very
you
vague
might be the only
feelings, right?
sane
I think we're doing
motherfucker
okay.
in this
Maybe some
chat
people are
today.
upset, but what we don't have is,
You and
have
Bobby
you
Perkins.
surveyed your
Y'all are
employees
the
to
only
see
two
your employees of
sane
color, your
people
female
in this
employees,
chat this
to
morning.
ask what they would need to feel successful and supported? Have you taken analysis of the issues you've already documented and had as far as race and gender in your workplace? Do you know where people are likely to slip up? Because we have to stop assuming everything's fine unless the problems rise to the level that you're being made aware of it. You have to instead assume, because the data shows that these things are happening. And so then you build systemic solutions to prevent it from happening, and so that people can get used to a different way of doing things. It's not just, let's sit down and convince people we have to do it differently. It's, let's make policies that account for the fact that people are less likely to be supportive when we have a woman at the head of a company. So what does it look like then to tie someone's level of performance, to how much they continue to engage, to how they support, to how they reach out and mentor and work with other people of different races and genders? You have to, account for what's already happening, that the data shows is already happening, instead of just assuming everything's fine until it gets to the point that it rises to HR or somebody's fired.
Are there inherent threats to whiteness, to masculinity that drive this mediocre behavior?
There are. Well, I think part of it too is just, this is in part a function of capitalism. The idea is, this is the deal. This is what you get for participating in this system. You will get this, comfortable life. You will get your house with the 2-car garage and your wife and your kids. And this is the promise, and you deserve it. You were born deserving it. This is your, this is your right. And the truth is that never fully works out for everyone. We don't have enough to go around in this system that extracts most of the profits to those at the very top. And so what happens then? Well, you say, well, look around, you were going to have it, but this person took it and that person took it. And who? The people who we've always said are supposed to be lower on the ladder. So you could say, oh, well, look, we did all this affirmative action and that's why you don't have a job. Instead of saying, oh, 80% of the profits for this corporation went to the, to stockholders, and that's why you don't have a job, right? And so we have to look at this and see that, people are being played. It really is a manipulation that ties into, people's biases and really forces that, makes them think that their biggest competition are the people that they've been told they're supposed to be above, and that their biggest problem are the rises and the gains for people that they were told they would never have to compete with.
There was, I want to say, I think it's Raj Chetty that does this work on social mobility, that the people who are most likely to oppose an increase in the minimum wage are the people who make just a little bit above where that level would be now, because they fear all these new people getting to their state, right? So it's almost like that I'm cool with a rise in minimum wage, but wait a minute, now you're making me part of the bottom, and I don't like that very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And you hear these questions, well, am I going to get a raise too then? Because even though I wasn't starving, I still have to feel like I got this much more than the people below me. It's the idea that the hierarchy shouldn't move. So people kind of hold these two competing thoughts, like, yes, we don't want anyone to starve, but also I always want to see myself as doing this much better than the people who've always been below me. And that's really harmful, especially in, this kind of closed system where we say there is this much money to go around, this much resources to go around. Then you're always viewing the rise of others, if it doesn't immediately keep you above them at the same level, as a threat.
You also talk about how this is unhealthy for white males.
Yes, absolutely. It is incredibly unhealthy. I mean, to wake up in the morning and not know if you're successful until you can measure how the people supposedly below you are doing means that you don't actually have an inherent sense of self-worth. And it also cuts you off from connection. You can't connect with people if you're constantly measuring how much power you have over them or how much better you're doing than them. If success is only comparative, if self-worth is only comparative, then you're lacking that real inherent sense of self-worth. But also, because the story of this country, which is a lie, is that if you work hard, you will get ahead. And you were meant to get ahead. And this is a story that white men are able to, believe in more than anyone else, right? As a Black woman, the story told to me was not, if you work hard, you'll get ahead. It's, you have to work hard because otherwise you'll die in the street. But maybe, you might make it. If you work extra hard, you might be okay. But for many white men, the thought is, of course, you do good, you'll get good. It'll be great. So then what happens when it's not? Either something is wrong with you or somebody stole from you. And so we see this split, right? We see the violence. We see Charlottesville. We see this outward violence of people that white men are thinking stole from them. And then we see the internal violence, the rage, the suicide of people who believe I must be broken. And instead of looking at the system and saying the system's broken, it's something's wrong with me.
I could see a viewer watching this segment and saying, okay, what's a white guy to do? I'm stuck here. I have no intentional racism in my body. I don't want to be better than, and I'm not trying to be this person, but I'm clearly profiting and benefiting from the system. What step can I take to help?
One of the things that I think it's really important to recognize is systems of oppression don't only oppress people of color, they also give power to people who weren't oppressed by those particular systems. So recognize where your power is. Don't let the guilt stop you from actually engaging that power, because we don't have that power, right? So saying, yeah, it sucks that politicians are gonna listen to me and not you, so I'm gonna disengage from politics. No, it means talk to those politicians, right? It means if you're in a work meeting and people listen to you and don't talk over you, but they'll talk over women and people of color, well, then use that voice to up and hand time to women and people of color and support what they were trying to say before they got talked over. It's about utilizing that power. So whether that's power you have in your school system with the money you spend, whether it's the influence you have with your white peers to look at local issues, use it, engage it, get past feeling like, oh, it's bad, so I'm going to engage. And I hear this from a lot of white men going, yeah, white men suck. I don't want to be a part of it. No, be a part of it and make it better. Engage with it and say, like, no one's going to hear you, you know, if you're someone that people feel are less than that. So if you're a white man and you hate the way white manhood looks, know that no one's going to listen to me the way they'll listen to you, that you actually own this and you can engage with it and make it better. So start looking at your power for opportunities to create real change.
Well, what about white men who don't have any power or don't feel like they have any power? Because what you're saying is inherently you do.
Yeah, well, and you have some. And I will say, it's important to recognize that there is less power for the average person than a lot of people think there is, but you have some. You have that relative power. That's why often white men are clinging to the status. That's a bit of power that they have, they don't want to give up. Use that power. So a lot of that is about educating yourself. So what I recommend often to white men is look at what's happening in your city, in your town. So start saying, you know, what are the graduation rates and the testing rates by race in my schools? What are the, you know, how are women doing in STEM? What are the sexual assault rates in my area, right? Start looking at look at who's representing you in office. Look at where you're spending money and say, okay, this is where I have some power. I could be heard here.
In the wake of your last book, you want to talk about race, and in the speaking engagements and the columns you've been writing, you've personally been attacked in ways that I think most of our audience would find reprehensible. You know, tell us, what does it mean to be doxxed? What does it mean to be swatted?
Yeah, we were actually just doxxed again a little over a week ago. But doxing is where you put someone's personal information out on the internet so that people who do not like you can harass you. And often nowadays, for me, it's not only been me, my family, anybody associated with me. My mom is currently getting harassing messages on her phone about me, people, you know, wishing horrible things to happen to me. And so that's doxing, and it kind of creates this general feeling of unsafety. You know, it caused harassment. I've changed my phone number multiple times. And then swatting is an offshoot of doxing, where once you have someone's address, you spoof a phone number from where they live, and you call the police and you make some sort of a threat. And the goal is to send a SWAT team into their house, to have someone, you know, guns out, knock the door in. People have been killed from this because someone unsuspecting doesn't understand why a cop's banging their door and reaches for a phone. People think it's a gun. So last year, our home was swatted. I was actually out of town, so my 17-year-old son was asleep alone. And I got a call saying there was a report of shots fired in my home. And it was someone pretending to be my son saying that he had murdered his parents. And the goal was to actually target my son and send SWAT teams in the house. Luckily, I knew that we were at risk because I knew we had been doxxed. So at least they called me and told me they were going before 6 officers with guns showed up, and 6 officers with guns did show up and pull my son out of bed at 6 o'clock in the morning. But if nobody broke the door down, they at least knew there was a chance that everything was going to be okay, because I got to talk to them. But I was literally across the country trying to board a plane home and wondering if my son was going to get shot. And from then on, it was regular, you know, terrorism at our home. And the goal is to create violence and to use this against Black people, to utilize police violence against Black people. That is the goal of this technique. And so it was very painful and scary. It is something that many Black journalists face. It's also something that regular activists of color face all of the time. It's pretty widespread, and police in most jurisdictions don't actually have a good response to it. So yeah, that's the terrorism kind of you face for being a Black woman in this country who speaks out and takes up space that people believe you shouldn't have.
Going into this new administration, what are you watching out for? What are you hopeful for?
I am not naive enough to say this is going to be a revolutionary administration that's suddenly going to be, you know, embracing the language of like Black activists across the country. But I do hope to have a little more space to work within. when we are out doing our protests, to be heard a little bit more, to be able to maneuver a little bit more. That is my hope, that maybe we will have that grace. And instead of, working with an administration that was actively trying to make it, against the law to do the work that we've been doing, and instead to be able to operate it. The work remains the same. It's just how hard is it to accomplish these goals? And I'm hoping it will be a little bit easier.
Ijeoma Oluo, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, I got one more by her, and I want to make sure it hurts.
I'm excited to get to read how other folks are engaging work and thinking about organizing community and building spaces and navigating the nuance and the contradictions and thinking about how do we build the world that we want to live in. I feel like so many books that I get to read on praxis are always devoid of the stories of the people who are actually engaging in the work. And I love that it's folks who I feel like I connect with, people with intersectional identities, people in communities like the ones we're in here. And so first off, I just want to say thank you for engaging and writing and doing something that uplifts and amplifies the words and the work of people on the front lines. I think that's really powerful. And I know you've been asked a million times, why did you write the book? So I'm not going to ask that. What I actually want to know is what makes you excited about this book now being in the world?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, first of all. And thank you for sitting down with me and talking with me for the book, because you were definitely one of the first people I thought of when trying to think of who I wanted to talk to. And, I know the generosity of that, to take that time. And, I think what makes me excited, one, is like you said, I think every time that, we had this kind of cycle of strife where things are in a news cycle, people want to invent a new way of getting out in the world, and people are like, what if I did this? Or people are just completely frozen, right? And the idea that people have been doing this work, and that what you see in the headlines, even when we're making progress, is the culmination of years of labor that often is unappreciated, unseen, unsupported. I really wanted to bring that to people, because
this is, I guess,
story. And so
when is
first
this
and
from?
foremost, it's been so exciting.
This is more recent, 1 year ago.
Are profiled in the book, like, see themselves seen, and like getting messages from people saying, like, I've never really felt seen in the work I've done until this year. And so seeing that pride and excitement, but then watching community members get excited. And so getting, like, I get messages, or people will tag me and saying, this is in my town. I had no idea this is happening in my town, and I'm so excited to find it and support it. And so that's been really fun. People supporting the businesses that are featured, people supporting the orgs that are featured, going out and meeting people, going to meetings, like, it's been very, very.
You know what? This is literally, let me ask you a question, Deacon Dave. She wrote a book called White Mediocrity, and she got swatted. So your version is, it's not, swatting is not racial. Dave, swatting as a concept, sure, it's not racial until it happens to the author of a book about race. Do better, Dave. Do better. Don't be black and mediocre, Dave.
Exciting in that sense. And also hearing from people saying, oh, I've reached out to this org because I've been trying to do something similar in my city. And, they've been willing to sit with me because, I'm going to move this hearing. This hearing is going to be a problem. We never account for how much I gesticulate. All right.
Also, earrings are just like an important part of the fit.
They are. I'm really upset about this.
I think you could start a trend though. It could be a one earring thing.
All right. Y'all saw it and appreciated it.
No one take pictures of the left side of the face.
No photos until I can put that back. Yeah. And so, watching that and watching people, sparks fly, even just, I actually a DM today from a lovely person who was a fan of my work who had sent me a bunch of chili peppers that he grew.
Nice.
And they're amazing and the spiciest peppers I've ever had in my life. And I actually just used them last night to make some pepper soup for a neighbor who had surgery. And, he reached out and he just said, by the way, I've been trying to start my pepper business. And then I read your chapter on business and realized I could make an abolitionist pepper business. And I was like, this is amazing.
Burn it down.
Exactly.
With peppers.
Exactly.
I'm here for it. Let's go.
Trademark that one right there. Like, that's amazing.
I'm ready.
So yeah, that's been really fun to watch where people go with it. I wasn't expecting to get a DM saying I'm going to start an abolitionist pepper business, but I'm all for it.
Yeah, it feels like it's meant to be.
Right.
There's like so many different types of stories and so many different people doing work. How did you decide what stories to tell? I can't imagine like even how you decided what not to include, because just our conversation alone was probably an hour and 15 minutes and I talk fast, so there's a lot of words.
Yeah, no, that was the conversations I had, the reams of paper of transcripts from the conversations was huge. And it was really difficult to actually really narrow it down. It was sort of an organic process. I had some people I knew right away I wanted to talk with, but then I always tried to ask people like, who would you like to see? Who's inspiring you? And that introduced me to a lot of different people. My research process is wild. I have ADHD and I'm always trying to work with that in my writing. And so I really do have like a funnel process because I've learned if I try to constrain all of the avenues my brain wants to go into, I'm doomed from the start. And so my research is like, let me spend months researching everything. So I have like a full drawer filled with hundreds and hundreds of articles on every possible topic that intersects with race.
Here for it.
Yeah, and to do that. And then it's like searching for story and then trying to find the themes in the conversations. So the hard part really for me was realizing like I couldn't go down every avenue I wanted to. Otherwise the book was going to be like 500, 600 pages long, and people don't read books that long these days.
So we're ready for part 2 then.
Yeah. And there's a whole chapter I had to cut in the end, which was really, tough, but we, I don't know, the internet, like it's really hard when you get to a certain page count. People just aren't gonna, they'll pretend to read it if you're an Obama, but I read it either. It's too long. But like after a while, you have to have it there. So that was, for me, it was once I started interviewing people and I started looking at themes. And so I learned early on, I couldn't write the book until I was done talking with everyone. And so once I started to find themes around things, it helped shape where the chapters were going to be, and then where I needed to talk with more people, where I didn't, where I couldn't. And a lot of this book was really shaped by what people were telling me. And so the themes ended up being a lot broader than I thought. I really had real specifics I was digging into in my research. And then what I realized is, no one works in one field. Like if, people were to say you're a lawyer, like people have an idea of what a lawyer is or does, right? But when it comes to the work you do, it's so broad and you could go into
a million areas.
Exactly. And so that was really where, it ended up being like, okay, does this fit in this overall theme, this picture that's emerging in these segments of society?
Which I love because, when I think about abolition, we tend to talk about prisons and police, but abolition is environmental justice, it's climate justice, it's economic justice, it's food justice, it's housing justice. There's so many things that go into building a world beyond carceral systems. And I listened to your book. I tried to read it. I have dyslexia. So I'll be trying to read a book and I get lost. So I was like, let me listen to Gioma's wonderful voice. I did put it at 2 times the speed. It's the trick, y'all. But what really stuck with me is just like how the solution to the problems that we as abolitionists are digging through they are broad, they are expansive, they are multifaceted, they are not one size fits all. When you're thinking about and talking about abolition and you probably inevitably get the answer in spaces, it's like, well, what do we do about insert whatever crime they want to give? How do you talk about abolition now, having had so many robust conversations with people that are approaching it from so many different angles?
That's a great question. And yeah, that kind of fear mongering of we don't want to take this step until we know exactly how it's going to work out. One, my standard is to actually look at what happens, right? So people are like, what are you going to do if a murderer comes to your house? You're going to get murdered, just like you would now. A cop is not actually going to magically show up at the same time as the murderer and stop that from happening.
This is true.
Cops respond to crime if they do, at most.
Not in this city.
Right. And when they don't feel like it, when they want to prove a point of some sort, they won't at all. Or if they don't like the neighborhood or the people,
Long list.
Yeah, it's a long list of reasons. But at best, police officers will respond to a crime after it's already happened. But these worst case scenarios that are informed by like these TV shows of like a cop bursting in to say, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen. And so recognizing that the reality of that is as scary as that is, like we already have a reality right now where we don't actually have an effective entity that prevents crime from happening. And actually what abolition aims to do is to look at the societal issues that cause, like it's the only thing looking at cause and saying, let's address this. But it's also, abolition is not, the concept of freedom. Like our focus is often on policing because it is the strongest, most direct continuation of chattel slavery. But freedom in itself doesn't just end at, I don't want to be killed by a police officer or locked away. The idea of liberation is broader than that. And so that was something that was so inspiring and amazing and challenging for me in the conversations with people, was watching people who were trying to say, what does it mean to integrate this in my day-to-day life? If we're trying to do this, there's theory and there's practice. And if we can't snap our fingers and create a world without police, we can at least make sure that we're not the police in our family, in our business, in our schools, in our community, right? And so what does that look like? To look at our relationships, to look at how we're structuring business and our intimate relationships and, all of these sorts of things. And so that for me is really inspiring because you can point to what a carceral mentality looks like and the way in which it fills all of our lives and how we can get a little more free by addressing all of it and building alternatives. And that, there is the thing you want to get rid of, and then there's the thing you want to build.
Absolutely.
And we often forget the thing we want to build. And even if we can't get rid of the thing we want to get rid of, we can still build. And in building, it makes it easier to get rid of the thing we want to get rid of.
Can render that obsolete.
Exactly. Like there's the, I didn't actually have to call the police because we have the services in place where this isn't happening, or we already knew who to call who could actually come in and interrupt harm. And that is the part that often gets ignored, that that doesn't make headlines. And yet it's the part that people are really trying to figure out day in and day out. And it's the biggest challenge because that's where we've all been, we've all been brought up in this system to believe that power is your ability to exact revenge upon people and to punish people, and not collective power to be able to protect each other and stand up with each other and, heal together and, build something together. That's not how we've defined power in the United States, especially. And so looking at that and looking at how powerful everyone was who really leaned into that and how vital that was. I think that's the story of abolition we don't talk about enough.
Absolutely. The other part of that sticks with me is folks in your stories don't seem obsessed with needing to make massive change. They seem deeply committed to making change in their sphere of influence. Are there a few examples from the book, or even ones you couldn't include, that you feel like really emulate this idea of, because I really think about Mariam Kaba's A Million Experiments, and this idea that replacing this singular system that treats everyone with a one-size-fits-all response to harm, or even the potential of harm, is not replacing it with another singular system. It's actually replacing it with a million different ways that people can select or self-determine how they do the prevention, intervention, and healing work. Are there, what is a story or two that really stuck with you as you were developing this?
Yeah, I think that is such an important thing. And I do think that's something when, like, when I was in conversation with Il from Complex Movements, that they were really clear about.
Shout out to Detroit.
Right, absolutely. And, we had to include some Detroit workers, and there was no way we could skip Detroit in a book about a revolution. And, they were talking about how you can have the same problem, the same overarching evil, like hypercapitalism, white supremacy, and it will look different in all of the areas it touches down and all the ways it acts. But also you can have the same idea of freedom or even the same concept around a movement, and it will look different in every place it's being enacted, because the needs of each community, the needs of how communities being impacted is all different. And so you can work together, you can find that, you can learn from each other, but you also have to be able to adapt and keep things hyper local. And I love the idea of that, of how we can actually see, this similar problem, and then not say, let me prescribe a solution for you, but instead say, let me stand in solidarity with you, support what you need in your space, and if you want advice, anything like that, I'm here. And that's so beautiful. And I feel almost like the book is a constellation of that as well. Like, I hope people will look through that and say, oh, this is what this looks like in this community. And so even looking at things like, when I was talking with Darnisha Weary about Black coffee,
which will just be right up the street soon.
Darnisha's here somewhere, right here.
Shout out.
And even just simple things that she talked about, adjustments, and realizing, like, oh, if you're going to be hiring high schoolers, uniforms actually aren't a great idea for a business. And why have kids feel stressed when they've already got to worry about sports clothes and school clothes and book bags? And, like, why is that a thing stopping young people from having a job?
Absolutely.
Like, why wouldn't we adjust to the workforce that we want and what they need, right? And, like, something that's simple, like, when we consider people going, oh, well, if you want the job, why though? Why? What's the point?
Control.
In that? Exactly. And really, prepping people for this really capitalist idea of don't question, just do what you have to do. And something that simple of, oh, this doesn't work for you? Okay. And we're not doing that, But then looking at all how hyperlocal a lot of these, like Freedom Inc., looking at the work that they've been doing in the Midwest, and like looking at how they were like, we are in these very specific communities, and their people's budget, I think, is such a beautiful example. And so if you read in the book, they talk about how at the same time that the city, I believe I'm trying to remember what city they're in. At the same time that the city that they're in releases their budget, they release a people's budget, which is the result of them going and surveying underrepresented communities in their area and asking them what their priorities are. And then they release the people's budget, and they release how they're going to spend their funds based on what the community said is a priority. And they do it at the same time with their little area to try to show the city what impact even a small org can make when you're listening to people and their priorities, right? And so instead of having these national conversations, and I have a political science degree, I spent years listening to white dudes argue over which economic theory was better than what economic theory. And it's all, in this weird fake world they made up where, oh, I'm a Keynesian, no, and it's, none of it actually applies to how people live in the world.
They live in a theoretical
world.
Yeah.
And that's why I swore I would never debate a white man again in my life. And I refuse. I already had to do it in college, and it was insufferable then. And I was only, in my 20s. So it's just, but it's beautiful to watch, saying, hey, when you listen to the people, like, you can come up with something that can make a measurable difference in the lives of people. And we can make more of a difference with this little budget.
Yeah.
Than this city can make with their millions and millions of dollars. And so that was such a beautiful example to me of, like, not only trying something different, but making it very transparent and using it not only to be effective and trying to make a difference in their area, but then trying to be an example for the broader area as well.
Yeah. And what I love about that is you're talking about, like, being descriptive and not, like, prescriptive. Because, like, here in Seattle, we have solidarity budget. And when the mayor releases his budget, they release a budget based on things that community-based organizations have identified and said, like, if the city really cared about us, here's what the budget would look like. And it's different. You got LA has their people's budget, New York has their people's budget. And I think what's dope about that is each area is able to take what aspect of that organizing tool, of that imagining a world that we want to live in, and make it work for the organizing and the work that they're doing in their space. And thinking about that, the world is in like such grave crisis. The world is always in crisis, and right now it's so visible and palpable as we think about Palestine and Congo and Sudan and all of the things that need to happen. The genocide of trans loved ones here on Turtle Island. How would you hope people look at this text and think about the ways they can engage in these larger struggles? Because I go to bed every night and I'm like, did I do enough?
Right.
Knowing that my tax dollars are being spent on weapons and war and genocide, did I do enough knowing that literally people in our communities, some have absolutely nowhere to go and will be criminalized that evening? And then I sit and I think about, yeah, like today I made sure 45 young people ate dinner. I made sure all of my staff had the resources that they need. We got young people housed. And by the end of these next 2 months, $65,000 will move into other people's families and homes. So yeah, we did something, right? But it's still, even in the midst of all that, too easy or maybe too hard, because sometimes it's our own like shame as opposed to our living in our hope of what we can do, that we go to bed in that place of like almost being defeated. When folks read this, how do you hope that will inspire them to engage in some of these larger movements, but from the sphere of influence that they personally have?
You know, I think you voiced so much that I think a lot of people go through. You voiced some things that I think are really specific to movement workers, right? Which is that feeling of like you're doing this and it's not enough, and how much is enough. And then that feeling that I think everyone has, even just being like empathetic people absorbing what's happening in the world and not even knowing where to start. And one, I would say it's important to recognize the cost of that, of the feeling that it's all on you, that it's never enough, that you have to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and that you exist to do this work, and that joy isn't a thing you can have, that a feeling of accomplishment isn't a thing you can have. The cost of that was really clear in so many of the conversations I had with people, of what it cost people. And that was something that was so clear for me when talking with people. There were so many times where I wanted to just wrap my arms around people and be like, what you're doing is so amazing. Like, you are so precious and beautiful and important to our communities. And I wanted to be like, I wanted to hold them the way they hold community, right? And recognizing that, I think that's something that you'll recognize as you read it. Like, you love these people. You're like, there's so much love in them.
Absolutely.
And I just want everyone to know that's doing the work, like, you're one of those people, right? And so that means like people want that for you, the same, and you're as vital. And it's easy to forget that because we're always told that, you know, if there is struggle to be had, that you show how much you care by how much you're willing to struggle. And any joy means that you don't care enough about it, or rest means that you're not, you know, caring enough about it. But instead, it's an acknowledgement that you are part of the community you're fighting for, that you're trying to save, that you have that value.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that was really important to me that I saw that was, I think,
Hey, Mella.
hyper local, was when you're really connected to
Hey, baby.
You know what? You were the only one with enough bravery to come up here. So today is, you know what? I literally woke up this morning and I was on a mission to deal. Well, I'm not going to deal with it, but I'm going to highlight white plus male mediocrity and white mediocrity in general. And there's no reason I'm doing it. You know what? I saw a video that it actually was a Trump video about this Epstein business, and the idea popped in my mind. I'm not doing news stories about Trump and his obviously running from his base, which has torches, pitchforks, and other farm implements chasing him. And Mike Johnson fucking ended, he's starting the August recess early because he's hoping that, you know, this Epstein business will die down. A bunch of white mediocrity. A bunch of it's white mediocre male motherfuckers having a problem with the white mediocre males they put into office, and me showing a little old black woman highlighting who wrote a book about white mediocrity. Look at these motherfuckers. And the bigger problem is they're black coon worshipers. Black coons defending white mediocrity. Oh, I'm getting a whole lot of enjoyment out of this. Oh, dude, I am literally laughing. All these motherfuckers. Oh, well, white males aren't mediocre. What about Biden? Motherfucker, what about Kamala? Motherfucker, the topic is not even that political. It's cultural today. So thank you, Mela, for the compliment, by the way. I love people who read books. And thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's absolutely cultural, as opposed to political. And whenever you invite me to speak, that's when I'll talk.
You are up here, and you might just have to carry the show, dude. I'm just roasting motherfuckers in this chat. You're in my chat.
Yeah. When you start using the MF word,
Yeah, I'm bad about
hold
that.
on, I'm not criticizing you. What I'm starting to discover is that you probably need a meal. Have you had breakfast?
Not
Yeah,
yet,
I'm a
actually.
motherly person, right? And it's like I think he could probably use some nutrients, because
Well, guess what I'm going to make for dinner? Because my son isn't here,
lamb,
so I'm
sweet
just going to
potatoes,
have at
and
it.
asparagus.
No, I am soaking pinto beans. I'm literally going to make beanie weenies in a crock pot. Look, I have the pinto beans. I'm gonna cut now. I'm gonna make a little bit elevated. I'm gonna fancy it up with spices and stuff, and I'll probably add frozen green beans to it. But no, I already have dinner planned out, and
That's cool.
yeah, I got one of those one pot things.
Yeah,
So
that's cool. Yeah.
don't worry, I will eat.
Please do have a meal, suitable to your schedule of living. Because believe it or not, there are people that eat too much, and that becomes an issue. I'm a 1 meal a day person myself, and
I eat when I'm hungry.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. It's but let me run this by you. The problem with that as Americans and us being finessed into believing that we're entitled to snacks, that's when the insulin issue comes into play. And so I'm a 1 meal a day person without snacks. Not many people can say that. They snack, waiting for that one big meal. And I don't do that.
Right.
I depend on that, and it's an ample meal. Don't get me wrong. Okay. We're not talking about like some salad eating girl. Okay. But I design, as one would say, my plate to satisfy the nutrients necessary to sustain me. And I look back on all the things I can afford to eat in terms of snacks. Like I can go here, there, and everywhere. I can snack my ass off, but it doesn't serve me as well as I would have thought, because I'm an advocate of nutrition. I study nutrition as hard as you study politics and social behavior. I study nutrition hard. And I just found that you're using motherfucker so often in this live stream that I'm like, you need some nutrients.
Well, I need a dictionary.
No, you need some nutrients, not a dictionary, because, you know, there's a calmness that happens when you're nourished. And right
Well,
now
that's
you're
true.
mad at everybody, right? And it's like,
No, actually, I swear to you,
I would
I am
rather
not,
hear your
I'm not,
intelligence.
look,
I would rather hear your
I'm not
intelligence.
mad or angry. I'm annoyed. And to me, at least, annoyed isn't the same thing as mad. Okay.
Okay, I use
You can't
a
be
very
mad.
primitive word. Yeah, I use a
You
primitive word.
honestly, well, hold on one second. Then I need to address a couple comments in the chat. You are annoyed at children. You can't really be mad at them because they don't know what they're doing. Okay, you can be
Good
annoyed
point.
at a child, and most of the people who don't really understand this point about white mediocrity, they just dude. I look at and I haven't always. I mean, maybe for the past 10 years, maybe a little bit longer. I started looking at American history as a lens for current day politics,
Yes.
and it was actually
That's
Heather
why I
Cox
love this live
Richardson.
stream. Yes.
You know, and the thing is there's nothing new under the sun in American politics. There is a Trump back if you study the administration of Andrew Jackson in particular. And again, I accept your concern. I accept your analysis, but I want to refine it to a point to where I'm annoyed. You can't be mad at children who don't know shit, who literally want to talk about. I heard Deacon Dave or saw.
That's because you're intelligent.
No, it's really not intelligent. It's just I've read some things. And but hold on, because I'm interested in what you're saying. But let me point out this comment up on the screen. Now, this motherfucker, and yes, I use the word, and I use it intentionally, literally will tell you he's not a racist. Yet he comments, Stanley, you know white mediocrity is black excellence. How is that not racist? Can someone explain?
That's a biased opinion.
Well, it's not biased. It's literally racist. He brings race into it. Of course, I did too.
Yeah.
But how about just say white mediocrity? Why are you comparing it to black excellence? It's like he
wants to lay hold to the claim of black excellence through white supremacy, and that is racist. I agree.
Well, he's basically saying he's actually buying into something that is very American.
Especially these Caucasians,
especially in populist movements. Look, back in the day, the planter class in the South and the white industrialists in the North, and even if you go back to James Madison, who literally talks about checks and balances. Look, the white elites, these back in the in the 18th century, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, they feared the white hoi polloi. They feared Be Brave. They feared Palomino Ricky Z. They feared Ryan. Because if you did not keep these people satisfied, they would do a Shays Rebellion on your ass. And part of how they kept the hoi polloi, and I'm using that term specifically too, how they kept them kind of at bay is telling them, well, at least you're not a slave. At least you're not black.
What's hoi polloi?
Even if you're poor, and you're white, you are still better than the best black.
What's
That's
Boy Lloyd, please?
It's basically the masses.
Oh, I see.
But basically, look at this Ricky Z person in 2025 acting like po white trash. At least I'm not black, is what he's saying, because he's certainly white and mediocre.
Absolutely. That's a good analogy. It reminds me of the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas movie
I've
with
never seen it.
yeah, with Dolly Parton, where Burt Reynolds told her, "At least I'm not a whore." You know, it's like it's a whole sweep you from up under your feet type of thing. It's like I'm gonna pull the rug from up under you by critiquing what is the propaganda against you, and that will shut you the fuck up. And that's, excuse my language, but that's pretty much a tactic, more so than, see, when people understand the nature of tactics, then nothing really can hurt you, because you expect it coming. You expect people who have a defense mechanism to exercise tactics to so-called, as they say, put you in your place or shut you up and all these other kind of things. You know, just insulting terms that take you aback for a minute. It's like, where did that come from? But the pause comes from not understanding that a depraved person prefers to access the defense mechanism of utilizing tactics against you, as opposed to actually reasoning with you soundly. You're dealing with people who are not of sound mind. And the fact that they agitate you, you know, I'm just trying to figure out, you know, why you let them do it. But this is your channel. This is your channel. Do what you do.
You know what? I look, I do what I do. I actually am having a good time. Look at Palomino Ricky Z is reaching out to you. Mel, I'm telling the truth. He's twisting my words. Of course I'm twisting your words. Dude, that's what I do. You missed the clip. I hope maybe you will watch it. I did. It turns out to be about 45 minutes, and I don't clip my shows much, but I clipped this about a young black man. And you know what? I literally, he said he's a Be Brave fan. So he told me that Be Brave told him that, yeah, Stanley will twist your words. Of course I'm going to twist your words. I love doing it. It's fun. I like taking words and points and logic and philosophies and twisting them to my advantage for a win.
Duh.
It's called, it's like these motherfuckers are great. Like, I'm not supposed to do that? Dude, in a debate or a match of wits, that's what you're supposed to do. And Mela, now these people want to talk about white culture and the glories of white culture and how literate they are. I know more about white culture than most of the white people who tune into this chat. I know more. That's what's pissing them off. Dude, I take the white man's English and I beat white men up with it. Mm-hmm. It's what you're supposed to do. And dude, Mela, I went to high school with these little wannabe elite white boys. And I beat them at their own game. They fucking hate Obama. Beat them at their own game. That's why they're all pissed off. The motherfucker became president because he knew white culture good enough to convince them to vote for him. And Trump and a lot of these anti-black blacks like a John Galt, they will be eternally pissed off. Now, you may not be an Obama fan, and he's problematic, but overall,
I am an Obama fan.
Overall, he was a dude. He lived, you have to be twice as smart. And he won. Not only did he win, he won twice. And look at all the little Palomino Ricky Z's. They will be so pissy because Obama won.
Yeah.
Palomino Ricky Z, you are white trash, and you're just mad because I can call you white trash and twist your words. Dude, it makes me laugh to twist your words.
Ricky Z, don't you go out there beating up no black folks just because you mad, okay? Don't do that. You might be imprisoned. And you be like, damn it. I'm mad.
Look at Brian Nichols. Now, Brian Nichols, I do have respect for. He's my age. Obama was a tool. He didn't beat anybody.
All the presidents were tools.
Except he did. Wait, hold it. And I was watching Fox News the night that Obama won over Mitt Romney. And Karl Rove literally couldn't believe that Obama won. I'm gonna have to find that clip and play it.
Yeah, that would be a good clip.
Karl Rove's feelings were hurt, and so was Mitt Romney's, for that matter. But Karl Rove is like, we need to check
Mitt Romney handled it better than his wife. You know, Mitt Romney's wife was just about to faint. You know, it was I have sympathy just like the next person that's a human being, but I mean, it was almost hilarious that she was about to faint. I was just like, look at this stressed out white woman. Damn, that's crazy.
Hey, AAE, hit the link if you want. It's good to see you.
Yeah, come up and chat with us.
Come up and kibitz. As a matter of fact, this is going to be an all-woman panel today, just to spite the Deacon Days of the world.
Yeah, let's.
You know what? You know what? The other thing that annoys me, hearing the hood conservatives of the world shit on black women. Dude, I'm gonna go all the fuck in. Y'all are fucking idiots. My mother was a black woman and she was fucking brilliant. That's why I respect black women, because I had a great black mother. You fools. I just simply, you know what? I guess I'm just in a mood to just shit on dummies today.
Hey, run the momentum. You know,
I promise. I promise
attention.
I'll be kind of good. No, you know what? I will take it too far. I know, but I'm gonna have fun doing it.
Yeah. What I like about you is that you perceive a slick diss when it comes to you, and you don't let it go.
Well, I do take things too far. I will admit.
It's okay. I'm what you call someone that's never slept with a white man, right? It's not that white men haven't been attracted towards me, and there are white men that are attractive in this world. However, it's a foreign concept for me to, how can I put this? I'm not going to convince myself. I'm going to put it this way. I'm not going to convince myself that I can lay down with someone outside of my ethnicity, believing that we have memories in common. Now, this previous author that you had mentioned that talked about.
Well, by the way, she's she happens to be biracial, if I
Okay, I'm
recall.
not referring to her. I'm talking about the previous clip regarding
Oh,
the author that featured Saint Augustine about memory. Okay.
Oh yeah, well he wrote
Yeah, he's brilliant. Yeah.
Frederick Douglass's last biography. He won a Pulitzer for it.
Yeah, he's
And
brilliant.
I tell the story. There was a black surgeon, or is a black surgeon in Savannah, my hometown, who had the biggest like collection of Frederick Douglass stuff, like
I looked
letters
it
and
up just because of you. I
oh,
looked it up.
you didn't think you did
It's wonderful
see
in Savannah,
all the
Georgia.
weird random knowledge I have.
Yeah,
But the
there's
wonderful,
other ones. There are other ones, but the one in Savannah, Georgia, I wasn't
well,
aware of.
he had the biggest as far as I know. But here's the wonderful story. Obviously brilliant black retired surgeon living in an exclusive part of Savannah. Downtown is exclusive. However, it took years, but that author you're talking about, David Blight, convinced this black surgeon to donate his stuff to, a collection
I
in
would
a
have
museum
loved to have heard that
in Yale,
conversation. I
at
would have
Yale.
loved to have heard that
But
conversation.
the great part is an excellent black man. Look, Frederick Douglass, I don't have heroes, and I say this a million times. My father is my hero, but if I had heroes, Frederick Douglass would be a hero. And I honestly don't have too many black men in history, some military men.
Okay, let's prove your fanship. What does
My
he
fanship.
claim? What does he claim, Frederick Douglass? What does he claim his birthday to be?
I don't think he knew it exactly.
He did not know it, but he claimed one. He claimed a specific
You know what?
date.
I don't recall. July
It's
4th?
February 14th.
Oh, okay.
February 14th. Isn't that something? And he said he chose that date specifically
Valentine's
because he
Day?
remembers that his mother baked him a heart-shaped cake.
Oh, I
and he
remember
never
that.
forgot it.
I remember that.
Yeah, because people were always pressuring him. Well, what day? When were you born? When were you born? And he was like, I don't know. I was a slave, but I guess I could, since I got to come up with something, it'll be February 14th because my mother baked me a heart-shaped cake, and I love my mother, and I appreciated that in memory, emphasis on memory. So, I like this live stream. This is if I had to do life over again, I would be a historian.
Right.
There's so much wealth to be gained with the notations of what actually happened, as opposed to everybody redesigning what it is you think happened. And so I just really enjoy this live stream. I hope my bandwidth agrees with me and I can, continue this journey of this live stream with you. If I drop off,
Deacon Dave may come up. I was looking at another tab and didn't notice that he'd hit the link. And this will make questions to ponder laugh. If I had it to do all over again, I'd be a classics professor. You talk about Catholicism and Latin and all that stuff. Oh, hell yeah. There aren't many black classics professors, obviously, but you know what? It's always, and not so much history's kind of my passion, but back in the day.
So you would learn Latin, huh?
Well, I've had college Latin. I took Latin the very first class of my very first day of my freshman year of high school was Father Anthony's Latin class. And of course I got an A in it. I loved Latin.
Do you remember which text you used?
You know what? I still have the textbook. But it's mostly
Are you
excerpts
serious?
from
You still got the textbook?
I still have I made flashcards from, the little index cards. I still have that somewhere.
Wow.
I do those too. I have all my notes, everything saved, everything.
Well, I don't have all my notes, but no, Latin was literally. Now, I was a chemistry major because Sister Johanna made me fall in love with chemistry. Oh, by the way, she would not let us use calculators. We either had to do the math in our head.
That was back in the day. Yeah.
Oh, that was. But you know what? She also said, well, you can use a slide rule. So I had to fucking learn how to use a slide rule.
So calculus, that's torture.
No, it was like, you better fucking be able to do math without a calculator.
Yeah,
high school chemistry math. High school chemistry math. If you have to take it out a couple decimal places, it can, you have to kind of guesstimate. She would let you, she'd give you a decimal point. If you get out to one decimal place, it'll be okay. However, you know what? She was right. And by the way, I was governor's honors in chemistry. I was actually good. However, I met her years later. I had to have a major operation, and she had quit teaching. And her vocation after teaching was caring for the elderly. So I met her years later, like 10 years after high school. I heard from it was a Catholic hospital, St. Joseph's in Savannah. And it just so happens that the nurse who was prepping me for surgery, her last name I recognized. And I'm like, are you, my classmates? Are you related to my classmate? She's like, oh yeah, I'm his aunt. So, we got to talking about my classmate. So I was hearing from all kinds of people, like, oh, we hear you're sick. We'll come visit you. Dude, it was enough to make you fucking cry. It's like,
yeah, that's beyond encouraging. That's serendipitous to another level.
No, it warmed my heart.
That's amazing.
Well, I was kind of
Something
a
about
class
your
clown.
spirit deserved that encouragement. I'm happy for you.
Well, no, the bottom line is I had a wonderful childhood, and you know what? And by the way, part of the reason, my wife, she grew up Catholic. We had a lot in common culturally, believe it or not. And it is what it is. I couldn't live without her, and so we got married. And the rest is history. So, I was kind of like you, Mela. I dated white women, but marrying a white woman, I just kind of.
I never dated white guys or white women.
Oh well, of course, dating is not marrying.
What I'm saying is that the offers to spend the evening with or going to lunch or having coffee, any invitation I had ever received from spending time personally with anyone outside of my ethnicity, I just didn't entertain it because I wasn't raised. It's about my formative years. I'm due to my formative years, the only white man that really impacted me was Mr. Rogers. And because we're talking about formative years where your TV is your babysitter during the
You mean the guy who had the land of make believe?
Well, that's what I'm saying is, and during my formative years, fortunately or unfortunately.
Wait, hold it. Are you old enough to remember Captain Kangaroo?
No, just
Oh.
Mr. Rogers, which is what I was speaking on. But
Yeah, I know.
I understand that you want to make a joke about it, but my point is that due to my formative years and the the lack of access and proximity to Caucasian boys. It was just never my. It wasn't my thing. If that makes any sense. So a lot of it,
if it's not your thing, it's not your thing.
it's not that
There's
I don't
nothing
think
wrong
they're
with that.
attractive. It's just
Right.
there's this barrier.
Okay, well,
And that's
why?
what
I
would.
mean,
I'm sorry, what?
sounds normal to me.
But you dated white women, so you
Well,
were exposed
now
to
I
them
have
in
a
your formative
thing.
years.
First through sixth grade, I went to an all-black Catholic school. I am a member of the oldest black parish in the United States. I think.
Mhm.
I think it's the
This
oldest.
is the hardcore reason as to why
However, well, let me finish my point.
interracial
I
mingling
don't,
was prohibited.
I don't prefer white women. Believe me, I think if a woman is attractive and smart, I don't care that much. What race she is. She just
I
needs
feel
to
the
be
same way.
attractive and smart.
But it's
Okay.
something about those formative
Well,
years
hold
in which
on.
you're
Let me
exposed.
finish. You asked the question, was I exposed to white people? Not particularly from seventh grade on, way more. I lived in an all-black neighborhood, went to an all-black Catholic school, and was a member of an all-black Catholic parish. Now, the priest was white, so I wouldn't say I was exposed to it. I mean, I knew white people existed, but exposed, not particularly until seventh grade and beyond.
I'm talking about running around playing running around during recess time with counterparts or peers who are of opposite ethnicities. That wasn't
From
my
seventh
experience.
grade on, yes. From
Okay.
first through sixth grade, no. I could
Okay.
go whole summers and not see white people.
I understand.
So I wouldn't say exposed. Look, I think, if you want to say, and I'm going to make the argument, and it's a flimsy argument, that from first through sixth grade, I was fully formed. Now, I had nuns. There were white nuns who taught at the all-black Catholic school, but like running around at recess, socializing, that
Yeah,
sort
that's
of thing.
different from
No,
peers.
it was all black.
Yeah, the peers are different than
Right.
authoritative figures. I'm talking about your
Right. So I
peers.
knew white people existed, but let me
Right.
also make this point. I grew up in the South. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, 2 black parents. My father grew up in the deep South. And what I call the deep South, South Georgia. Savannah's deep South too, but my father still tells stories in his 80s about, picking cotton. So this is why I don't shiver, shudder, or am afraid to call out white people. Or, you know what? If I like reading Shakespeare, it doesn't threaten my blackness. I married a white woman. I grew up first through sixth grade black. I know who the fuck I am. I know I'm a black man. I know black excellence because I had black excellent parents. All the little fools, the John Galts on this channel, they're no threat to me. I know I'm black. I don't think they know they're black. I am very comfortable telling most white men are mediocre.
Yeah.
They run the country. And when I hear someone like a Be Brave talk about how less than 14% of the population are bringing America down, I make the counterpoint that, dude, America, and I've heard Be Brave say it's a white man's country, 60% of the population is white. Y'all are the ones trashing America.
Right.
Black people don't have that kind of political power.
When you've always been the majority. That's what I
Yeah.
just bring to you, he doesn't understand that because it's technically not his history. Be Brave is first generation. You laugh, but it's true. This is not his history. When you
Well,
watch,
he thinks it is.
well, let him.
Dude, I've literally never heard someone with a past or a background like his. He's whiter than George Washington.
No, what's funny is that he's not. He's not technically. He's
well,
not.
that's the joke. He
Right.
thinks he is.
The funny thing is, I mean, Stanley, let's be honest. Your family is technically more white than his, and I say that, and I'm not even joking. I say that definitively. Your family is America. Your family is literally.
You know what? I'm not going to even tell you there's some maternal things. Dude, I
Sure.
think I have roots of back to like the 1700s.
That's my point I made to you yesterday, where he comes from. I mean, we don't need to know how old he was or how old his parents was when they got here. You come from a generation, the boomers, which there was about 6%, 7% from the data I showed you yesterday, the citation, that came from white Europe, and they come from a particular area, Eastern Europe, a lot of Polish, a lot of Hungarian, Eastern Europeans, also Sicilian, who came here mainly around like the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century. And then there was another small immigration time, which I shared with you, which is basically Be Brave's time. I don't think Be Brave's parents were here for 20 years. That doesn't make sense. I do believe they came probably in the late 40s, early 50s, and then had Be Brave a few years after. Like you're an immigrant, which is fine within like the past 60 years. Also, if I may, before I continue, I want to bring up someone. You remember Scaramucci? You remember Scaramucci? He was Trump's.
Yeah, Michael Scaramucci.
Yes. He brought up a point. He became very angry at Trump when Trump was on that anti-immigrant charade, and the way that Trump spoke about Ilhan Omar. Scaramucci was in an interview, and he even said that it really pissed him off because that same type of rhetoric was also said to his grandmother, his Italian immigrant grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
And he remembers that being a kid and hearing that type of commentary to his Italian immigrant grandmother. And of course, that would also be neighbors. And remember, Scaramucci's Gen X. So he's the grandchild of an immigrant and Sicilian. Brave is the child of an immigrant. I don't want to, because that word tether, no. They are new Americans. Italy's a little bit different because the Italians have really just kind of ingratiated and moved themselves in the country for a number of reasons. And there's no more question about their quote unquote whiteness. I read that basically once September 11th hit, there was no question that Italians are white. Like that back and forth and all of this, the whole situation with the mafia really died down. The Italians being like the other, all of that finally came to an end once with September 11th and the whole situation with, the Middle East. But we all know, Stanley, there was a time when they were going through quite a bit of issues. I don't know if it was you or someone else I think it was you who brought up, I don't know if it was Scalia or Alito, when they were in school and they were in Catholic school and what they went through, because the Irish were real hard on the Italians themselves.
Right.
And of course, remember, they're Catholic. These are both Catholic countries, very Catholic countries. So it would make sense that they are all going to go to school together as they are Catholic families, Catholic children. The Irish went off on the Italians. It's, in the Northeast, in New York. We know these stories. We understand this. There's a movie called Brooklyn, which you should watch, which is basically how you're bringing the Irish and the Sicilians.
Did that have Sears? What's her name?
Saoirse?
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Yeah, so you know who I'm talking about. You know the movie and the actress.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it.
Yeah, and she's of course coming in as an Irish girl, Brooklyn at that particular time of the 20th century, and she's meeting an Italian boy, a Sicilian boy, which would have never happened in Europe, but now everyone's in Brooklyn and they're all close together, and they're Catholic. So you have like this, and one thing about America, you have a lot of that Italian-Irish mix. Ray Liotta, David Boreanaz, the actor from Bones. You see that a lot. Things have changed, but at that particular time, in the early 20th century, mid 20th century, there was a lot of conflict. There was. I mean, let's be real here. JFK, first Irish president, there was a lot of pushback. We all know how JFK's father made his money. And JFK's father, number one, he wanted to get his sons into higher society. I remember in college, a college professor directly told me in my poli-sci class, Stanley, that there were certain country clubs that JFK, even after making the money, he wasn't allowed to enter. Even after his family, his father was the ambassador of Great Britain at that time.
Right.
Which you know, Stanley, still to that day, country clubs he could not enter just because of his background. Never mind that he had white skin. Ireland is Europe, point blank. But that's just the United States at that time. So, and what is the United States? White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. That is not brave. That's not be brave. Also, Stanley, if I may also say something to you, there was an interview, Lavrov, he's the foreign minister in Russia. Do you know what he said? He actually used the word, these Anglo-Saxons. He directly said that. So Europeans are even taking all the way back tribal. The Russians going back and forth with the Anglo-Saxons. Like he literally said that. You can find it online. I'll try to find it for you. This is the Russian foreign minister, Lavrov, using the terminology Anglo-Saxon. Like they have clear, discernible groups. So Brave can keep bringing up white this, white that. First off, it's not your history. Stanley,
well, I tend to just go, you know what?
Germanic, British Isles, Anglo-Saxon white. That is 30%. The average Black American is literally by definition white. When I say white, I mean white genetics, WASP genetics. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant genetics. That is the 30% Black America on average. These light skins running around, a lot of them literally come from that. That's the WASP background. The British Isles, the Netherlands, Western Europe, Northwestern Europe. That is white. That has always been white. And one thing people like to bring up, and you do hear a lot of mixed people, they want to say the Irish were not white. The Irish are white. They want to bring up that the Germans were not considered white. Germany, if you even say something like that to a white person, they're going to know that you have no idea what you're talking about and that you're not white. You have a lot of people who think they're white, you look white, and you're going to actually open your mouth and say that the Germans are not white, which means you don't even know Western civilization history. Point blank, period. Like certain people, they don't know what they're talking about. They so desperately want to ingratiate themselves in what they refer to as white culture that they don't even know white history. And respectively, we got to include Brave in there. Let's be real.
Well, you know, I honestly don't.
Do you know the UK wants Polish out of the UK? They're just not assimilating. The UK will have the Jamaicans, Barbados, hell, even the Nigerians, the West Africans, Ghana, Kenya, they'll bring them in. But the UK is literally wanting the Polish out. Poland, are they not white? But they want to kick them out. First off, Poland is not part of the Commonwealth, the British Commonwealth. You don't share that type of history with England. And secondly, you come from a part of the world that is not, it's not white as they see it. Why are they are that hardcore in this country? Think about that, Stanley. The British would rather have these Black people coming from these Black countries, these Black islands and West Africa. They would rather have them than the Polish. Hell, the British would rather have the Pakistanis. They just want them to stop inbreeding, stop this cousin inbreeding. Oh yeah, y'all can stay here, pay taxes, do all that. You're not a British citizen. You're part of the Commonwealth, but you're not a British citizen. But the Polish are not. You're not part of the Commonwealth. We don't have any type of colonial tie to you. We don't have a shared history of you. We don't even have the same literature. We don't have anything in common. Like, it's just so uncanny. It really is funny. Think about this, Stanley. The UK would rather have you than Brave. Isn't that interesting? You can be there.
Well, I would think it's because they don't let people that sin like polar bears are white. Oh, okay. All right, Sin.
No, but isn't that funny? Brave keeps saying white, white, white. He never says wasp. Think about that. He will say white, white, white. I
Look,
always
look.
grew up.
Well, wait, hold it. I've told Be Brave. You know who Ben? Oh, what's his name? Damn it. You know what? I am having a senior moment. I told Grace Thorpe, Ben Thorpe. Ben Thorpe is Grace Thorpe's father,
Yeah,
and they are from Rhode Island.
yeah.
And one day, I literally told him, Ben, because he's a motherfucking racist.
Oh, big time.
So he's going back and forth with me with his racist diatribe. And I told him, Ben, I lived in Newport when I was in the Navy. You aren't Newport. Dude, you are not in any of those mansions, or, you don't have property on Narragansett Bay. You aren't elite. You are not, your lineage doesn't go back to the Mayflower. And that's the same argument I make with Be Brave. Dude, you are talking about how you are white, and the whites and this and the whites that, and even trailer trash whites are somehow elite. Dude, you have bought into what the white elites have told you are. The only thing you have in common with them is you sunburn. That's the only thing you have in common with them. Dude, there is no white elite that would ever accept Be Brave as he is. He would have to pretend to be. All I'm saying is I love Be Brave talking bullshit. That's why I fuck with him in the chat. Dude, you know what? Nothing you're saying is even remotely erudite. That's why I just roast you from the chat. I don't even need to come up to Be Brave's panel. And for everyone's information, yeah, he's banned me from his channel. I didn't even, dude, well, hold on. I literally got banned from his chat for the comment, fill in the blank. I didn't have to even, I knew what button to push. I didn't even push the button. I just said, basically, imagine me pushing the button. And the motherfucker spun out of control. It was so funny. It was classic. Yeah, Sin, you're right. Black skin, white fur. Gotcha. Oh, wait, hold it. Now that I didn't know about their fur. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yes, Ricky Z, that's what happened. I was there, you dumb son of a gun. Of course, see, Ricky Z is so unaware and so his mind is so warped by his racist attitudes. He doesn't even know reality. The reality is I literally said, hey, Be Brave. You sound like a fill in the blank. When you talk about trans issues, Be Brave, you sound like a fill in the blank. And he got pissed off. That's what happened, Ricky Z.
There was some guy on Be Brave talking about
As a matter of fact, you were there.
There's no such thing as new white people. What are you talking about? Like, what you really you keep saying white. First off, this is not South America where just because you look white, that doesn't mean you are white. You can go ahead
look, I don't need the education. I know what white is.
Stanley,
hold on.
I know.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
No, I was just speaking out loud. Like, I'm just literally, because it's just so uncanny. I'm just speaking out loud. Just because I knew a girl in my school. This girl is a full Filipino girl. She, for some odd reason, she showed me her driver's license. Stanley, she marked she was white. And she put in like blue contacts, but they put like they were hazel. I don't know why she told me this, or she felt
The bluest eye.
I don't know. Like nobody in that school saw her as white ever, 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 ever. You can say, and I'm going to an all-white school. I even remember some of the Irish girls. They were kind of like, you know, they were back and forth with some of the other girls, and there were a number of actual like white Hispanic people, like people who literally like looked white. That I would, yeah, okay, these are white Hispanic people. I leave school, and it's just so funny that everyone has like there's this acceptance of flat white, or you think people are going to accept flat white. You can think whatever you want to think. I don't need to even acknowledge your presence. That's what pisses them off. That's why they become very abusive towards Black people. Their white does not work unless they're able to physically be violent towards a Black person. And they think like it like there's some type of trigger or ignition that puts their white into like reality. You have to stay away from these people. Like these be brave types, these like a lot of them, you know, I mean, Stanley, I don't need to go into details. You know what I'm talking about. They really, really, really want to be white. They just bring up the word white. Anyone who just says white, you know they're not white. People who are white.
Well, but here is the thing, though. I think
there's nothing more evident to being white than just being white. You never have to say it. I don't have to say I'm Black. It is more than evident. Anybody who is white, they already know they're white. And there's like what's understood need not be explained. If you have to keep pushing, reminding people that you're white.
Well, you know what? I actually get your point. I get your point.
Right.
It's like telling people you're smart.
Right.
If you have to tell them.
Then you're trying to like prove something to yourself, and you think that other people agreeing with what you said is going to put into existence. No, it's not. You already know what you are, then just be white. There really is something as being white and acting white. You don't even need to say the word white. And furthermore, if you're white, just like you said, Stanley, we all know your history and lineage. And that's one thing about Black people. Black people know who's white. For some odd, because Black people want so much acceptance to be white, they will sit here and allow flat white. You will call people you know full damn well Black people are not white. You will just say that just because you want to be in that proximity of non-Black skin, which is what's been going on for decades now. Because Black people hate being Black, they will rather be an other. They would rather be not Black, even though they're not white. They would rather be not Black and live in that life, live vicariously through not being Black. That's
well, you know. It's funny. It's funny you talk about these distinctions, and you know, I don't know. I understand America. I understand. You know, America is swimming. It is a water tank filled with racist waters, and all the fish, you know, kind of swim in it. However, I honestly think that I don't think you just need to understand the history of it. You need to understand that it is what it is, but you also need to understand that you don't have to necessarily be trapped by the rules. And I think people like Be Brave and John Galt are just trapped. And I talk a lot about race. I hope I talk about race in a more objective way. I like doing the history of it. I like American history, and it's inextricable. Race is inextricable from American history. So you have to deal with it, and you have to teach it, you know, in a way that, you know, no one thinks that, you know, anybody today would condone slavery. At least most people wouldn't. I think they're more proud. Yeah, I would. Now, this is a joke, folks. I think the only people, this is a joke. Let me preface it. I think the anti-black blacks would be more willing slave owners than most white people I know.
100%.
They would John Galt,
Yes.
John Galt, in that Johnny Boy thing he did for a week. You know what? It was modern slavery. He talked about Johnny Boy like Johnny Boy was a slave.
Yeah. They want to be victimizers. They want to be colonizers. They want to be slave owners. They want that. They want to crack the whip. They want that experience. That's what they want. They want to be slave owners. And that Stanley and I bring this up. It comes from that generation when you're so wanting acceptance and validation, and you just
Yeah.
don't want
Yeah.
the shame and humiliation that comes from having black skin, because this country has such a history of racism. And one thing about this is, when whoever that Palomino guy, he makes it like he's did you see what he wrote? I mean, you did see it. It was your comment. White mediocrity equals black excellence. That's just that's a typical
Well,
statement.
you know what? In a way, that's kind of prescient. It kind of reflects what you just said.
That the thing, what's so funny, Stanley, is that they somehow believe that white people have to be mediocre for black people to be excellent, as opposed to just accepting the fact,
Right.
on face value, prima facie, you are mediocre. With or without black people, you have always been mediocre.
But the thing is they think it's some insult. And really, look, 99% of people in America are mediocre. Now, they're, not all are, some are at the top end of the scale, some are at the bottom end of the scale, but you don't have a whole lot of great men. That's why they're called exceptional. There aren't many of them. However, I will argue that excellence isn't necessarily based on race. You are simply a great person. You've done great things. You've
At what you
accomplished things.
do. You're just excellent at what you do. You can be excellent at
Right.
just particular skill. And one thing
Right.
about these Palomino type people, they will see a black person who's just really good at whatever the black person does, not even just being great at everything, just being good at your task, at your skill, at your job. Maybe you're a blacksmith. Maybe you can type 200 words per minute. Maybe you're just really good at plumbing. You're just really good at something. You're a black person
Right.
and you specialize. You will have white people so angry, so bitter, so destructive. They will do everything to just ensure your failure. And of course, these types of white people partner up with other black people who hate seeing any black person be successful at anything. And they will do everything to destroy operations. That's what's so
Well, let
disturbing.
me ask you a question based on what you just said. What do you make of people who, for some reason or another, think you aren't black if you're not from the hood? Or, I've outgrown this "you need to be a credit to your race" sort of philosophy. And that sort of thinking leads to whole shows about, say, a Carmelo Anthony, as if Carmelo Anthony is emblematic of black youth in America in general. Carmelo Anthony made a tragic mistake. The whole situation is a mess, but in no way, shape, or form is Carmelo Anthony an emblem for YNs, to use that term. And it's become a favorite term of mine, by the way. Carmelo Anthony is an individual case in a very tragic situation. But why is it like
more to
a
Carmelo.
lesson for all black youth?
Ignore those people. Carmelo Anthony, there's a lot more to that story. That entire area, there's a lot going on. When you're speaking about Frisco, I'll tell you this, Frisco has a lot to answer to, and they will very soon. It's more than just Carmelo Anthony. There's other stories out of that particular area where that police force, they dropped the ball tremendously. So they want to say that Carmelo Anthony, and I don't know, like it's an example of YNs. Well, then Stanley, I'll discuss more with you offline. But that whole situation, there's a lot more going on in that area. Remember, when at the end of the day, these groups are law enforcement. They have an ability to paint the narrative, to create the dictum for the narrative. And they're always going to make it where they are either the authority or that they are the victims, and that, YNs are the aggressors and this is all YN's fault. This paints Black people. No. There's so much more to this story than I don't even want to get into details, but that entire area, there's a lot going on and they look bad on their own. They want to bring up Carmelo Anthony. There's way more coming out about that particular area that they have to answer to law enforcement. Because if you want to bring up Austin, there's other stories of how they have completely dropped the ball. That's a needle in the haystack, and very sad to what happened to that young man and his family. But that entire area needs to be scrutinized. And that's that's an area with high tax dollars.
Well, Sin has a question for you. She asks, what does the entire area have to do with this?
Nothing, Sin. You're not familiar with the area. Don't worry about it. Nothing to your knowledge.
Well, I mean, I think I get what you mean.
There's more to this
and
story.
Sin is a good faith person. She doesn't ask facetious questions, at least in my experience. So
there's more to the story, and that's what I'm trying to get at. So trying to make Carmelo and then all of YNs look bad. No, that entire area, Frisco, Collin County, all of it looks bad. And there's so much more about that area that will be, brought to transparency, I shall say.
And let me answer Jihad. Jihad, I don't get this point. No, Carmelo has, and by the way, he spells his name with one L and a K.
Like the basketball player.
If I have any persnickety about this, I hope it all turns out well. Carmelo has parents and family and, probably supporters locally. I don't need to support Carmelo. I just hope everything turns out the way it should. I want justice to be done, but no, Carmelo doesn't need my support. It's good to know the story, but this is not a call to action for Black America. And I don't motherfucking have a code, son. My code on code, dude. There is no code except the code I choose to live by. There is no on code. And I have done this on code stuff with people who actually have a code. There's a podcast called the Black Betterment Broadcast. The guy who runs it is out of the UK. He's a Black Britisher. So I don't do code, son. The only code I live by is my code. So anyway, I'm not beating up on you, Jihad. You're a good guy. You are a smart young man. So I'm not fussing. Let's see. So victims of racism don't get your support. They don't need my support, Jihad. Victims of racism. Okay. This isn't the 60s. I don't believe I do. Hold on, Dave. My support comes in like, I'll help if I can. I mean, of course, dude, if I lived next door to Carmelo Anthony, I would be over there. I would be cooking covered dishes. But dude, I live in Georgia. I want justice to be done. I want him to get a fair shake. My support is not doing a motherfucking show about Carmelo Anthony because I'm not privy to all the facts. I have not done a show on Carmelo Anthony. I won't do a show on Carmelo Anthony until the verdict comes in, and I might do a show. I might not. Carmelo Anthony has very capable parents. He doesn't need my help. He does have my sympathy. I've got a 19-year-old. He does have my sympathy, but he doesn't necessarily need my support. And if he did, hey, call me. I'll do what I can. But he doesn't need my support. And racism in America is not a black people problem other than, being victims of it. We need better white people. It's white people who have a problem. They should be the ones to fix it. Black people should point it out. They should protest it. They should resist it. But don't get it wrong. It's a white people problem. Irami Ose Frimpong says it best. We need better white people. They've had a problem for centuries.
Here's the funny thing is, you will have the vast. I'm just speaking for myself. My opinion. I do believe the vast majority white people really just want to be left alone. They live their own lives. They could care less about black people.
Well, the problem with that, and it's a very arguable point. Complacency is basically condoning it. It's a very debatable point.
Right. I think, and you basically jumped ahead what I was saying, the complacency. They won't start it, but when they see it, they say nothing. And they say
Right.
nothing. They say absolutely. And they'll never
Well, but see, the problem, if you're going to tell me how you feel about that statement, and then I have a response. Do you agree with it?
What statement, Stanley?
Well, the one about complacency is basically condoning. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it kind of goes back to that Edmund Burke comment.
Mhm.
The perpetuation of evil is when good people do nothing.
Mhm.
I've always believed in that. I know I'm paraphrasing Edmund Burke, but I mean, yes, that's true. You know what's going on. You directly know. You've seen it. You say nothing.
Mhm.
You have we bring up lynchings. These lynchings happened in the 60s. No, they did not. No, they did not. I actually know a white family who left. I believe it was Iowa because there was a lynching. He was a pastor. The father was a pastor.
Was it in the 60s?
No, late 80s. Late 80s.
Well, but let me respond to that. That Edmund Burke quote is a dual-edged sword because that is basically B. Bray's argument in the black community. We know evil is happening and we aren't doing anything about it.
And he's correct.
Let me finish my statement though. I think that is painting a whole race of people, if let's just use the word race of people, with a broad brush. I don't think all white people are complacent. There's a whole woke movement where, there's a whole DEI. There was a whole affirmative action. I think there are white people who fit that description. I would never deign to say all white people are like that. I don't even know if it's a majority or not.
Okay.
Same thing. All black people don't live in the hood. We are not all responsible for the evil that goes on there. You have to be very careful. And I'm not fussing, of course. I just painting with that broader brush, it kind of gives me the willies.
Well, the good thing is that those who engage in evil, eventually it does become transparent and come to the surface. One thing that we know is that without the federal government, a lot of this abuse, this racial abuse, racial violence that has been going on since the end of the Civil War, they're the ones who expose it. And one thing I know is that a lot of white people, some, not all, they look for easy targets. They look for easy targets, and that anger, that insecurity, because one thing is a lot of white people, they like N-words. They like YNs. They do. They serve a purpose and they're entertaining.
You're right.
But
and I'm going to be blunt, very blunt, and probably piss some folks off. And then we have to let Deacon Dave speak because he just joined us. I think John Galt is the perfect example of that.
Oh, big time.
He's a YN while criticizing YNs. I think Ock Nation is a YN while criticizing YNs. CT did a whole show, and I literally had someone earlier in this show talking about, well, he was painting CT to be a hero. And I'm like, dude, there are no heroes in that story. You know what? I know a little bit about that story, enough, and I'm touching it with a 10-foot pole, but CT's not a hero in that story.
Where he got into a back and forth with the student?
I didn't watch the show. I'm not going to get into details. I just kind of know. I kind of know enough to say, well, he didn't keep his job. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
So, Dave, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this crazy train. That's in honor of Ozzy Osbourne.
Rest in peace. Crazy. If that's how we go.
What up? What up? You're lucky I'm coming
up now. I'm not a
big
fan of Ozzy Osbourne, but he had a couple good songs.
You're lucky I'm up here now and not earlier. I was gonna roast your motherfucking ass.
You know what? The time is nigh. You're
Crazy.
Here now.
Mama's song. They had some good songs. He and Black Sabbath. They made some good music. And he's also, I don't know about his background, but he just kind of did his own thing. He never bothered anybody. Except his only enemy were bats. It's Ozzy. And Randy Rhoads. I mean, he lived I think ultimately whatever you do, Stanley, live a good life, find a good woman, build a family, whatever. I'm like, as a man, whatever you do, stop letting that bitterness and hatred that you have for others, or others that you think are better than you, or they think they're better than you, which is the biggest problem. You have a lot of people in this country. You mentioned like 99% are mediocre. They don't work, but there's still that 1%.
Well, but there's nothing wrong with being mediocre.
There's nothing wrong with being mediocre. The problem is you have to realize that there are going to be others better than you. If you want to live the life of just getting on by, just living life, not challenging yourself, not willing to engage and take risks, other people will. But what comes fundamentally, the problem is that when they see someone of color, or especially someone Black, who's willing to engage, take those risks, take on complex roles in life, in their work, a lot of these mediocre people become very, very bitter, and they will destroy. That's the problem with the mediocre people, Stanley. It's not the fact that they're mediocre. It's the fact that they will destroy. They will destroy. They will go after the person that they deem as a problem. And being a problem is just basically, you think you're better. And you've heard this before, Stanley. You think you're better. You're acting white. Who do you think you are? Oh, you're smarty arty. Like these.
Well, can you guess what my response always was?
Stanley, you're a man. I guess you didn't.
My response is nice. Thanks for noticing.
It's just that, like, I'm just saying from my own perspective, especially being a woman, a Black woman, it's way, way harder because these Black women become abusive and they always work together. And, many of them, Stanley, let's be real. They say that 100,000 Black women have jobs. Well, that's a situation now. Black women, a lot of Black women cause a lot of trouble in the workplace. Black men, it's sexual discipline. But Black women, there is a level of disruption. And any Black woman who tells you otherwise, oh, no, that's not true. She's an aggressor. She's a victimizer. Like, that's what's so disturbing, Stanley. Either you're a victim of a Black woman's abuse in the workplace, or you're the victimizer towards Black women as a Black woman. It's binary. And it's been this way for decades.
What you mean, as a Black man?
I'm not speaking about Black men. No.
Oh, well, who are you talking about?
Deacon Dave, I'm speaking about Black women in the workplace. And now we have come to a point in society where we don't need you to do tasks anymore. These jobs are being automated. They just laid off FedEx workers. I've heard they've laid off, I don't even know if this number is true, 300,000 Black women laid off. And many of these Black women, even if you are laid off, do you have a skill? What is your particular skill? Can you go back to school? Are you willing to go back to school, learn a new skill? Many of them, they're not going to do it. So,
well, questions to ponder. You will agree that Black men are part of that chorus blaming Black women, right?
They are part of the chorus to blaming Black women, but a lot of that is the internet. What I do know is in these workplaces, I've worked with Black men. I'm speaking about myself. The Black men I've worked with, I made a point to get away from women, all women, white, Black, all of you, get away from you, work predominantly with men and veterans, and very different situation. Because even the Black men, even with my go-go attitude, they knew I was there to work. That's the operative difference, is that whatever my problem was, they knew that I was there to hustle, grind, stay focused, and work. And that's really what the Black men were happy about. I know, you are who you are, but I know you're
well,
here.
I wanted to make sure that toxic Black maleness or masculinity was highlighted and included in that, mainly for Deacon Dave's sake. I didn't want him to feel left out.
No, she's cooking.
It's just stupid and fake, toxic masculinity. The only issue with toxic masculinity is this sexual issues. Like all men need to stop using the workplace as a way to basically find sex, find women. Keep focused with the work. That's it.
You gotta wait. I do have a problem with that.
Oh my God. Not using the workplace as a way to find women?
I mean, who's making these rules or who's making this suggestion? Don't take it personal.
Take what personal? Stop using the workplace for sex. Point blank, period.
But that's how families were formed for the longest time. Guys would find their wife at work.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, Stanley.
Dave, respond to this comment.
And then when they get caught for sexual harassment, they're going to sit here and blame somebody else. I'm just telling you right now, just don't shit where you eat. It's your job. Don't shit where you eat. You're really looking for a woman, go somewhere else, but don't use your job.
Yeah,
it's not that difficult.
Yeah.
Stop trying to find a girlfriend or trying to find a date. Stop all that. Just go to your job, keep it professional, and just work.
These YNs, professionalism is like
thank you, Sin 7.
anathema.
Thank you, Sin 7.
I don't think that's a one-way street where it's just men pursuing. Like the women to be there, giving the eyes the same way.
Aren't men aggressors?
We're all aggressors. According to the Duluth model, we're aggressors.
Thank you, Sin 7. Thank you, because she's 100% correct. This is the number one problem.
This is why.
I was just
you guys were doing real good with the all-women panel between you and Stanley.
I was just talking about the lack of
sexual. Oh, now we don't have your blessing?
Yeah, I put a kibosh to that all-women panel when I came up.
Hindering Black.
You know what? I see the undertone, son. You said you were gonna roast me, and what did your pilot light go out?
Well, I'm gonna roast you, motherfucker. You wait for it.
Anytime,
motherfucker. Whenever you're ready.
When you feel froggy, jump.
I do things on my own terms, my own time. Yeah. Yeah, you're playing that silly ass shit you was playing this morning.
Oh, you know what? I believed 100% of it, and you know what? I'm still talking about white mediocrity.
You didn't play not a single man saying that shit.
Now that you're here,
you didn't play not a single man saying that shit.
You don't believe that most white men are mediocre?
No, I don't put them on a scale and judge where they land.
Okay, well maybe that's your problem. Maybe you should be more judgmental. Maybe you should be more judgmental.
How come when I'm judgmental of Black people, it's a problem too?
I certainly think that all the anti-Black blacks who think be brave is great should be more judgmental.
If you can do it on one side, you gotta do it on the other.
I hear a whole lot of people say, well, Be Brave's entertaining. Well, I think there's more entertainment that doesn't rot your soul. You can find something more entertaining than something that's causing soul rot.
Stanley, I got a question on this whole, guys should not sit where they eat. Do you think that I'm the type of guy who will pursue a coworker?
Okay, I'm thoroughly lost. Who was talking about you?
How does that? It's just funny.
I'm literally trying to figure out.
Position
See,
that's a problem.
The same problem that Ryan has. You want to plant yourself into the middle of every argument, dude.
No, I leave it open for a scenario to develop.
Revolve around Deacon Dave or Ryan.
I left it open for the scenario to develop. That just because I'm married, don't mean I'll always be married, and don't mean that I won't meet somebody that I won't be able to talk to, even at the work site.
You are doing the same thing Hood Conservative does.
No,
you're making yourself.
I know you don't know, but since you don't know,
the star of a show that's not about you.
I know you don't know, but since you don't know, I'll tell you. I'm not that. I never was that kind of guy.
I have no clue what you're talking about or why you're saying this.
However, I will defend the position that I talked to HR about this, right? You're allowed to go up to a woman and ask her out at work. You're allowed to do that. Once it goes beyond that or she rejects you, you shut it down.
I bet you were asking the HR woman out. That's why you were talking to HR.
No,
right?
I was genuinely curious. I was curious about that. I said,
why were you curious, Dave?
It was around the time of the Me Too movement, all that shit. I'm at the same job. Been here forever.
Oh, wow. Sin 7. She's got some hot takes here. Black men are naturally much more forward. Oh, wow. Than white men, which puts them.
He's 100% correct.
Yeah, she's right. She's right. She is right. And there's a reasonable explanation for it, too.
What's the reasonable explanation?
Scarcity.
Scarcity of black women?
Yeah.
There are more black women working professional jobs than black men. They have more degrees.
And see, this is why when I tell you how picky I am, when I show you how picky I am, that scarcity becomes the issue.
I have no idea why you keep inserting yourself into my points.
And also, there's a lot of guys who like to have a standard. I'm pretty sure that you use me as a measuring stick to make this point. It's a simple point. It's not that deep.
Syndrome. Stanley, also keep in mind, I'm telling you facts. Corporate America wants black men there. The issue is the lack of sexual discipline. You don't even need to know how to do the job, because one thing corporate America does know is the leadership that black men bring. Black men know how to rally a team. They do. They do this better than anybody. Let's say you have like a coworker who's maybe shy or is new, like all they can do is excel. They're very, very nerdy. Black men know how to speak to people, be friendly. They know how to bring that comfort out. People like black men. They do. And once again, like I mentioned to you, regardless how anybody feels about Obama made it clear that black men, point blank simple, can get it done. They can get it done. But notice with Obama, he was such no drama Obama. You never heard any questions or issues about Obama and his lack of sexual discipline. That is the only problem that people have with black men in corporate America, is the total and complete lack of sexual discipline.
That discipline was so extreme that, the anti-black blacks and a lot of the right in general are making up shit about his sexual exploits.
Stanley, here's a great example and a very sad example. Tavis Smiley, who's going around dating these women, and look what happened. It doesn't even matter.
You honestly, I have no clue. I can imagine So tell us about it. I don't know. I didn't
He
hear
was
about
fooling
Tavis
around with
Smiley.
women at his job, and they all eventually filed complaints and sued. And then you hear a lot of these black platforms on YouTube. Well, it was consensual, and then that all these idiots. Where's the proof? Where's the evidence? I need proof that he abused her. They like, you idiot. You need proof. You need evidence. Did you fool around with her? Like, black men love to rationalize their lack of sexual discipline, and other black men support them. Tavis Smiley was fooling around with women at the workplace. Tavis Smiley. They filed complaints. And the pushback from black men was that it was consensual and that they needed proof or evidence that he abused them. Some idiot comment like that. Never mind the fact that he's engaging in sexual relationships, dalliances with his coworkers. Black men do not see that that is a problem.
Yeah, neither did what's that fat chick name? The one that lost all the
Even
weight.
this Deacon Dave character. Can you just not shit where you eat? Just leave one place where you keep it totally platonic.
Yeah, sure. What's that fat woman's name that makes music? That lost all the weight lately.
Oh my God! Like, here we go. Here's the whataboutism. Whenever you bring whataboutism,
Oh boy.
whenever you bring whataboutism, black men will they'll get mad. Why? What do you mean? Why bring up Chicago? We're talking about the police.
Yeah, somebody in chat help me out. What's that? What's her name?
Whataboutism. But they use whataboutism.
Yeah, Lizzo. That's it.
Their behavior. They use whataboutism to explain. You're not Lizzo. You're not a performance act. You're not a performance act. You're not an entertainer. You work in corporate America. Black men, you work in corporate America.
Jihad, he was just being a man. He was toxic masculinity.
Figures. Stop shitting where you eat. Stanley, I have never worked at a job where black
Well, now I've you know,
Stanley, I have never worked at a job
where
a black man
eat.
not promoted. Every black man, these are young black men.
You know what? I've never. I have dated women, you know, that I work with. But I'm pretty discreet.
Stanley, you're guilty.
Oh no! I'm not guilty.
You did it.
There were no.
You
there were no.
where you were.
Whoa! There were no rules against it. I'm just. I'm not a messy person.
You're not. You're here trying to rationalize behavior. Stop being a messy person. Stop trying to bring.
I want you. I think Sin actually shares an opinion with me. Guys overly concerned about Me Too, the Me Too movement, give me pause. Yeah. If you're not a Me Too, like that sort of asshole, why should you be concerned?
Exactly. Correct.
Shout out to Kavanaugh. He almost didn't get the position.
Correct.
And he should, you know what? And so what?
Tell that to Mike Pence.
And dude, see, you forget who you're talking to.
No, I didn't. You're a feminist. I get it.
I think. No, I'm not a feminist. I'm not an offender either.
Thank you.
You're a feminist. You clearly are.
Dude, I respect women.
Yeah, down with the patriarch. I get it.
Yeah,
Deacon. Hey, you know what?
When you get caught up,
and I have gotten quality women.
Hey, hold on.
I have quality women being who I am. You just.
I can't hear her for some reason. Can you turn her up?
All
you know what? You can't hear her because your YN ears have shut down.
No, I really am straining to hear what she's saying. I hope I'm not cutting her off.
I hear her just fine.
Of course you are. You're nothing but excuses, whataboutisms, and rationality. When you get caught up, don't bring up anybody else but yourself.
Get caught up for what?
Nobody wants to hear your whataboutisms.
Get caught up for what?
When you get that company sued, blame yourself. Blame yourself. How is it that difficult to just leave some things alone? And usually, and keep in mind, when men get caught up in these little workplace scandals, it's never just one. It's 1, 2, 3. You're so loud and messy. Stanley, let me give you an example. How about a white example? There was I worked for a financial company, where the man, it was a white guy, he was cheating on his wife with a coworker. The wife found out. She wrote a letter to HR. All hell broke loose. And he just had a relationship. It was so damn messy. It was so messy. Everybody got fired, including HR. No, HR, she got demoted. She lost her office and she had to sit next to me. She got demoted.
What she had to do with it?
Stanley, these men just don't know how to stop.
Stop what?
These jobs, they don't know how to behave. When something bad happens, it's everybody else's fault. We're past Me Too. A lot of these jobs are now automated. When you lose your job, don't act surprised. I mean, everybody now is being measured and performed. Stanley, you just heard what happened with Shannon. Shannon had to settle with that 20-year-old who, and you know it was 7 digits. Actually, no, it was probably more.
Yeah, you know what? I'm
about to say Stanley don't know who Shannon.
I heard
is.
about. Yeah, I know who Shannon Sharp is. I don't watch his show, but I'm familiar.
Look at this. And this idiot. Women like this have made dating. But at the same time, you have other women complaining men won't approach them anymore.
No, I think Jihad has a point.
Jihad.
You know what?
Stop chasing
I'm just
women
gonna
at your job.
I'm gonna let Questions to Ponder do the heavy lifting for me today.
It's not that difficult.
She's not strong enough to lift, man. Jihad has a point.
Leave your job
I
alone.
don't think he does.
Leave your job. Just
But she doesn't realize it, and you're a feminist, so that's why neither one of you see it.
You know what? Anyone, dude, that feminist shit doesn't work with me.
Stanley, you're laying in the mud puddle. You didn't even put your coat down. You just laid in it.
Dude, you know what? I talked about I'm comfortable with my blackness. I'm also comfortable with my masculinity. All you have to be is confident.
I'm sorry.
All you have to be. I know this is like water on the Wicked Witch of the West to you.
Water on the mugwai is better.
All you gotta be is a man, masculine and nice. Good guys do actually win. Nerds shall inherit the nerds shall inherit the earth.
Stanley, they already have. The nerds have already taken over. I actually had a conversation about this with a white coworker. Like, I directly told him, you guys took over. The nerds took over. And he's like super nerd. Like, you all took over. You won. Nobody, like, you all have won. Just go to your job, be cool, be polite, be confident, speak with confidence. And the dorkier you are, people take you seriously. Being a nerd is not even negative anymore.
Where they do that at?
There's nothing negative to being a nerd. Looking like a nerd, just go there with confidence. Be yourself. That's how you need to move. Even if you are a little bit more on the dorky side, people like that. That's who you are. Plus, people are going to assume that you're the smart one. The most important thing really for a man, be confident and know how to work in a team. Because again, with Black men, they want to see you bring that leadership. They all know that Black men are great leaders. Hello, Black men military, Black men in professional sports, Black men in high school sports. You're the coach, or you're just the leader of your team. Stanley, I was working out. There was a young Black boy with dreads. He looked to be like 10 or 11 years old. He was playing football. He had the cleats and he had the gloves. He was the one leading the other Indian kids. And I noticed he made a point to not just kind of be like the star of the show. He was really like encouraging and involving the other kids. A lot of them were like Indian kids, because that's not really their culture, football.
Can I insert a quick comment here?
Yeah.
Let me translate it for Deacon Dave. Basically, you don't have to be a hood-servative asshole to get women. That's my translation. Dave, you there, Dave?
Yeah. Well, okay, hold on. I don't have to be an asshole.
You didn't hear anything that was said?
I don't have to be a hood-servative asshole?
No, not you. What she's saying is Black men are kind of natural
leaders.
Leaders. So she's basically saying you don't have to be a bitter asshole like hood-servative to get women. Women will respect you if you're not hood-servative stupid.
Just be the leader that everyone knows that you are. Be a leader. Just be cool and also be funny. Like, just you're entertaining. Like, there's the stereotypes of Black men, entertaining, athletic, leaders. Black men are known to be leaders. Bring that. That's what they want to see, especially when you have such a diverse group of people. It's in technology. You have the Indians, the Asians, you have white people, black people. Stanley, I've worked in technology for well over a decade now. I'm telling you, this is what happens. It's always the Americans and then like all the immigrants being majority Indians and some Chinese Korean. Black men and white men, they always hang out with each other all the time. I worked with an incredibly racist white guy, incredibly racist at a very known technology company that you and everybody else knows. There was this one black guy who looked like Babyface. He was from tech sales. Let him walk into that building. All the white dudes, oh, he's here. It was like Christmas morning. They would rush to him, dab him up, buy him lunch. They would sit, chill, talk about football, talk about their family, talk about buying a grill. My boss on a motorcycle, he was talking about it with the black dude. And I'll tell you something. When the black guy, he got everything and anything he wanted done. My boss, a white guy, favored him for everything. Favored him over everybody. Everyone, because he was just that cool guy. And my white boss was so hella racist. The comments he would make, oh my God. But the thing is, it's just like he was so cool. It was just a weird dichotomy. But but they like you all. I keep seeing this, Stanley, my entire career. I've never worked at a job where number one, a young black guy was not promoted. Even my first job, the young black guy who was also a veteran, he got promoted. You know who supported his promotion? The other white dude who was also military.
Are you surprised?
Seeing this, I then went to another company where a black guy that I went to college with, I actually saw him at the same company I was working with. I hadn't seen him in like several years. He eventually got promoted. And you know one thing that he did, Stanley? He started like a little basketball team, like after work. Kind of just play basketball, keep cool. All the white dudes loved it. He would always invite everyone, just a great guy, which also is very great for the company. You're encouraging athleticism, fitness, keeping people healthy. It promotes team leadership, team involvement, team activity. So he just kind of did this. And he got promoted. And he got a huge promotion. This was a young guy who was still not even yet 30. Just him being himself. And he was a good worker too. He was a very good worker. Like he came to the job, chill, did his job. He was an all around just great guy. He was not weird nor a pervert at all.
Did he ask you for your phone number?
And he did not. Oh my God, Stanley.
Why not? He was trying to hook up.
Stanley, this guy's an idiot. I gotta go, Stanley. Like, this is what pisses me off. Like, you
come on now.
How black men sabotage.
He's just being himself. Don't take him seriously. I don't.
That's horrible.
Please
don't. Seeing black men.
Don't be taking him seriously.
I'm seeing.
I would be. Hey, Ponder. I would be serious, but my dick.
Form. Once I graduated and I'm in job positions that require a college degree, the black men that I'm seeing are black men who are either veterans or not veterans. They're still college graduates, and they perform. They perform. Like so I have nothing to say but the same thing. I have readily seen. I myself have worked with black men. They 100% are good with me because they know I go in there to work, and I make it a point. Hey, whatever you need done, I'm going to get it taken care of. I don't believe in this. Oh, it's not my job. I'm not here to do this job. Absolutely not. I made it a point to my black boss at a bank I used to work at, which you know of, Stanley, the bank. I told him, I'm here.
So you've never, like, do you, and you know what? Just let me ask the question. I'm not casting aspersions, but you know what? You're young. Young people tend to work, together in places like, banks and stuff. You've never actually flirted with a guy or been interested? Like I would. No, it's a serious question.
No, why are you asking her that?
Okay, because Deacon Dave, what the hell are you doing? Let me ask the question.
No, Stanley, I don't want to I don't want to fool around with people I work with. I don't want to come off. I just want to be there. Let my work performance speak. That's why.
And the reason I asked this question is like humble presidents, you know what? And I'm going to be perfectly frank here. I'm not being fresh. Just take it for what it is. I think if you and I work together, I would probably be interested.
Oh my God, Stanley, can you please say?
Oh, no. Take it for what it's worth.
Question.
Dude,
He's
I'm on the
my dick.
internet. I'm not, this is not a Me Too situation.
He said questions, my dick.
I like some, hey, I like
Stay
smart
focused,
women.
Stanley. Stop putting yourself into it.
Okay, I like smart women. If you say something interesting or make a joke that's, and not all jokes are interesting, by the way, dude, I'm certainly going to be at a minimum curious. Now, if you're married or something like that, of course.
I worked with the Black Box.
When I last worked, I was married. I, generally didn't even pay attention, to the other women in the workplace because I was happily married. There'd be, someone might flirt, but you know what? I didn't even go to parties like Christmas parties because I'd rather be home.
Stanley, I worked with he was a 6 Sigma black belt, which is a very big deal.
I know what a 6 Sigma is.
Yes, you do. Worked for this man, learned from this man. At no time did I ever feel uncomfortable or weird. And on top of that, there was another black guy. He was really, really cool. Nothing weird. These men were so respected. And on top of that, they were one of the few full-time employees. Most of those people were all contractors. They were hired full-time. Why? Because they were just really tall black dudes who knew how to do their job, and they were not weird nor perverts. At no time did the most crazy comment I ever heard one of them say was that he called me Omarosa, and I laughed. So yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I don't know that was a compliment.
That's inappropriate. I didn't find it inappropriate, and he didn't even. I guess because I'm just really focused, diligent. They liked that hustle, grind. And I came in the office and I looked cute and I wore boots and I said, no, go to your desk, sit there and work. There are black men who actually like that in black women. If you're an attractive black woman, because men, I understand you want to see attraction. You don't want to see a big bitch at the job. I get that. I don't want to see that either. But you go to your desk and work. When I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking about the job. I'm telling these black men, I'm going to make sure you look good and your manager and get this job done. They gave the other black dude the hardest work to do, whatever you want to call it. I sat there and I supported him. No questions asked. When you have black people who work well together, everything comes into place. Everything.
I wouldn't trust that, but I hear what you're saying.
Because white people cannot do.
Well, wait, hold it, hold on. And this is a joke. Since everyone, this is a joke.
Okay, I'm ready.
You sound pro-black. This is the kind of pro-black that I am.
Yes, black people performing. Black people having hard-lined, measured production. Here's the
joke.
Here's the improvement that I have made. It's right here.
The pro-black.
That's the jobs I take. And I finally was able to work with a black woman who was great, but of course she was a veteran. Surprise, she's a vet. Yeah, she would be, because veterans understand solutioning. If you're in the military, nobody understands the importance of a solution, like the United States military. You can't BS around there. They bring that mentality to the workplace. Not only them, their kids do too. A big problem, Stanley, you mentioned, there's a lot of mediocrity, but a lot of these mediocre people, they just don't want to just sit down and let the other people do the work. As long as even if you're mediocre, there is still a purpose for you. Even though you're mediocre, there's always one thing that you can do very well. Just one, at least one. If you hone on that skill, you will do great. And people will want to work with you. Why? Because we work in a specialized field. We work in a specialized country. We live in a world of specialization. So you can be mediocre. Just be good at one thing and don't disrupt other people. And just be a cool team player, or as they call it, be a bro. Just sit there. Hey, can you help me out? Sure. People would be cool with you if you're just there to help them with support. Even make a phone call. Even just do little follow-up work. Do intern work, whatever. People are cool with that. Know how to work in a team. You don't have to know how to do everything. Just know how to work in a team. So even if you're mediocre, it's still good because you can work in a team. And we've seen plenty of mediocre.
Right. Well, I mean, in a team environment,
which is work.
There are people who are going to have, more abilities than others.
Exactly, Stanley. You understand that, of course. Plus, Stanley, you're military. You understand that. And Stanley, bringing up your background with the Navy, I'm sure you've seen others who are like, because you all also do. There's a lot of measurement. I know because I've had special friends.
Well, life is a measurement in the Navy.
So let's see. She knows damn well she used her to innocence, what the hell, and place as a woman to manipulate and make men look bad. She lied about Stanley on that topic without any grounding before. What did I do, Tropes? What did I do?
I'm not sure.
Stanley? You see, this is
I mean, you and I have had our words.
What did I do? See, this Tropes guy, this is what I'm talking about. These people at the workplace.
No.
They love to bring
Tropes. Well, hold on. Let me level set here. Tropes is royalty around here. So, even if he's wrong, he's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, but Tropes has carte blanche.
I'm glad you said that. So someone like Tropes would literally just not exist. I only know you from emails. You want to come here, bring some type of nonsense, then we have nothing to say.
Well, I don't know that Tropes is also not a person just to bullshit. So, he'll specify if he deems necessary.
And I don't even try to figure things out like that, Stanley. Any type of negativity, I run away from it and I just keep it via email. But everything.
Well, I kind of, what? You and John Galt are a lot alike like that. I eat controversy and confrontations up. It's you remember when you were a kid, like my mother had air ferns, ferns that could live without much water or anything like that because they take everything they need from the air. That's kind of how I am with controversy. It is sometimes it is my entertainment. Well, I think she was mad, Tropes. Yeah, that was a bit disturbing, and I agree with you on that part. And yes, you did. I think she was just mad though. And it is, that's not the sort of thing you want to say on YouTube or the internet. But I think she was just mad. So I forgive her. Just don't do it again, Ponder.
Do what? Do what? I don't do subliminals. That's my
wait, hold it. This is Trope's response. Last time I heard.
Comment. Yeah, I stand by it. I didn't like the comment that she made. I didn't
really?
Like the she made.
You stand by it?
I'm not gonna go.
You really think I'm a pervert?
I didn't like that comment at all. I did not.
You really think I'm a pervert?
Stanley, you want to replay?
You said you're standing by it.
Stanley, you want to replay that live? Stanley, I don't need to. We're all on the internet. Everything's recorded. If you don't like what I said, just replay it.
Oh no. It's not that I didn't ask you whether I liked it or I didn't express like or dislike. You say you stand by that comment. Part of the comment was apparently you called me a perv. Do you stand by that comment? Those specific words. Do you stand by them?
No, Stanley, I don't take back things I say. If I said it, I said it.
If you don't take, I'm not asking you to take it back if you didn't notice. I'm asking you, do you stand by that comment? Do you think I'm a perv?
In regards to the comments, if I'm remembering correctly,
look at you tap dancing.
I'm not tap dancing anything.
Yeah, you are.
In regards to the commentary regarding children, I think that was children and trans and something like that, some type of nonsense like that. I didn't like it, and I called you a perv then. If I remember that stuff correctly, yeah, I stand by it. Yes, I do.
Do you think I'm a perv? Standing by a comment basically means you think I'm a perv.
Stanley, I thought that
okay, you know what? Do you know how to make to do you know no. I'm sorry, but you know what? Now you got me interested. Saying the comment was perverted is different than saying Stanley is a perv. Are you saying the comment was perverted, or are you saying the commenter, not only was the comment a perverted, do you think the commenter was perverted?
Stanley,
a pervert?
Stanley, I don't know you. I've never even seen you. I don't know. I can't say that. I have never seen you.
Well, you know what? I guess I'm just gonna have to take that as a no.
Stanley, Stanley, I don't believe you're a pervert. Why I don't believe you're a pervert? I've never met you. I've never seen you.
Understood.
That comment, yeah, I 100%. That commentary you made, perverted. You,
fuck you, Lou.
No, and I'm not going to say I don't know. I will simply say no. I will default to no because I've never seen you do anything like that. I've never even...
dude, you know what? I make a lot of off-color jokes, and maybe that went too far.
Right.
And Tropes, to his credit, is right. She doesn't know you. That's why you can't make claims like that. I stand by that comment.
Stand by what?
Anyway, let me diffuse this situation, and this is my buddy Amy Wax. Again, she reminds me of my mother-in-law, believe it or not. Mannerisms, at least. And she can be rather acid sometimes. You know what? That is actually Lou, I wonder if I could use that as a show title. I might actually use that as a show title. I might just take the risk. Pervly Cross. That is funny as hell. All right, so Amy Wax, and any comments you have, questions to ponder would be appreciated. Oops, let's skip over that.
What does tenure really mean?
Well, that's a very good
question. Let me give a little
bit
of background. She is or was, I think she might be suspended now. This video is from a year ago. She's been a law professor at University of Pennsylvania for a while. And she calls herself a race realist. Essentially, she's a racist. And so we go. She's been at loggerheads with the University of Pennsylvania deans and faculty and all that stuff, and students for like 10 years, forever. And finally, University of Pennsylvania just said enough, and brought her before a disciplinary board. It was, and she wants to make this about free speech, whereas her opponents, whom I tend to agree with, consider her problem like we don't want to teach or be taught by or administrate a racist. She doesn't think she's being a racist. She thinks she's a race realist. So, we're all at loggerheads over this. Free speech versus, the speech you're speaking has consequences. I don't think she thinks there ought to be consequences.
It's actually at the heart of the case that Penn is now pursuing against me. And when people ask me that question, and they do ask it, I say, there's good news and there's bad news, right? Especially if you're trying to invoke the protections of tenure, as I am, right? There is very little experience with efforts to strip people of tenure, because up until now, the academic world has treated tenure respectfully and with kid gloves. And that has been something that people across the political spectrum have agreed on, in part because I think lefties know that it protects them as much as it protects people on the right. So there haven't been many opportunities to really fill in the blanks, like what does tenure mean? That's the good news and the bad news. If you're someone who's trying to invoke tenure, the good news is it's an open question and you can try and give it content. The bad news is it's an open question, so you don't really know what your protections are. You don't know what it means. I am a professor at a private university, so that means I am not protected by the First Amendment of the US Constitution. Little known fact in our ignorant polity is that the First Amendment does not apply to private institutions. It says Congress shall make no law. It is the government that has to respect your free speech rights. If I was a professor at a
I like her comment about the ignorant polity. That might be the only point Amy Wax and I agree upon.
public university, then I would have the benefits of the First Amendment. I'm a professor at a private university. I don't. What I do have is a contract, and that is my tenure contract. What does that contract protect? We're going to find out.
Do you think if you were early?
And I want to make a very partisan political point. Many on the right have problems with tenure, except for Amy Wax. It's okay if a racist gets tenure. Woke folks, not so much.
In your career, perhaps not as established, perhaps not as financially settled, that you would have been able to embark on this fight?
Well, I probably not. And this is interesting because there have been other people, conservatives, professors on the right, who have been, attempts have been made to cancel them and otherwise sort of run them out of town on a rail. There's a guy at Georgetown named Ilya Shapiro. He was supposed to be at Georgetown. He ended up never assuming his position. He's, good 30 years younger than I am. And although I am disappointed that more people don't stand up and fight, I really can't fault these younger academics who are at the beginning of their career, most of whom don't have tenure protection, who don't have my degree of financial security, who have young children and they're trying to get established. I cannot fault these people for just giving up and quitting the field. And I can't say that I would do it differently. But when people say to me, why are you fighting this fight? You're 70 years old, you're coming to the end of your career. Why don't you just retire and enjoy life and your grandchildren and all of that? I say, no, I am in the very best position possible to stay the course and oppose what is happening to me and fight with every ounce of my strength. I am the very person who should be fighting. Right? I have all the advantages that are required. So I am the last person to call it quits.
She is the the patron saint of white supremacy. And the bottom line is the reason she's not retiring and hanging out with her grandkids is her kids and their kids cannot fucking stand her. That's my guess. Don't know it for sure.
And let me just add that, being a rather judgmental person.
And look at this silly
traditionalism. Not that left.
Lou, hit the link. Why do you think liberals get tenure protection far more than conservatives in universities? I need a citation needed for that very unsubstantiated comment. And There are more liberals in universities than conservatives, so that might be expected. Really? Lou, do better.
These aren't judgmental. Oh my gosh, they certainly are, just about different things. I do judge my fellow senior tenured professors negatively because I am disappointed.
No, actually, she's Jewish,
that
Cool Kamasi.
all the support, virtually all the support that I have received has been private and behind the scenes. You know, I really sympathize with what you're doing. I support you. Good for you. What they're doing to you is outrageous. It's not good for education. It's not good for the students. It's not good for the coming generations and all of that. But when I ask them to sort of stand up and publicly, you know, give their opinions or develop petitions or whatever the people on the left do, they can't be bothered. And I just consider that egregiously selfish. I really do. I teach Edmund Burke in my course on conservative thought. And Edmund Burke has this wonderfully articulated concept of the covenant, which, you know, as a Jew, I translated into the bris. What is the covenant? What is the bris? It is the tie that binds past generations to present generations to future generations. It is an obligation of reverence and gratitude to
my pappy was a white supremacist like his pappy before him, and by golly, I'm gonna be a white supremacist just like my pappy, and I'm raising Junior to be a white supremacist too.
To past generations that have conferred upon us all of these wonderful gifts, including universities, our glorious universities in Western society and in particular in the United States. And that gift entails an obligation to preserve, protect, and defend those institutions for the benefit of coming generations, of our posterity, right? Us and our posterity. And I just don't see the recognition of that obligation among my fellow academics. It is really virtually absent. I gave a talk at Stanford University not long ago and about this very topic of academic freedom. And I talked about how I have one son and two daughters. My two daughters went to Philip Sandover, which is a very exclusive and expensive private school that, like all the rest of them, has gone totally woke. But the one good thing about Andover, I thought, was its motto, non-sibi. What does that mean? Not for ourselves. We are not doing this for ourselves. It's not all about us. It's not all about me, like my having a pleasant life and riding off into the sunset. It's about those who are going to come after us. That's who we're doing it for. That's who we ought to be doing it for. And I just see kind of empty space there where non-sibi should be.
I'm curious in the crowd, how many people were already familiar with Professor Wax and her travails at Penn Law before today? Okay, so it looks like a good number of you. Isn't this the whole point of tenure? The fact that you can explore truth wherever it takes you, say what you want to say, write what you want to write?
Well, I would think so, right? But the people who now control the universities, the sort of cultural Marxists, the wokeistas, and the lefties, they have a whole new conception of what tenure does, protects, and is for. And they use the tricks, the verbal tricks and ticks that you were talking about earlier to accomplish their purpose. So here is the argument that is used against me. Even though everything that they are objecting to about me and seeking to penalize has to do with things I've said, that's called speech. They have repackaged it and relabeled it as behavior that is contrary to the mission and values of the university as currently defined, diversity, inclusion, and equity. You'll notice that seeking the truth is not on the list, okay? And they have reconfigured the harm principle, our famous million liberal harm principle, into a kind of
Here's the part that people like Amy Wax, who is a law professor, by the way, and Charles Murray and others won't tell you. They're speaking, quote, the truth. What they don't want to tell you is if they were left to their own devices, they would take that truth and enact it into policy. The truths that they are talking about really don't amount to a hill of beans. One of her tenets is that Black people apparently shouldn't attend UPenn Law. She says she's never known of a Black student at UPenn to graduate in the top quarter, or maybe it was the top 10% of her class. Well, so what? If they get into UPenn, if they finish last in the class, they've gone to an Ivy League law school. They'll be okay. Why does she give a fuck? Why is it her business to care about who graduates wherever in the pecking order, other than she doesn't want Black people there? These are the things. Speaking truths is not a justification in and of itself. Some things don't need to be said, shouldn't be said, and questioned. Why are you saying this? Amy Wax is despicable.
Psychological bugaboo that if you upset special and minority students especially, and make them feel hurt and unsafe and offended, then essentially tenure doesn't protect that. Tenure doesn't protect professors from being penalized and punished for harming students. Notice all the little tricks and transformations that go into that. Well, of course, speech is behavior, but duh, it's a special protected kind of behavior. Traditionally, that is what academic freedom of expression has always meant. That is studiously ignored, right? Heckler's veto, it's a fundamental principle of First Amendment law and free expression. The fact that you're here, or those who are hearing the speaker are upset or offended, can't be used to shut down speech. That's the end of academic freedom. Well, they've never heard of the heckler's veto. The heckler's veto is gone. So through these kind of subtle transformations, according to, the woke catechism, they are gradually wiping out the core of academic freedom that tenure protects. And it is deliberate. This is a program that they have deliberately embarked upon. And what is the goal? The goal is to purge the academy of everyone who is even remotely right of center, right? They control the academy. They want to make that control complete. They want to turn it into a monoculture and a monolith. And the few people left like me are cuckoos in the nest and have to be ejected.
It all sounds very Soviet. I mean, I'm friends with Michael Rechtenwald, who was canceled at NYU under similar circumstances. I've heard you describe academia as a Western, or maybe even a masculine environment, in the sense that there's supposed to be academic rigor, there's supposed to be objectivity, there's supposed to be criticism, there's supposed to be robust debate and speech, and that these are attributes or traits which perhaps a lot of folks on the progressive left view as outdated or outmoded.
Well, I mean, there's two ways of looking at all of those qualities or values.
She is just like, bless her little heart. You know, she's also weirdly red pill.
Shall we say, you know, rigor, objectivity, truth seeking, discourse and debate. One can see them as sort of universal values or goals or practices, and I think that is the right way to see them. But as a practical matter on the ground, if we're going to be social realists about it, men are much more likely to embrace those practices than women. Just empirically, that is so. Now, we could speculate all day about why that is. You know, everybody.
And again, weaponizing empiricism. Again, the statistics are there. The interpretation that men do better at, better at math and engineering, that's all true. No one debates that. The debate is if you base policy on the empiricism. If you basically say, well, men do better at engineering and all that stuff, therefore we won't even look at admitting women because men are just going to be better at it. That is the debate, and that is what you should not be doing. The statistics mean nothing until you enact policy based on them. The problem would be the policies, not the empirics.
Has their own little theory, and a lot of it is grounded in stereotypes. Stereotypes have gotten a bad name, but as Lee Jussum, the psychologist at Rutgers, has pointed out many times, many stereotypes are valid.
Stereotypes have a bad name. Let's do policy based on stereotypes. That's what she would do.
Stereotypes for a reason. They describe reality. And we're, of course, not talking about every single person. Not every single woman leads with her emotions, right? And avoids conflict and doesn't like, down in the mud wrestling, rigorous debate. But there are more women who are put off by that than men, right? And that's a fact. So the feminization of the academy, which looked fair and just and like it might be a good thing, I think has been pretty much on balance a disaster. It has really been a disaster for academia. And partly I blame the victim. I blame men for this. In my ideal scenario, we would have seen positions in academia opened to everyone who can meet the standards. We would have seen really a real sense of equal opportunity, right? Because that is a very strong liberal value. But for the people coming in, the old guard and the men should have said, look, we're happy to hire women or minorities or whoever, but we will protect and preserve and defend the standards of academic rigor and, truth seeking and candor that we have worked for many hundreds of years to generate. And we're not going to give that up. We are not going to give in to the values of the nursery and the kindergarten of making everybody feel good, which is really, I think, where the feminine presence in academia has taken us. So I think that men should have been much more strict and frank and demanding about the changes that were being not just requested, but insisted upon by women. Now that we're here, you have to abandon the quote unquote masculine values that defined fine academic institutions and come over to our side, right? That should never have happened.
Well, in particular with law in the US, we have an adversarial system. We have common law precedents. What is the average law student today? Does the average student come to, I won't ask you to speak to Penn, but in general, do you think law students today come to law school with already incubated and woke?
Oh, totally. Well, I mean, I think that the woke direction of education generally, and of course it starts in kindergarten, as I suggested earlier, and goes all the way through at this point, has been disastrous for legal education. The feminization of higher ed and lower ed has been disastrous for legal education. And that's because we still have, and heaven knows how long we'll be able to hold on to it, right? It's an endangered species at this point. We still have an adversary system in our country, in the United States, and that means that lawyers, well-trained lawyers, have to learn to present arguments for either side of a particular question or dispute. They have to learn how to best represent their client, or as one of my mentors in the Justice Department once said, to say what justly can be said on behalf of your client's position. That is your obligation. And in order to do that, you can't insist that you agree with your client's position, that your client's position represent the social justice position, the woke position, the progressive position, because that won't always be the case. Of course, the whole idea behind the adversary system is that by having attorneys on both sides of a question go at it in a zealous way to the best of their ability, then the right answer under the law, the truth, the evidentiary truth, and the legally correct position will emerge from that refiner's fire of the adversary system. So getting back to our law students, there is a significant contingent of law students now who do not want to even hear, let alone master or understand. I mean, we don't even get to that point. Any views or any ideas or legal arguments that they consider unjust or unfair or inconsistent with the progressive catechism. The situation is really like, this is sort of a story from my family. My son, when he went off to college, he would come home and his two sisters would say, Isaac, what's college like? What's it like? And here's what he would say. I'm going to have to put down my microphone. He'd say, there are a bunch of girls mostly, but all types of people. And this is what you hear from them. Isaac, don't say that. Don't say that. No, you can't say that, Isaac. Don't say that. Don't say that. And of course, this would, his sisters would just dissolve in peals of laughter. He could reliably get them to, laugh out loud when he would do the little, don't say that, Isaac, don't say that.
That was a joke?
And that's essentially
Isaac
what
needs
we
a better
have
sense of
at
humor.
Penn Law School today. Don't say that. And the students will complain to me because they kind of trust me not to out them. They will say, the classes are now a kind of gray dead zone. Some of the professors try to get discussions going. It never happens. Because if you say anything that deviates from, the woke position, there will always be a few people in the class who will, rear up indignantly and say, that's offensive, or that's racist, or that's sexist, or all the, xenophobic, or all the ist words. White supremacist is sort of the favorite now. And everything comes to a screeching halt. And why should anybody stick their neck out and risk getting into trouble by engaging in a class discussion or debate. I mean, they know better than to do that. So how can you learn to function in an adversary system if you never kind of get past the orthodoxy? I don't think anybody is really taking that question seriously enough.
Okay, but fast forward 10 years, 20 years, you've got these students now. I mean, we've all heard the term results-oriented judges, but what happens when we have top to bottom, everybody under 40 politicized judges, maybe even.
By the way, just so you know, and Lou says she's goofy. This woman has literally argued 50, I think it's 15 cases before the Supreme Court. She is brilliant. She's just a racist. But no, she has an MD from Harvard. She practiced, I think, as a neurologist. Then she went to Columbia Law School and became a lawyer. And she was in the Solicitor General's office. I don't know the time frame that she was there, but she's argued before the Supreme Court. So, you know, she is not chopped liver. And for those who think Amy Wax doesn't have power, think again. The woman is, we know who she is. She speaks all over the place. She has a lot of influence over policy because she speaks to policymakers. Again, how do I know this? Because I've known about Amy Wax for years. I do politics, culture, all that stuff, history. It's kind of my retirement job.
Justices, politicized prosecutors, politicized public defenders. I mean, at what point
Oh, absolutely. Racism can be brilliant. Oh, cool, Kamasi. Absolutely. It is one of the more brilliant inventions in American
free
history.
speech is just another value among many to be
How do you think it survived this long? It's not dumb.
Result. I fear that lawfare will become the same thing.
Yeah, well, it's already happening. It is definitely already happening. And, you know, I sometimes say that there is now a serious contingent of people in the legal profession who think that free speech is this fetish that white people have that they really need to get over. I mean, that is the attitude. And that is extremely dangerous. I think it is very frightening. You know, this wonderful system that we have built, and it has taken many hundreds of years and struggle and reverses and sacrifice to enshrine the rule of law and this honest, rigorous system. And I can just see it dissolving before my very eyes. And, you know, once again, I'll say something very partisan. The Democratic Party, this is one of the, you know, planks in their platform. This is really what they seek to do. The prosecutors that they are appointing, the judges that they are appointing, the justices that they are appointing, they are engaged in this project of dismantling the fundamental components of the rule of law. And if you doubt that, okay, all you have to do is, you know, look at some of the decisions that are coming out of the courts, which many people are not aware of, but those of us who follow judicial decision-making can point to some pretty shocking and egregiously results-oriented and incredibly poorly reasoned decisions that are just so obviously partisan and oblivious to the limits that are ordinarily recognized, that it's deeply disturbing. There are many examples I could give, but one example is the recent Harvard affirmative action case. And here I am referring to the two lengthy dissenting opinions, one written by Justice Sotomayor, one written by Justice Jackson, a newly appointed justice. And they're all as smooth as sugar, both of them are, in very fancy, lofty language. But they completely ignore decades of affirmative action precedent and are legally dishonest and shoddy in the most fundamental way. And I just find that very disturbing. Those are the two most liberal justices, and their opinions are a disgrace, in my humble opinion. So I could elaborate more on the details, but I think any honest broker who reads the multiple decisions in that case, and there are 257 pages of them, so it is quite an undertaking to study that decision and all the various opinions in it, cannot help but come to that conclusion if they are honest and objective.
Do any of your students make you hopeful?
Oh, absolutely. Although I have been the target of an unrelenting campaign of, prosecution, persecution, name calling by my dean, now former dean. He's just stepped down, and we have a new dean who's probably no better, and have received incredibly negative publicity. I continue to teach until Penn issues a final decision in my case, which I think is coming soon. And this year, I'm teaching a year-long seminar in conservative political and legal thought. I'm also teaching another seminar in neuroscience, law, and responsibility. And I have 10 students enrolled in my conservatism seminar. And these are a brave and hardy band, because I know that they, excuse my profanity, get tons of shit from their fellow students. Like, why are you taking this course? Why are you having anything to do with this racist professor? You know, what do you think you're doing? And I think for a law student to have to defend themselves from their fellow students, these comments, that's not an easy thing to do. And yet they persist and, are going to take this course. These students are unique. They're definitely countercultural. They're not all on the right. They're not all conservatives. Some of them are self-identified lefties, but they all share one thing, which is they're kind of fed up with the propaganda that they've been peddled from day one, and they know that it does not represent a quality education. They know they've been cheated. And in many cases, they've gone to the best schools. So, we're talking about fancy private schools, fancy colleges, name recognition for these fancy colleges. They've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on their education, and they come out of it feeling cheated, right? And they're not all white either. I mean,
I have to ask a couple questions
had several
here.
Asians.
How the fuck is what she's saying not propaganda? Okay, the whole purpose of a college education is to not be propagandized. It's to learn how to think critically. You need to... This is so frustrating on the left and the right. You go to college to learn a profession, maybe, but this they were fed propaganda bullshit is bullshit. Okay, there are plenty of people who go to college and don't come out leftist. You know what? You're right, Cool Kamasi. She is venting. I think I applaud that comment, to be honest. Humble, you said something I wanted to respond to. Here's the deal, Humble Presidents. She's talking about the affirmative action cases. You say she is pleased at how the Supreme Court is operating. Apparently she isn't. Okay, the right won the affirmative action case. They got rid of affirmative action. So now she wants to call the people who dissented from that win, she wants to call them legally dubious, and all of them are actually as qualified in the law as she is. I defy her to say she knows more about the law than Ketanji Brown Jackson. She doesn't. I'm guessing. See, winning isn't enough. They just want to fuck with people. Even they win, but yet they want to go out and smear people who don't think they should have won. It is quite sad. It is quite sad. Take the W, Professor. Take the W. And by the way, if I went to UPenn, I'd probably take her class just to see if I could get an A in it. College has been propaganda. That's bullshit, Lou. I don't. You got to go there to know it's not propaganda. They don't do propaganda in chemistry labs. At least not that I'm aware of.
In my classes, I've had students contact me in the university, Black students. I had one write me just a couple of days ago, who I'd had coffee with last year, a freshman from Philadelphia, Black guy. And, you know, he said to me, I want you to teach me about conservatism because I don't know a thing about it. And that's true. They don't know a thing about it.
They don't know a thing. They, Black people don't know a thing about. You want to know why Black people don't know about conservatism? Because people like Thomas Sowell never talked about conservatism in a Black church or a Black school or at an NAACP meeting. The reason Black conservatives, the reason Black people don't know a whole hell of a lot about conservatism is because the Black conservative coons fucking never talk to Black people. You know, you don't run across a whole lot of Black kids at the Hoover Institute at Stanford. That's why we don't know a lot about conservatism. The Thomas Sowells of the world don't think Black people are smart enough to be conservative.
I mean, some of them have never heard of Frederick Hayek, not just never read him. I never heard of him. Okay.
Oh, like a lot of white kids know who Hayek is. Yeah, okay, Amy.
They've never heard of lesser known lights like Michael Oakeshott, James Burnham, Richard Weaver. They never Bertrand de Juvenel. These people are not on the syllabus.
Everywhere you go,
They're
not just in
the
college,
There's
Latino.
a whole half
People
of Western
tend to
thought
hang out with people who
that
think
is
like
just
they do.
absent
Hence the
from their prior
term birds of
education.
a
And
feather.
they're smart enough to
Flock
know it.
together.
And they're curious enough to want to find out what's in those books, even though ultimately they might reject it.
Do we have time for one more?
I think you might want to rethink
So,
the thing
I
about the
want to ask,
hippie
at what
movement,
point
Latino.
do we say, look,
Don't believe the
the
hype.
Ivies are over. These universities are so bad that we, especially as parents, I have teenagers, that we need to sort of withdraw our sanction, stop granting them so much status, and recognize them for what they are.
Well, that is one heck of a tough sell for a number of reasons, although I will offer you a glimmer of hope at the end of this little disquisition. And I think there are a couple of reasons for that. First of all, you know, the Ivies and the prestigious colleges, generally the selective colleges, right? And we all know what they are in the United States. They are the gateway to the upper middle class, right? They are the gatekeepers to high earnings and the good life. And every upper middle class parent, certainly, and some middle class parents
I get
as
your
well,
point, Latino.
they want that for their kids. And as long as little Caitlin gets into
And
Princeton and gets out,
actually, to be honest, you make a good point here. There are Claremont Institutes, there's Stanford. If you want a conservative leaning education, there are elite colleges. Shit, you could get a conservative education at Harvard. I mean, you just have to be selective in, which professors you take. You're not going to convince me that Harvard's economics department is full of liberals.
out of Princeton, they really could give a damn what little Caitlin is learning at Princeton. Okay. So, the notion that most people are intellectual or have intellectual values or even have a love of truth is really a canard. I forget, John Derbyshire quoted this to me. Some intellectual said, "The love of truth is the faintest of human passions." And
Ooh,
I really
I
think
like
that's
that quote.
accurate. Right. So, little Caitlin will come home from Princeton and say to her father, do you know that you are a heteropatriarchal oppressor and persecutor?
You don't
And
learn
you
that
should,
in engineering
be
classes.
run
there,
out of town
Lasky.
on a rail? And please sign the check for my next semester at Princeton. Of course he will, right? The other factor is these institutions are kept afloat by tons of government money, but also by donor money. And frankly, a lot of the donors, not all of them, because some of them have this irrational attachment to their alma maters, a lot of the donors are motivated by...
Let me make a quick point. Again, a Latino comment. Look, University of Georgia, University of Virginia, University of South Carolina, University of Florida, Auburn University, University of Alabama. If you are from the South, the state universities are fairly conservative. You did not hear, and I actually never asked my son, but I never heard of any huge protest at the University of Georgia or Georgia Tech. For better or for worse, Georgia, even in, a lot of the Black community in Georgia, we tend to be fairly conservative, in a lot of ways.
The thought that if they give money, right, and show that they're loyal alumni, their granddaughter, little Caitlin, will get in. Now, that's a very powerful incentive to support your alma mater. Now, here's the fly in the ointment, okay? With the abolition of racial affirmative action, there is now a war on legacy admissions for these colleges and universities. The Biden administration has launched an investigation into the racially differential effects of legacy admissions. If these schools decide to abolish the advantage for legacy children, that is the children of people who have attended the university in the past, and as a corollary, the advantage for big donors to the universities, and they tend to overlap, right? Then that motive to support the Ivies will be much reduced. It might even go away. So in a way, these progressive do-gooders that control the university are kind of shooting themselves in the foot. Now, that's why I predict that the legacy advantages will survive, because they are essential to these schools' power. And they have enormous amounts of power, these schools, because of those two factors, mainly the advantages that they presumably confer on their graduates.
Lou,
and
they
until that
are.
goes away, I don't really see the Ivies.
People who tend to be attracted to things like engineering, math, STEM in general, you're not going to get people who engineers don't take women's studies in huge numbers. They tend to be fairly conservative people. I know from experience. Maybe it's changed. It's been a while
their
since I've been to
influence, you
college.
know, and the veil being torn away and saying, you know, this is really just a crock. I think we've known for a very long time that what people actually learn at these places is dubious at best and affirmatively harmful.
I'm gonna tell you that unless you were taking maybe political science or English, you know, this liberal ideology canard that Free Zone Lou insists and Amy Wax insists actually exists. No, nobody goes to college for ideology. They may go to college for a lot of bad reasons. I wish more people went to college for ideology. They might actually learn something.
At worst.
What's up, Soul Provider? What's up, Broke Genius?
Amy Wax, thank you so much for coming.
All right. Well, you know what? Everybody, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips, and especially subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. If you are in the John Gall channel right now, please hop over to at Stanley Cross 6000 and like and subscribe and even share if you're up to it. So I don't know. I'm actually I think we'll do this last video and then I'm going to call it a day because I went way too long yesterday and had way too much fun. But you never know. Who knows? I may get a second win. But this is Scott Galloway. I'm pretty sure I've shown his videos before. This is titled Trump's Epstein. You know what? Actually, I just remembered something. There's a better video from Matt Lewis that I just saved that I think is going to be a better politics talk, and it's shorter as well. So let's do this one instead. This is Matt Lewis, folks, a pretty good political writer and author, for that matter.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the podcast. I'm happy to welcome back to the show friend of the pod, Tom Lobianco. He is the man behind 24 Site News. Check them out at Substack and everywhere. Tom, great to see you, man.
Hey, Matt. How's it going, man?
Good. Lots to talk about. I guess Congress has been sent home. You know, it's too bad it was, well, I hate to say too bad, but were it not Ozzy Osbourne who had passed away, if it were, I don't know, let's say Alice Cooper, there could be some schools out for summer theme. But what's the deal with, is this unusual or weird, or is this normal for Congress to up and leave at this point?
There was, love the Alice Cooper reference, feed their Frankenstein of a bill.
They did that song in Wayne's World.
Yes, sir. Legendary. Foundational moments. I think that, for Congress, they were going to go on an August recess. I mean, that was the plan. Of course, it's not August. It's July. Maybe it's the humidity. Maybe it's the Epstein. Maybe it's Thomas Massie having friends again as he continues to push this. It's really remarkable. I have to tell you, Wildman Massie, as opposed to, it's really tragic. His wife died. And so he's, that's very sad. Prior Tom Massie, who was always a maverick, when his wife was still alive, clean shaven, has glasses on. Now he looks like he, came out of some cavern in Kentucky, carrying a mission statement saying release the Epstein files, and it seems to be working for him. Not so much for Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson really is struggling to hold everybody together. So kind of that slapdash, like, let's go home, it puts out the fire in the moment, but what happens when they face their constituents?
That's right. We have seen things metastasize during these recesses. Like, I'm thinking of the town halls during Obamacare, where, and there have been times where Democrats and Republicans have both had this happen, where you think you're getting out of Washington, you think you're escaping the heat, but you're jumping out of the frying pan into the oven or whatever. So I don't know, though. I mean, do you think their constituents, like, I wonder how much this is like an elite influencer MAGA thing versus a grassroots thing? I guess it depends how pervasive, let's say, the QAnon conspiracy is.
I think, okay, I mean, very anecdotal. What are the barometers for this? Number one, book sales of Julie K. Brown's book, built on her incredible reporting. And for folks, if you haven't already, I mean, Julie K. Brown is the reporter, longtime Miami Herald.
Not to be confused with Downtown Julie Brown from MTV. No. I made that mistake. Do not buy her book.
That shows up in the mail. You're like, wow, I didn't realize there was a book in that. Julie K. Brown, I think she's still on Twitter. I think it's like JK Brown Journo, something like that. Anyway, I mean, find her thing, because she did all the amazing reporting on this, which, I mean, really resurrected this after Alex Acosta, the DA down in Florida, went with the plea deal for Epstein. And I mean, almost single-handedly brought this back. And I think that if you look at what's happening with Epstein and with the book sales, with the number of views on that 2020 Epstein documentary on Netflix, it's in the culture, it's in pop culture. And that's a very big deal.
Right? And it's been 3 weeks, dude. I mean, I can't remember any sort of scandal hurting Trump, even the Access Hollywood scandal, which really should have done him in. See, the problem is there was a debate like 2 days after the scandal broke.
Right.
And Trump survived that debate. And I think once he survived that debate, that really tamped down on the scandal. But this has been going on for like we're on like week 3 now. And it's
we talked about this before, right? I mean, I think that, you made this excellent point that, it pulls together so many themes of what it means to be a Trump supporter. And I would note too that, being a Trump supporter in this modern political environment is in many ways separate and distinct from being a Republican voter. There are a lot of people who don't, what's their pronoun? It's Trump supporter. All right, it's not an R after their name.
Well, the deliverable that they're looking for wasn't tax cuts. It was release the Epstein files. Like, that's the reason they voted for Trump. And if he's not going to give them, so the Ukraine war didn't end on day one.
Right. Yeah.
Also, he didn't end the forever wars. At least not if you think that bombing Iran constitutes going to war. He didn't bring prices down on day one. Grocery prices down. And now
the opposite.
He didn't deliver. The biggest thing that they wanted was the Epstein files, and he has not delivered on that, right?
If you
possibly
look at,
because he's in them. Now look, I don't even think there is a client list.
Yeah.
But there are files that we know he found out. This was recently reported in the Wall Street Journal that he found out he's in the files.
Right.
And then, of course, after he found that out, the White House, the administration announced that they were not going to be releasing them.
The most consequential thing Attorney General Pam Bondi may have done for her country was, according to this reporting, telling Donald Trump that his name is all over the files. I mean, that could prove to be a historic turning point in things.
Well, let me ask you this, Tom, because I think this is and I'm writing about this today for The Hill. I think something very significant happened. And it's tied to the the civil war over the Epstein. But I think that Donald Trump, for the first time, is now viewed as a lame duck.
Yes.
And, but he's been a lame duck unless you believe there's a way he's going to run or stay on, unconstitutionally.
Correct.
He's been a lame duck the whole time, but this to me felt like the tipping point where for the first time, and I've seen this happen before with other presidents where at a certain point, they're still president, but everyone's sort of looking down the road and jockeying for position of what's it going to be like when the old man's gone. And it felt like this was the moment when for the first time people started thinking of life post-Trump and their position in it.
This is the are we allowed to curse on here? Are we terrestrial? This reminds me of the classic Wire scene where Tommy Carcetti is meeting with the Tommy D'Alessandro character. All right, at the diner in Baltimore.
Pelosi's father? Is that who you're talking about?
I think it was Big Tommy, so it would have been her father. Her brother was Little Tommy.
Is it based on her family?
Yeah, it's based on her family. Yeah, technically, as their legal team would regularly note, everything is a composite character. And he tells them the story of the shit sandwiches, and he says, "Look, you're the mayor now. Everything you do is going to be somebody walking in with a silver platter. They're going to pull off the top, and there's a shit sandwich, and you're going to eat it." All right, that is what a lame duck presidency is. All right. The only upside here is extorting law firms and multi-billion-dollar media mergers for money in support of legacy, millions of dollars. That really seems to be the only upside here. But whether it's some of these white shoe firms that agreed to pay the ransoms to Trump, or CBS and now in Skydance, the family of Larry Ellison, the massive Republican donor, who will now be doing mandatory $20 million in public service announcements about what Trump cares about. So I guess it's not a PSA, it's a TSA, Trump service announcement. But I think you're right, because, and I would note too, let's not forget the gravity of the second Trump term and everything that we've been through in 6 months. We were 6 months into it now. I mean, it was not that long ago that we had the extraordinary rendition of people inside the United States who had committed no crime other than traveling here undocumented. All right, I'm thinking of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, for instance, who were sent in violation of a court order to the South American gulag, it seems, the CICOT in El Salvador. And if you look at the conditions he was living in there, no windows, no light, no air, minimal food, minimal water. I mean, that is, it's seemingly a contravention of global humane laws. So that was not that long ago. And some of that is still going on. All right. And so that is stunning. That has the feel of an autocracy. And if that is what this is, then there's no such thing as a lame duck. But, and this is kind of the historic caveat of this Trump term, and to the extent anything is normal, the normalcy of this is you have the administration now actually following court orders for once. All right. Playing to the courts. In some ways, it's a big deal. People can, fight each other over what was in the quote, one big, beautiful bill. But that was a piece of legislation that was passed through a normal legislative process and signed into law. It was not a mandate delivered by a king. It followed constitutional order. So all these things are normal things, which is a very long way of getting back to lame duck. That's what we have.
He's normal. It normalized him. We went from a guy who seemed to be omnipotent to very quickly. It's like in Rocky IV, the first time Drago's cut. Remember, he's cut. The Russians cut, and it's a bad cut. Nobody had done that before. So once Rocky draws blood, and then I think it was Apollo, Apollo's dead at this point. Duke is in the corner saying, he's human. He's not a machine. He's human. Right? So blood has been drawn, and there's blood in the water, and then the sharks start circling. Sometimes the shark's on your own team, right? And I think that's kind of what has happened. And so this is very dangerous for Trump. Now, I think it's possible that he gets his mojo back. But the other thing that complicates that for him is he's old, and we're starting to see signs of the makeup on the hands and the ankles swollen, and apparently he has some chronic illness. So he's not only battling against, the constitutional norms of America, and he's not only battling against his rivals, the internecine rivals, I think are the most dangerous, but he's also battling against Father Time. And as Mitch McConnell has said, Father Time is undefeated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't forget, and I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I saw that clip of a couple days ago of Senator John Kennedy, not of the famous Kennedys, the Louisiana senator phasing out on live TV. It's just like the wind up in the back of the robot just stopped, and Larry Kudlow cut away from it. And it recalls, you said Mitch McConnell, when he would just stop. He would just
like they're talking 1 minute and they just freeze up.
Yeah. And Trump has had a few of those as president that I've caught. Now I don't watch every Trump event these days, and I certainly don't watch all of the White House press briefings because I pursue things that are accurate. Try not to. You could spend a lifetime fact checking.
I can't watch the press briefings. I don't either. It's a waste of time.
And as Mike Miller, the old Maryland Senate president, used to say, he said, "The juice ain't worth the squeeze."
The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Thomas V. Mike Miller.
Yes.
Legendary in Maryland. So let me ask you this, Thomas V. Lobianco. Look, well, let me start with this. So I think there are three people that I would rank as being the heir apparents to MAGA. But if we've learned anything, what we've learned is we don't know anything. But let's see if we have the same three. Who do you think that, if you had to pick the three people most likely to succeed Donald Trump as the standard bearer in the Republican Party, who would you pick?
Tucker Carlson.
He's on my list.
Vance, definitely, just by state
I think
position.
Vance is number one, I think.
Yeah.
Right? He has to be.
I'm going to go with a wild card. Somebody who maybe is a little bit ascendant. I could see a John James out of Michigan. Something fresh.
Who's John James? Who's John James?
Isn't he the one that the congressman, or who's the one that ran for Senate out of Michigan?
You've caught me. You've caught me flat-footed.
Now I have to Google.
Google.
Are we allowed to Google
John James, Michigan? There is a John James. So he's an African American. It looks like here, right? Congressman,
yeah, I believe military.
Congressman John James.
Yeah. So he ran for Senate. So I think, and I'm just going to use him as a placeholder.
This is like the time
here.
I discovered there was somebody named Mike Johnson in Congress.
It's like Mo.
You make me feel like Theo Vaughn. That's the key. When hey man, I'm just a comedian. You're not expected to know who these people are. But when you're allegedly a political commentator, people think it's weird you don't know. But there's 435 House members and 100 senators and God knows how many. Well, we know there's 50 governors and attorney generals and secretaries of state and lieutenant governor. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people out there.
It would be easy to dismiss. It's like if I told you this. Yeah, Rob Roberts and Ed Edwards and Jimmy James.
Well, once upon a time, you didn't have to know everybody, but now anybody. But here's mine. It's Donald Trump Jr. That's my third.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So I got Tucker. Well, I got JD Vance number one, Tucker number two, Don Jr. number three. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. That's what I'm leading up to. I don't think any of them can hold the coalition together that Donald J. Trump, that the Donald put together in 2024.
Right.
What do you think?
No, I think that's right. And also, too, I would do it if Junior does it, that that splits apart J.D. Vance, because Vance is really synonymous with Junior. They have the same coalition. I think the only leg up that Vance has is that he's a Thiel person. So Thiel has a little bit more power.
You're talking, say, Peter Thiel.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Thiel.
Okay. I thought you said he's a field person or a field person.
Thiel, I can't.
I think it's pronounced Teal, but it's spelled Thiel.
I can't. It's been a decade of this crap.
But who knows?
I still can't
like
figure it out.
Someday we'll find out we're all saying it wrong. It's Demi. It's not Demi. It's Demi. And then it'll be like, oh, I've been saying it wrong all these years.
That show, Bob. It's like no, Your Honor. It says the Bart the.
All right. Well, there's someone else that sometimes gets mentioned on the list, and that person is Candace Owens.
Oh, for God's sakes.
I think she's a long shot, but
yeah.
Have you seen it? She is being apparently sued by Emmanuel Macron and his wife. I think her name is Bridget or Brigitte. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because Candace Owens claims that Macron's wife is actually a man.
Yeah.
Could this could our news world be any more insane than this?
She's got the Austin Powers lane in 28.
Yeah, she's got the Austin Powers vote, locked down. I think you know who did it before Austin Powers was Crocodile Dundee. Remember that?
No.
Yeah. Well, first he discovers that there was I guess back then it would have been a transvestite that was hitting on him at a bar, and then later it turns out it was actually just a kind of masculine woman.
I don't know why there is miscommunication here. When I say conservative, I don't mean politically conservative. I mean conservative as in like worldview. God damn, Lou. Really? I don't know. Dude, try and get your head out of your ass.
I'm old school, man.
Dude, that's legendary. See, I thought you were going to talk about Ace Ventura. Laces out. I mean,
as a matter of fact, it's why I asked you to look up movement conservative. Okay, when people talk about conservative politics, what they really mean is movement conservative politics versus a conservative person. There are bold people, there are risk takers, there are people who are more conservative in outlook. That's what I meant. Looking up movement conservative, like I asked you to do, could have cleared up the confusion.
There's a broader problem here for people like Candace Owens. I mean, her shtick is really the same, is really Trump's shtick, which is finding ways to outrage to stay in the news. So how many other French presidents are out there where you can draw a lawsuit, and what is the shelf life? What is the media shelf life of that? Because, as we know, and we just said this a second ago, what's so remarkable about the Epstein story is that it has legs. Like it is still being talked about, still being dissected.
Owens' his attempts to
and Candace Owens is a good example. She is a movement conservative, but she doesn't have a conservative outlook. Her comments tend to be reckless, not conservative.
Distract didn't work. I'm going to get to some of those in a second. They didn't work. But then there's more shoes that are dropping that are feeding the fire, fanning the flames. It's never happened before with Trump. He's always been able to let's deport Rosie O'Donnell, and everyone chases that.
Right. Yes. And I think that's the problem that Owens has. I mean, Owens made a name for herself quoting Hitler or whatever the hell it was a couple of years ago, refusing to apologize for it. But, look, we've got Kanye West making Hail Hitler songs on Twitter, and that was before Twitter did Mecha Hitler. All right. And nobody remembers that this week. All right. So, I mean, that is the bar. The bar is this high. I mean, maybe she would have to reveal that she's a man. And maybe that would last for 48 hours. but 2028 is 3.5 years away. So I don't know. I just don't think the difference between her and she does have a very top, she does have a podcast. She's tried to moderate herself. But I don't think you can moderate by calling women men.
She's obviously, attractive and eloquent and can present as normal, but says batshit crazy things. And you know how there are these, people out there now clipping. I saw a video of her the other day where literally it was just a compilation, like a 5-minute compilation of her saying something and then contradicting exactly what she said back to back to back. And it was like, she's contradicted herself on everything constantly. And she's like in a video where she'd be like, now, one thing I would never do is I would never tell you this. And then there's the next video is her telling you that exact same thing. So really,
it's like Sigourney Weaver at Ghostbusters. There is no Dana, only Zool. It's like, wow, that took a turn.
Well, as I mentioned, Donald Trump has been, trying to change the subject. And some of it's serious stuff, right? Like Barack Obama is a traitor. Rosie O'Donnell needs to lose her citizenship. And some of it is more like in the vein of like when Trump used to complain about like that hairspray isn't good enough, anymore, right? So there's the whole Coke, cane, sugar thing. But I wanted to ask you, because you're like me, you are a homeboy, just like me.
Yeah.
I grew up a Washington Redskins fan. In fact, when I was a kid, the Redskins went to 4 Super Bowls and won 3. Should have won all 4, but I guess John Riggins went out drinking the night before they played the Raiders. But they were a really good team. And what's really amazing is, Joe Gibbs, the coach back then, managed to win 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks, which is,
really?
Oh, yeah. And if you think about the model today, the key is get a quarterback. If you get Patrick Mahomes, if you get Tom Brady, then you can go on a run. Gibbs did it with 3 different quarterbacks.
No kidding.
Which I think illustrates Gibbs' genius and also the team, not just the quarterback, but the teamwork, the Hogs, the line. So, as you know, they were the Redskins for many years. Hail to the Redskins was the song, and then they became the Washington. Well, then Dan Snyder, the villainous owner of the Redskins, swore he would never change the name before he did.
Yeah.
Then they became the Washington Football Team, which I think sneakily was actually a brilliant name. Then they became the Commanders, which does not work. It's a bad name.
No.
But suddenly the team could be good again. They've got a good quarterback, and it seems like they're on the right trajectory.
Wait, who's the QB now?
Can't think of his name. Let's call him John James.
Yes.
But anyway, they're looking good. Now, of course, they're in the same division with the Eagles, who are also very good. And we'll see how it shakes out. We saw what happened with RG3, which was the last time I was briefly excited about the Redskins. And that didn't end.
He was great, man.
He was really good there for about a year until
it
did not end well. But anyway, long wind up to Donald Trump is now saying, so the Redskins, the Commanders, want to come back to Washington, D.C.
Right.
Where RFK Stadium used to be. Then they moved out to Landover, Maryland, or they called it Ral John briefly after Jack Kent Cook's children. Anyway, I know too much about this.
Yeah, man.
So
I'm learning a lot.
Donald, my knowledge of this is much more extensive than my knowledge of Michigan politics, clearly. Donald Trump, I guess, I don't know if he actually has the power to stop this deal from taking place from the team coming back to Washington, but he's threatening to block it or to stop it if they don't restore their name back to Redskins. So on one hand, Tom, and you're from Maryland, and when you were a kid, when I was a kid, there was no Raven. The Ravens didn't exist. The Colts,
we hadn't stolen them from Cincinnati or Cleveland yet.
So we grew up in a Redskins world, and it's a great legacy. But I think it's pretty clear Redskins is a problematic name.
Yes, it's derogatory.
So where do you come down on? Where do you come down on this?
I mean, you could call them the honkies. I mean, right? But that's derogatory. I mean, you could go with a derogatory name.
I'll allow it.
It's okay.
allow it.
I mean, right? Like, I mean, that is a choice. I remember back in 2000, I think it was 2009, the Washington City paper, which I think is still around, certainly not as former glory. City papers used to be amazing.
Used to be really good. Yeah.
Oh, dude, just incredible reporting. And they did a cover on how evil Dan Snyder was. And to prove his evil, they drew horns and a devil's tail on a picture of him. And he sued, saying that it was derogatory. I think he sued for defamation, libel, and he said it was anti-Semitic. And I'm like, your friggin' football team is called the Redskins. Like, my man.
Do you know what they should have called it, though? And, you know, I joke about the Washington Reagans, but what they should have called it.
Or the Washington Melania Trumps.
It could happen. Look at the Kennedy Center.
Slip it in the bill.
Motion passes 405. No, what it should have been is the Hogs. HOGS.
Okay.
The Washington Hogs. And you get a badass looking boar with the horn on the nose.
Yeah, dude.
And there's
that's
a little
pretty slick.
There's a feather attached to its ear. It's burgundy and gold. And that way you keep a name that pays homage to the legendary Redskin line.
Yes.
And there's a hint of the feather, but you get rid of the name. And it's the Washington Hogs. And I don't for the life of me understand why they didn't
with you,
do
man.
Because I think it would have solved their problems.
Because it kind of reminds me a lot like of college football, which I think would work nicely in its favor.
Like the Razorbacks or
I don't know
to that, right?
Got some weird names in football. Chargers, Raiders, pretty good. That's all right. That's not too bad.
Great uniforms though. The Raiders have amazing uniforms. The silver and black.
Lions, Eagles, Ravens, Baltimore. I'm from Baltimore. I don't know why we keep on getting them weird birds, but I know we got the Ravens.
Did you see Stephen A. Smith's idea? He wants there to be one stadium in Maryland that the Commanders and Ravens share. No joke. Because he thinks he doesn't get just the immense cultural difference, despite the geographic proximity to Maryland. He apparently doesn't grasp that, like, Baltimore.
Maybe he's never been here. That's
DC
okay.
Are two very distinct places.
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I mean, maybe he can. I don't know. We'll stick Candace Owens on him and see what happens.
I thought he had a chance at president before he said that.
Yes,
that's the dumbest thing I think I've heard anyone say.
It's like, no. I mean, my God, that's like it's like trying to smash New York and Philadelphia together by saying it's connected via New Jersey. It's like, no, it's not.
Put the stadiums in New Jersey, and the Eagles and the Giants just share the stadium. Problem solved.
I mean, what's funny about it is that it was another attempt to distract from the scandal of the moment, the Epstein scandal.
Yeah, I think this goes all the way to the top. I think Stephen Smith's involved in the cover-up. So is Candace.
Yes. Has anybody been to Epstein Island recently? Do we have flight logs? All right. What happened to the Lolita Express, the 727? All right. Where's it? I don't know. All right. Maybe it's in the middle of a football stadium somewhere in Laurel or Bowie, Maryland, dead center between the two. All right. Maybe that's the Illuminati plan.
It could be. I mean, wasn't there a rumor that who's the old labor union guy that was famously killed like in the 60s? Jimmy Hoffa was allegedly buried under the Giants stadium. I'm not joking. I don't know if it was dispelled.
That's brilliant.
But there was a story that Jimmy Hoffa was apparently buried under the Giant stadium.
85-year-old Geraldo Rivera goes down with the exclusive, cracks open the vault. It's just a dead body. It's like, in all seriousness, God knows there's nothing serious about any of this crap. It does go to Trump's quote unquote negotiating style, which is, it has signs of advanced dementia, frankly. It's like, okay, if you get rid of Black Lives Matter Plaza, the name, all right, and you pay for this, all right, which is what he's done with the city, all right, but he still continues to threaten the city, pushing to take away autonomy to the extent there is home rule, trying to take away home rule. Nothing is good enough. And I remember before the inauguration, there was kind of a hope among some of the DC boosters of actually having a Washington team. I mean, and this is, this is kind of similar to the Jets playing in Jersey. All right. Are they really the New York Jets? I'm with that. All right. But the intentional pun, the goalposts keep moving, and are really incumbent on how much he's in trouble politically. So I
for one hope they go back to Washington D.C. Call it RFK. I don't care. RFK Jr. Stadium, fine, whatever.
For sure, right.
But it should be in the nation's capital. It sure should not be. It sure as heck should not be in wherever it is, which is impossible to get to. I've had people. Over the years, I mean, it doesn't happen much anymore, but, when I lived in the air, closer to DC, I would have people who'd be like offering me like, hey, you want to, I've got tickets to Monday Night Football. And they think they're doing me a favor. You think I want to go out to like Landover, Maryland? Like, you can't drive there. It costs $1 million to park. You can metro and walk a mile. You're going to pay $25 for a beer. And the game starts at 9:00 at night. Yeah, that's not doing me a favor.
No, it's not.
So
I mean, the RFK Stadium is a great location, and it's a beautiful spot out there. I mean, you could really do.
Well, see, that's when the Redskins were a great team.
Yeah,
and going to those Super Bowls, that stadium would literally like be rocking.
Yeah,
I mean, and you used to have to like to get tickets. There was like a 20-year wait list. It was
nice.
Unbelievable.
Wow,
and now Dan Snyder just, everything that guy's done.
Snydered it.
So anyway, he may be a bigger
villain
than Trump.
Dan Snyders. That would terrify people. Maybe the wrong people.
It's the most intimidating. Yeah. All right, my friend. We've talked enough about the Redskins or Commanders or the football team.
The Hogs. I like the Hogs, man. That's a good one.
Hogs is the name. Final thoughts, Tom LoBianco. What are you watching this week?
I'm watching what is going to start happening with members of Congress at home. I mean, look, we've got one more month left of summer. The midterms really start in earnest in about a month, right after Labor Day, when everybody kind of starts coming back from vacation, actually has read the One Big Beautiful Bill, understanding what they're dealing with. You're starting to see a lot shaping up. We've been reporting on this over at 24 Site News. If you guys don't follow us already, that's my inkjet printed sign over there. I also do branding for Washington football teams. Call me up. 24sight.news on the Substack and everywhere else. Even Twitter, despite Mecha Hitler. And Julie Grace Bruthke and I have been looking at this. I mean, you're starting to see a lot of shuffling in the Senate. Joni Ernst was shocking. I mean, she's young.
She's not running for re-election.
Yeah, so she's stepping away. You got to watch some of these races. I saw the Democrats just picked up Roy Cooper down in North Carolina. That's going to be an interesting one versus Michael Whatley. Not Lar Trump. Again, not Lar Trump.
Open seat because what's his name's?
Yeah.
Tom Tillis is retiring.
Yeah. So I think, I don't know that anything is in play right now. Texas is going to be bonkers. Who's that guy, James Tallarico?
Yeah, I heard him on Joe Rogan's podcast this week.
Yeah, really fascinating. We might have even talked about this before. I was saying a few months ago to folks who were asking me, in kind of the throes of the Trump autocracy push back in like February and March when they were eliminating federal agencies and contravention of the law. People were asking me, well, who's going to be the Democrat? Like, who is it going to be? I don't like Chuck Schumer. I don't like Hakeem Jeffries. And I was saying, we don't know yet. We haven't seen them yet. Now I think we're starting to see them. Zohran Mamdani, Tallarico, very different views on what works, but fresh.
We're starting to see a new crop that
Yes.
is a post-Trump. So they get
Yes.
it's a new generation, but it's also they get today's politics in a way that like Chuck Schumer's never gonna get, or even Hakeem Jeffries, frankly. So I think you're right. I think the future are people that we're just now starting to see.
Yes.
And then you may have like an AOC who bridges the gap and is the connective tissue.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, favorite Ozzy Osbourne song or thoughts about Ozzy?
Oh man, sad dude. That one. I don't know why that hit me more than some of the big losses recently, but just really, I saw them on their reunion tour, and this is
Sabbath.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Sabbath.
pick a reunion tour, 1999, incredible. Meriwether Post Pavilion back in '99, and awesome. I had that T-shirt for like 20 years until the sleeves fell off, and I love Sabbath, love Ozzy. When I'm sitting down and writing, I crank Diary of a Madman. That is right. I mean, you pick any of those. I think that's still Randy Rhoads. I think Rhoads lasted the first 2 or 3. I can't remember.
Blizzard of Oz.
Yeah.
Diary of a Madman. My favorite album is actually Zakk Wylde, which is No Rest for the Wicked. I believe
really
that's my favorite. Yeah, I think that's
no
the best
shit.
Ozzy. That's my
Oh, dude, wait, dude. That's a power pull, man. You're going with like a glam hair rock Ozzy.
That's like 80s, probably, right?
Yeah, that's mid 80s. What is that? Like 87, 88? It was right.
I like
before,
Ozzy's look when he had sort of like blonde hair. Do you remember
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
a little shorter. That's my peak. That's peak Ozzy, I think, for me. But,
If you're going to
everyone's got their
rename,
own. Some people like the Ozzy or reality show. That brand of Ozzy. Sharon, to each his own.
if you are going to rename the Opera House at the Kennedy Center, it needs to be named after Ozzy Osbourne. That's the only acceptable.
All right.
Seriously.
And on that, we shall end it. Tom Lobianco, my friend. Always a pleasure talking. Thanks for coming on.
Brother.
All right, folks. Apparently, there are people who are concerned and verklempt over Hulk Hogan dies at 71. So let's hear this story, and this should be it.
You're listening to wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan dies at 71, WWE says. A news story written by Ben Sumner and read by an AI-generated voice. Terry Bollea, the Florida wrestler who shot to superstardom as Hulk Hogan, and whose tabloid-centric private life became a legal battleground over the First Amendment, died Thursday in Clearwater Beach, Florida, the Clearwater Police Department and World Wrestling Entertainment said. He was 71. Emergency personnel responded to a call for a cardiac arrest and took him to Morton Plant Hospital, where he was pronounced dead, Clearwater Police said. For a generation of professional wrestling fans, Hulk Hogan reigned supreme. During the peak of Hulkamania in the 1980s, the 6'7", 295-pound grappler was the face of Vince McMahon Jr.'s company, then known as the World Wrestling Federation. Mr. Bollea's likeness touched every corner of pop culture, including movies, television, video games, merchandise, and even a chain of pasta restaurants. With his deeply tanned skin, thinning blonde locks, Fu Manchu mustache, and red bandana, Mr. Bollea flexed his 24-inch pythons, the nickname he bestowed on his biceps, ripped off his shirt and preached words of encouragement to hordes of fans known as Hulkamaniacs. Train, say your prayers, eat your vitamins, be true to yourself, true to your country, be a real American. After portraying a larger-than-life wrestler called Thunderlips in the 1982 boxing film Rocky III, the Hulk Hogan character took off 2 years later when McMahon tapped him to beat the Iron Sheik, the supervillain stage name of Hossein Vaziri. Escaping the Iranian's signature move, a back-bending chinlock known as the camel clutch, Mr. Bollea bounced off the ropes and dropped his leg on the Sheik, pinning him at Madison Square Garden in Manhattan to win the heavyweight championship belt. WrestleMania, wrestling's version of the Super Bowl, then set pay-per-view records with Mr. Bollea's matches as the featured act. The slam heard around the world came in 1987 at WrestleMania 3, in front of 93,173 fans at the Pontiac Silverdome in Michigan. Entering the ring to his theme song, Real American by Rick Derringer, the Hulkster body slammed and ended the 14-year undefeated streak of Andre the Giant, Andrei Rusumov, who stood 7'4" and at the time was nearly 700 pounds, according to Mr. Bollea. The star power of Hulk Hogan turned McMahon's enterprise, rebranded in 2002 as World Wrestling Entertainment, WWE, into a global marketing behemoth. Mr. Bollea's reputation was briefly dented in the early 1990s, when he admitted to using anabolic steroids, but he subsequently flourished for a few years as the villainous Hollywood Hulk Hogan, with media mogul Ted Turner's World Championship Wrestling, a short-lived WWE competitor. Sex tape legal battle. Decades after his heyday in the ring, Mr. Bollea kept in the public eye, for better and worse. His reality TV show, Hogan Knows Best, presumably a view into his home life, aired on the cable network VH1 from 2005 to 2007. He became a fixture in the courtroom after suing the owners of a popular gossip website that showed portions of a 2007 sex tape featuring Mr. Bollea and the wife of a friend. The taping reportedly had been done without Mr. Bollea's knowledge, and excerpts appeared on the website Gawker in 2012. The former wrestler sought legal redress from Gawker Media and its founder and principal owner Nick Denton, saying that the publication of the tape had no news value and was solely a crass commercial attempt to garner clicks at his expense. He called it an invasion of privacy. Lawyers for Gawker claimed that Mr. Bollea was a public figure given to flamboyant exhibitionism, including his frequent mention of his sex life in interviews, which made the video a matter of public interest protected by the First Amendment. The lawsuit dragged on for years, and in June 2016, a Florida judge affirmed a jury verdict awarding Mr. Hogan $140 million in damages. Not long afterward, Mr. Bollea reached a $31 million settlement with Gawker Media, which had filed for bankruptcy and sold itself to the media company Univision. Gawker.com was shuttered. During the proceedings, it was revealed that Mr. Hogan's suit was bankrolled in part by Silicon Valley venture capitalist Peter Thiel, a billionaire founder of PayPal and one of Facebook's earliest investors. Thiel had reputedly been aggrieved for years over a Gawker blog that had outed him as gay. He accused the company of printing stories that ruined people's lives for no reason. All along, journalists and First Amendment advocates said that the case, Bollea vs. Gawker, would have far-reaching consequences. Their fear was that media organizations would quash valid stories out of fear of financial retaliation, or be shut down entirely for publishing something newsworthy but controversial. The case was the subject of a Netflix documentary, Nobody Speak: Trials of the Free Press, 2017, and a book by Ryan Holiday, Conspiracy, Peter Thiel, Hulk Hogan, Gawker, and the Anatomy of Intrigue, 2018. The settlement didn't end Mr. Bollea's troubles. In 2015, the National Enquirer published dialogue, allegedly from the same sex tape, of him using racist language involving African Americans. WWE immediately cut ties with Mr. Bollea, scrubbing its website of his references, before reinstating him after a 3-year suspension. "I'm not a racist, but I never should have said what I said," Mr. Bollea told the ABC show Good Morning America. "It was wrong. I'm embarrassed by it." Even before the Gawker case, Mr. Bollea's personal life had been unraveling amid an acrimonious divorce from his wife of 24 years, Linda Claridge, who made allegations of physical abuse and infidelities. The divorce was finalized in 2007, the same year their son Nick seriously injured a friend in a car accident and was charged with a felony. Mr. Bollea said he fell into a major depression and contemplated suicide. Drinking Captain Morgan rum and popping Xanax, Bollea said, he sat in his bathroom for several hours with a gun. "People might look at a guy like me and think, he would never commit suicide. But I was so depressed I just kept thinking, this would be so easy," Mr. Bollea wrote in his 2010 book, My Life Outside the Ring, co-authored with Mark D'Agostino. Mr. Bollea credited a serendipitous phone call from boxer Layla Ali, daughter of Muhammad Ali, for lifting him out of his suicidal thoughts. She had been his co-host on NBC's 2008 revival of American Gladiators, a show that pitted amateur competitors against super-fit cast regulars in bouts of athletic prowess. "In a way, it snapped me out of it. At that moment, I switched gears," he told Today host Meredith Vieira. "I got sick and tired of being sick and tired." Her voice kind of saved my life. Recruited to the ring. Terrence Gene Bollea was born in Augusta, Georgia, on August 11, 1953, and grew up in Tampa. His father was a construction foreman, and his mother was a dance teacher and homemaker. He was a star baseball player until he suffered an elbow injury at 14. He shunned entreaties by coaches to join other team sports. Instead, he took a liking to professional wrestling on TV. He spent the mid-1970s as a dock worker and lifting weights while attending the University of South Florida. He also played bass guitar in a band called Ruckus, where he found a showman's knack for pumping up the audience between songs. The band developed a local following, with some of his childhood wrestling heroes among the fans. They recruited him to the ring, Mr. Bolea's first training session ended with a broken shin, and his initial stint in the business didn't last more than a few months before he quit out of frustration over poor pay and few opportunities. Instead, he helped a friend manage a club and open a gym. He also began wrestling with another friend, Ed Leslie, known later as wrestler Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Bulked by steroids, Mr. Bolea began wrestling with Leslie as the Boulder Brothers. He adopted the nickname Hulk based on the popular TV series The Incredible Hulk, based on the Marvel Comics character. In the WWE a few years later, he was rechristened Hogan, an Irish surname suited to a profession where wrestlers were presented to fans along ethnic or cultural lines. He was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2005. In 2010, he married makeup artist Jennifer McDaniel before divorcing in 2021. In 2023, he announced his engagement to Sky Daly, a yoga instructor. He had 2 children from his first marriage, actress and singer Brooke Hogan and Nick Hogan. A complete list of survivors was not immediately available. In a life filled with personal and professional tumult, Mr. Bolea insisted he was a gentle guy, put off by real confrontation only to bask in the character he played in the wrestling ring or in front of the cameras for reality TV. Seriously, if wrestling wasn't predetermined and was some kind of actual fight, I wouldn't have gone anywhere near it, he wrote in his memoir. I was only attracted to it after I discovered that it was entertainment. Angie Orellana Hernandez contributed to this report.
All right, well, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. I did like wrestling as a kid, but he was pretty much 87. I was in college, so I missed his height of fame. So anyway, folks, I am signing off. I am at over 6 hours and do have things to do. So I will see everyone probably tomorrow morning at 5:45 or so in the morning. So everybody have a good day. And 2 guarantees, death and taxes. Oh, I have a 3rd guarantee, Deacon Dave, but I'll save it for tomorrow. Y'all have a good day.